Hello, welcome to the RedDeathMask stream. Happy 30th birthday to me. Um, Tonight we're gonna be doing a lot of things. I expect it to be a very long stream. I expect to have a lot of fun. Some goofs and gaffs. Some maybe we'll watch some analog horror. Maybe we'll watch some Creepcast or Creep TV or something like that. But we're also going to be reading plenty and plenty of stories. I have several on the docket. One including Man is Machine, Part 1. I Got Addicted to Lucid Dreaming. It's All in Your Head, Part 1. The Bitter Song, Bitter Verse Side Story. That Which Follows. And then that one I don't have permission to do, so I doubt I'll read it. But yeah, a few others as well. So welcome, happy birthday to me. This is the RedDeathMask birthday stream. If you're watching this later, on the upload, thank you so much for watching. If you stop by while it's live, I appreciate. Oh shit, there's one story I forgot to add. That's okay. I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up in the moment. Um, but it might not be in the description and stuff. But that's okay. Let's see. Wow, I think it's called. Okay. But first, here, sorry, I just want to make sure I get this story pulled up too so I don't forget it. There's Drumming in the Clouds by Pitiful Scream. I also plan on doing that one too. I will add it into the description after the stream. But yeah, so we got some fun stuff planned here. But before we do any of that, we're going to kind of warm up into the stream, and I'm going to eat something so that hopefully I don't have to stop streaming for a long time. But today, there's nothing happy about this meal. We're doing the Wednesday Wendy's meal for Wednesday, not Wendy. Normally, I'd be against this kind of capitalistic corporate synergy when fast food is slinging pigtailed posers that I could do whatever I wanted to, or customers I couldn't resist. My meal of misfortune is torture in a bag, coffin shaped cartons, and daring dips of bread. May you rest in 10 pieces. Oh, bum bum bum. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna give my review of this right here at the top of the stream. Now, granted, it has had some time. The Frosty's been in the freezer, but it has had some time to cool down. So, not like I'm eating it fresh or anything. However, I don't really care. I think they're supposed to be. Oh, so they're mystery sauces, so I don't even know what they are. Which Inferno inspired sauce you get, so I get to enjoy the look on your face when you find out. There's nowhere to woe, grave mistake, you can't hide, and this will sting. So we'll see if I can guess what type of sauces there are. And I'm gonna keep the stream. Uh, I'm gonna keep it on me for a little bit while I dig into this, and then shortly after we're gonna watch a slime beast video talking about a creepypasta movie. And that's just to kind of warm up, have some fun. This isn't an all business stream where we just jump right into the story. So I'm trying something a little different, and I hope you enjoy it. So First off, we'll do the chicken nugget. And as I suspected, it's a normal chicken nugget. I remember a few years back, it was it was Burger King, but they did the ghost pepper chicken nuggets, and those were really bomb. Those were actually, I mean, Burger King's chicken nuggets at the time were one of the best deals, anyways. You could get 10 for like $2 or something like that. So they were already a really good deal. Um, and yeah, and so we'll see. We're trying the first sauce here. Really red. I don't know if you can see that, but it's like it almost looks like blackberry or like jam. It doesn't really look like a sauce. Smells like a sauce, but it doesn't. Color is very unsettling, which I guess is good for a horror meal. Definitely spicy. Um, Not super flavorful. Kind of just ketchupy, like a ghost peppery ketchup, or like a hot. It's definitely hot though. So I mean, shout out to them for not pulling the punches. Like it's certainly hot. So the fries are not any different. They're just fucking. They're called like freaky. Um. So again, a pretty low effort meal. Like that's what a lot of these collaboration meals do. They don't really introduce anything new to the menu. I think the only new part is the frosting syrup. I'm hoping it's pretty good, the Raven's blood syrup. But um yeah, I mean cool, but also like, it's a gimmick. It's not anything to write home about. It's not anything. Okay. At least this sauce is different. And this one is looking like a cloudy, almost like a runny, ashy ranch. It's like a gray ranch, which is creepy too. So in terms of the looks of both of the sauces, I'll give them like a. That maybe tastes like habanero. Maybe it's some sort of like habanero ranch. But in terms of the look, they look both very creepy. So give them respect, and they're both hot. Like if that was their goal to just do hot sauces that like are gonna be too hot for most people, but it's gonna get people in the door and just make it like super, get all the spice lords, to come in. Then I think they pretty much accomplished it. The sauces look creepy. They taste not bad. They taste good, but they're just very spicy. So I can see. I'm trying not to drink anything just to get the most viral out of this. But I would say, I've tried like hot ones, like the last dab. I've tried some of the hottest hot sauce, and this is no joke. Like this is not, I would say at least around blazing, from Buffalo Wild Wings. Like it's pretty hot. But I like that they didn't make of them all like a barbecue or all a ketchup, just with different like hot sauces in them. I like that they tried to make a ranch. Here, I'm gonna do a little bit of each sauce on this one. Pretty fun, pretty good. Um, Now, before I get into eating too much, I want to finish the Frosty, and then we're going to start Slime Beast video. See, this is fun. I like this. That's cool. The purple Frosty spoon. A little bit of Raven's blood up here. And that's very good. The whole reason I wanted to try this was the dark cherry Raven's Blood Vanilla Frosty. Like, that just sounded good to me, so I was like, what if I get it for my stream and just try it, you know? And honestly, pretty good. Like, I hope they keep this sauce. I'm sure it's just a limited time thing, but I hope they keep it. Because this is very good. I would get, basically anytime I get a Frosty, I would get this cherry Raven's Blood syrup dressing on it. Very good, very tasty. And honestly, I'm liking it a lot too after the hotness of the sauces. Like, it does kind of pair nicely, having a sweet little treat afterwards. You kind of light your mouth on fire a little bit with the sauces and the nuggets, and then you get to kind of pull it off or subvert it with the Frosty, and that's really nice. That's fun, but I'm not gonna just make this a 30-minute long mukbang. We're gonna switch over, and we're going to watch this video while I finish eating, and then we're gonna start reading stories. Sound good? Hell yeah.
Watching videos right now. You have a limited amount of time left on Earth. Now, when I went into watching Creepypasta DeathNet, I thought this was an unrelated film from the first one. You know, a Creepypasta movie starring Mr. Creepypasta as Mr. Creepypasta. Part 2, Electric Boogaloo, Jr., Too Furious, Reloaded. I thought this was entirely different from the first film, made by entirely different people, but as it turns out, this film, with the very clearly AI-generated background on its poster, was actually put together by Trash Arts, one of the production teams behind the first A Creepypasta movie. Now, you may be saying to yourself, well, that's a bad sign. Oh my god, holy shit, the same fucking people made the second one that made the first one? Uh-oh. Oh, Landy, we're in for a bit of it. And to a certain extent, you'd be right, but surprisingly, not to get into, not to get too far, not to get too little bit of, fucking ahead of myself here, surprisingly, Creepypasta DeathNet, the superior film. We're going to get into why in a minute. Now, Creepypasta DeathNet starts out with this dude right here. You may know him as Young Man Murphy. He is apparently called his name is Cool... What is it? Cool Duder. Cool Duder is this guy's name. He's a YouTuber. Cool Tuber. Boy howdy, whoever did his makeup did him no favors. But Cool Duder is sitting in his room doing a YouTube video, and his YouTube video is explaining the history of Creepypasta. That's our framework. In the previous film, we had sort of a through line. We had sort of an ongoing story that sort of weaved all of the stories together poorly. But in this, we're not even doing that. We're throwing it away, throwing caution to the wind, and just saying, let's start it off with a YouTube video. Because fuck it, why not? So Cool Duder explains the history of Creepypasta incorrectly, saying that Creepypasta started in 2010 and, all different stuff like that. Creepypasta is more of a nebulous concept. Some things that are considered Creepypastas started way before 2010. So even if it did come around later in terms of being a term, like terminology, it grandfathered in certain things that go back further. So we've got like a sort of a flawed description at the beginning of what Creepypasta is. Not a good sign for our movie because it shows that the filmmakers, at the end of the day, don't really understand what Creepypasta is or where it came from or why or how. But that's fine. That's fine. Plenty of people make movies based on material that they don't give a shit about. Look at fucking everything coming out of Disney right now. So we've got Cool Duder here, and he gives us the setup, saying creepypastas are this, creepypastas are that. And you think, oh, so this is going to be our recurring theme, is between every short film, we're going to get a little description, a little update from Cool Duder, right? Like you watch the first short film, and then Cool Duder comes back and says, "Hey guys, what's up? I'm back again." Tells you something else. Second film plays, Cool Duder comes back, "Hey, here's another little factoid for all y'all." And then maybe at the end of the movie, that door behind Cool Duder, that door flies open and Jeff the Killer comes in and bonks him over the head with Slenderman. Like something happens at the end that makes it so this guy, Cool Duder, this YouTube video bro, goes through all of the film, and then at the end there's some reveal or some twist or some little end cap to just put a nice little bonnet, a nice little bow, a nice little condom on the tip of this film. But no, Cool Duder right here is going to appear exactly twice, and this is one of those 2 times. The second time is after the first short film. He comes back on, and then he's gone. He do not come back. The Cool Duder's off being a Cool Duder somewhere else. He closed OBS, brought up a different program on his cool computer, and he left this whole film behind. So without further ado, let's get into the movies within a movie. Let's discuss the several short films that... Wait a minute. Are these short films that didn't make it into the cut for the first film? Hang on. In watching this movie, a realization washed over me. Are these the short films that didn't win the contest to be in the first film? Are these the rejects? I'm sure that's totally out of left field. I'm sure nothing like that would be. No. That can't possibly be true. They didn't make a second film, a sequel, using entirely rejected films from the first movie. No. No way. Couldn't be. All right, so let's get into our movies within a movie. Let's get into our anthology horror films. So our first short film in this anthology is titled Topsy Turvy Town. Now, Topsy Turvy Town is essentially based on Candle Cove, or inspired by. There's a dude, and he gets a VHS tape in the mail, and he watches the VHS tape, and there's a puppet show on it, and the puppet show is evil in a certain way. And yeah, I mean, it's nice to see short films that are actually based on creepypasta tropes and cliches and, storylines and different themes of creepypasta. Unlike the first film, which was just a series of closet and under-the-bed monsters with no real connection to creepypasta whatsoever. But one thing you will notice about Topsy Turvy Town, the first film out of the gate, is that it's filmed on VHS. It looks like a lost episode itself of like a public access TV show from the 90s. So yeah, the quality not that great. The acting, reasonable. The writing, not there. No writing whatsoever, because I believe this was entirely improvised. From the way that people talk back and forth, there's a lot of dialogue like, I'm sure it's just a normal cartoon show. Are you kidding? It can't be a normal cartoon show. Yeah, well, I don't know. I just think that maybe it might be a normal cartoon show. It's like, well, there was a guy who died in the cartoon show. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. It could be an actor, and it could just be a normal cartoon. Like, it's a little bit like not refined like a script. It's like people playing off of each other. It's like people going up on stage at an improv class and they say, let's get some ideas from the audience. How about you? And someone says, puppet show. And then how about you? A series of murders. Those are the 2 call-outs from the audience. And then the improvisers go about their business improving. In other words, long story short, I don't think there was any script for this film. Speaking of things this film does not have, a budget would be one. Now, independent film, hey, you make do with what you got. You're doing an independent film from the perspective of someone watching a creepy, crappy puppet show. So, honestly, you can make the creepy, crappy puppet show look crappy, and that stays in theme with the story, because, hey, it's supposed to be a terrible puppet show. However, you are making like an actual movie, supposedly. You're going to be in Creepypasta DeathNet, which is being presented as a real film. Maybe you could just take the puppets out in the woods and film them against like a backdrop of some overgrown, brush. Something a little bit less school project, a little less elementary school project. I'm trying not to be an asshole, but maybe a little less.
The fact that like both of these creepypasta movies, I watched Slime Beast's first video on the first creepypasta movie, and what I guess is like frustrating is that there are so many stories out there, so many probably, like, I guarantee you, Candle Cove is so popular, I guarantee you somebody has made a somewhat adequate version of, like, whatever it's called, Black Bart's Cave, or not Black Bart's Cave, the Skin Taker and all that. Like, I guarantee you the same way that somebody made versions of the 1999, in all of those, like Mr. Bear Cellar TV show. It's like, rather than having this contest in which they're like, make your story related to creepypasta, but don't use any existing creepypasta stories. That makes no sense. What they should have done is be like, here's several different stories to choose from. Make a short film that uses one of these themes of creepypasta. You know, you can reinvent them, or you can, whatever, combine them, change certain aspects of them, but, and do that. And then they would have had, like, source material, and even if they don't own the original IP, like, then they just don't call it Candle Cove, but they could have used, like, something that was already made, or short films that already existed, like analog horror short films or whatever that already existed, could be, like, they could have collaborated with the film and use that, because that's the thing of this film, is that almost no budget goes into it, and I don't even think the winners, the people whose short films were in the original movie, I don't even think they got anything other than just their name on it. And so it just seems like very silly in a community in which there's so much, like, collaboration and so much people borrowing, using a story's idea, this and that you wouldn't, like, incorporate that into the movie and be like, well, yeah, we already have a Candle Cove video that somebody made, and so, just call it Candle Cove and use that in your short film in which this guy gets this videotape of a puppet show. Instead, you have this, which, don't get me wrong, it's creepy, but this horrible, whatever, I don't even know what you want to call this, like, crow man, and then this fucking, like, old sailor puppet that just doesn't even make, I don't know, like, it's creepy, but with the drawings in the background, it even just have these puppets on a white background, and it's going to be 10 times creepier. With the drawing behind it, it just cheapens it to where you're like, this is a kid. Even if it's supposed to turn creepy at some point, it's like, it's just, I don't know, it doesn't make it look creepy, and it just cheapens the whole thing,
Look, Daddy, I drew Topsy Turvy Town. Like, it just, I don't know. I wanted more out of this. I wanted there to be some sort of actual thought that this may be something that aired on television. Because when you look at this, you don't see something that aired on television and became a lost episode. You see something specifically made for Daddy to watch on his birthday. Like, here's your special birthday video, Daddy. I call it Topsy Turvy Town, and Dad watches it, and Dad sits there and he has a beer and he has a cigarette and he watches it and he goes, "Yeah, honey, that was real good. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, we got a real Michelangelo Picasso here, real artist. Yeah. Oh, fuck. That kid's fucked. That kid's not going to fit into society. Ah, shit. And, of course, Topsy Turvy Town contains murder footage. Everybody put your hands together. Put your hands together for the creepypasta trope, murder footage in a children's show. Yeah, there it is yet again, live on your screen. Now, again, I am glad that this is actually based on the themes of creepypasta. That said, literally, this is what everybody does with creepypasta. It was a scary children's show. Why was it scary? Because there was murder footage cut into it. There was a dead kid cut into it. There was somebody, pulling out somebody's eyeball was cut into the film. It's the same shit, in a different form, and it literally is just a Candle Cove fan video, which is not bad in and of itself, but when you're making this the first impression of all the short films that are going to be in your movie, don't make this the first one. Don't make the first impression literally a Candle Cove fan film. Pick one of the other ones. It's a little more fresh and interesting, different. But yeah. So, of course, Masky here uses their giant shears to cut up somebody in the bathtub. And the family, or whoever they are, I'm not sure, is it a throuple? Or a father, mother, and daughter? I don't know what relation they are. They go to a location shown in the video, and they find a dead body there. The end! Also, this man is dressed as Steve from Minecraft, and I don't know why. Our next video, I apologize, our next independent short film is Zazan, the Night Demon. Zazan, the Night Demon. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, that sounds like you just mashed the keyboard until you came up with a name, and then you put very generic descriptors after that keyboard mash. And you'd be incredibly wrong, because Zazan is a unique bitch. Zazan is somebody who fucking has thick lore, just goopy, thick lore dripping off him. Just a lot of backstory, a lot of characterization, just totally a lot of personality traits and foibles and facets, both good and bad, pros and cons. He's a flawed character. You may be getting from this that Zazan is nothing. All right, now this marks our second appearance from Cool Duder, our second and last appearance. Everybody say goodbye to Cool Duder. He will not be appearing in this film any longer after this moment. But yeah, Cool Duder explains something, and I thought he was explaining lost episodes, but that was the previous one. So I guess he explains demons or some shit. I don't fucking know. Very, very interesting room. I appreciate the fact that his room is not lined with Funko Pops, but actual pieces of paper. Good on ya. Good on ya. Although I question the need for two vents. Two vents, Cool Duder? Two vents? One in your ceiling and one in your wall? That's just asking for someone to be peeping at you through those slats. And I don't think that's a good idea. I think he kind of fucked up with the two vent setup here. So Zazan, as you may have guessed, is our Slenderman character. Zazan apparently has pages associated with him, and essentially creates proxies somehow by getting into people's heads a certain way, causing those people to become self-harmers, and then those people scream with a terrible effect on their face and become proxies of Zazan. Slender Zazan. But you may notice that this video is one that I said was filmed for the first Creepypasta movie and then not included. So I'm assuming back in my first review, when I found this behind-the-scenes video for this installment, I said that it was not included in the first film, but it may have been filmed after the first film for inclusion in Creepypasta DeathNet, and they just, in their own video, said that this was filmed for Creepypasta, but they forgot to include DeathNet, so they didn't even know the title of their own movie. I don't know what the fuck is going on anymore. You're on a journey with me, and this journey is just a non-stop thrill ride through a factory fire, and the factory is Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. I have no fucking idea what's going on anymore. But yeah, these people are British, so we're not going to waste too much time on them. But yeah, they cut themselves and they become proxies of an unseen Slenderman figure. Also, they kind of look like Kristen Stewart and Jude Law. By the way, here's that weird face that everybody makes in the movie when they become a Zarzan proxy. I guess that the process of losing your soul and your sanity to Zataran causes your sharpness to be turned up slightly? I don't know. Our third installment, Soul Snatcher, features no lead-in from Cool Duder, who apparently was fired from the set, which was his own bedroom, for sleeping on the job. Soul Snatcher features the world's most talkative mime as she answers a call from her boyfriend late at night. Her boyfriend, by the way, played by that guy that you just don't trust. You may have seen him in such films as the background from your old home videos. Pretty soon into the phone conversation, Marcel Marceau What goes out onto the balcony to look out into the night for zero reason. Now, usually you'd go out to enjoy your beach view or to enjoy the sunset, but the sun is long gone and the beach either dried up or was never there to begin with. So anyway, there's a guy out on the road looking up at the girl on the balcony, and this is disturbing and spooky, because in real life it is disturbing and spooky. And as it turns out, this person standing on the street corner is not just some normal guy. He's not Zarzan or whatever the fuck the other guy was. This is the Soul Snatcher. And who is the Soul Snatcher, you may ask? Well, let's ask the boyfriend who is on the phone with this girl who has just seen a shadowy figure watching her on the balcony. Oh yeah, the Soul Snatcher is this local legend in our town, and what he does is he kills the newest person in the town, and oh my gosh, aren't you the newest person in the town? Looks like I need a new girlfriend, bye! So yeah, the Soul Snatcher kills her off screen. The end. That brings us to our fourth film, one featuring a very poorly timed cameo from Mr. Crazy Train himself, cartoon Ozzy Osbourne. This installment is once again about a lost episode of a TV show. However, this TV show looks like it actually existed. The series is apparently some sort of ghost hunting or supernatural interest show of some sort, so already we have a lost episode of a scary show about ghosts. So a little bit of a hat on a hat, but we'll see where this goes. However this may turn out, I do appreciate this film's use of hyper-realistic bleeding eyes. So this lost episode, stay with me here, okay? This lost episode of a paranormal research show includes a reenactment of a paranormal event in which a man and a woman are sitting in an abandoned house, or one they've just moved into, with no furniture, and in this reenactment, a demon or spirit causes the wife to have a miscarriage, and several other people around the town also have miscarriages, I guess at the same time. It's a lot of pregnant people in this town. But then again, they do have this AK-47 of baby making right here. And that's pretty much it. It's a lost episode of a show in which they have a reenactment of a woman losing her baby in the most gratuitously naked scene I have ever witnessed in a creepypasta-based anthology film, which is to say, this is the only one, but still. By the way, this is our monster. I'm gonna take your baby. I wonder what he does. What do you think he does with the stolen babies? With them chompers. What do you think he does? You think he might take a little nibble? You think he might eat those stolen babies? I think he's eating babies. I think he's a baby eater. I think this man has sampled some infants in his time. At the end of the day, I think this film was thrown together literally just so that the filmmaker could get this woman naked. Which, you know what? You gotta respect the hustle. You gotta respect the game. At the end of the day, hopefully everybody got paid for their time. And really, what more can you ask than that? For our next film, I want you to pay close attention to this description. Alright? We're going to read this description together, and we're going to kind of surmise in our heads, we're going to kind of imagine what kind of short film this might be. Alright, here we go. Sometimes, a curse can be passed on through the most unusual medium. And it's even more important to recognize when that curse makes itself known. But as this tale reveals, even knowing won't protect you. That's quite an interesting way to describe a clown on a poster coming out of the poster and killing a guy. Like, literally that's the entire story, is there's a poster with a clown on it, and the clown comes out of the poster and kills a dude. Like, beware. Beware.
Okay, but that in and of itself That is a cooler concept if you just leave it by itself. If you just start a short film where like a guy, whatever, puts up a poster, fucking, something, or buys a poster from some creepy shop or something, and it's like, yeah, it's of a creepy clown. I'm a juggalo. I love clowns. Like, that in and of itself is not a bad idea for a short film or whatever. But when you have that poster comment at the front, when you have that like little what's it called, like forward before the short film, it literally just confuses it, and it makes me go, because it's not even well written. It's not like, it's trying to be foreboding, but it's not, and it just makes it seem like, oh yeah, curses can come in many forms and through many mediums, and even if you know how it's gonna come, doesn't protect you, and it's like, that's the whole point of curses anyways, is that they come in innocuous ways. Maybe a doll's cursed, maybe a fucking house is cursed, what, it doesn't matter. It's like, the audience already knows that. You don't need to like tell them that, and then it just cheapens it, that you're like, it cheapens the reveal that it comes out of a poster, which is kind of a cool, interesting concept. And I like it because it's like, yeah, sometimes people do have scary pictures or posters on the wall. And like, as a kid, in the daylight, it might be fine, but then you turn off the lights or whatever, and it starts to creep you out. It starts to look like the picture moves or whatever. Like, that is not a bad concept, but just let it exist on its own. You don't need to have this forward that like, you're like, but trust me, don't, like, you better watch out. This is a scary concept. And what's even scarier is, even if you know about it, you can't do anything about it to stop it. And it's like, I didn't think I could do anything about it anyways. I didn't think I could do anything about any of these supernatural entities. That just makes no sense to me. That's just like someone being like, hey, maybe we should include a comment at the beginning of this one, and somebody being like, yeah, that's good. That's good. We'll do it. We'll do it like it's a comment from Facebook. It's just silly. Like, it, just start the thing. Even if you just started on the poster, and it fades out to a room, and you got a kid, maybe he's playing video games in a dark room, maybe he's trying to sleep, whatever, it doesn't matter. And then slowly, through VFX, or I don't know how, I'm not a filmmaker, so I don't know how you would do this effect, but slowly the picture starts to move, and that in and of itself is a creepy good, especially for a visual medium, a good idea, I think.
As a curse that may be passed on to you when you least expect it, and learn to recognize the curse, even though the curse will still be a poster with a clown on it that kills you. Like, that's nothing to do with... okay, sure, fine, whatever.
I'll be right back.
A guy finds a poster in the trash. Being a juggalo, such as he is, he decides to put the poster up prominently in his house, next to his punching bag, which is in the corner of the room where he can't even punch it because it would break the wall. And yeah, the guy, the clown, comes out of the fucking poster, murders the dude for having the poster, and then the clown puts the poster somewhere else and disappears so that somebody else can find the poster and put up the poster and get killed by the clown in the poster for having the poster with the clown on it. So I guess to all of you out there, I would say this. The moral of the story, the takeaway from all of this, do not, under any circumstances, take a clown poster out of the trash and look at the poster with the clown on it on your wall with the clown poster and have the clown come out of the poster and kill you and go back into the poster to kill somebody else with a clown poster. Do not do that. Avoid that at all costs. By the way, Trash Arts, thank you for following up the beautiful nude young lady with this fucking visual. Fuck you. God damn, what the fuck? Alright, our next... God fucking damn. Our next installment in this slog through hell is a lost episode for the third time in the film. A lost episode film about a serial killer who owns a video store. And so what he does is he takes footage of his serial killings, footage that he has made himself, scary footage that he has produced, and he cuts it into VHS tapes. He cuts it into existing movies and then puts those videos out for sale in his video store, thus creating the urban legend of lost episodes. Now, you may be saying to yourself, Slime Beast, isn't that basically a direct ripoff of your creepypasta titled Lost Episodes? And I would say yes, completely, but also no, because this one has a guy in a mask. So there you go. He has a gun as well. There's no gun. There's no gun in my story. So really what we've got is an entirely different... We've got an entirely different original tale here about someone doing the exact same thing. Now, most of the storytelling here is done with voiceover, and essentially is just like laying out the lore of this jigsaw-type serial killer who passes his mantle on to his wife. But the problem is, the movie itself, the film itself, says his wife, who is now running a video store in this other state, and it's like, if you have video, because this shows his face, like he takes his mask off, you can identify who this guy is. So if this video shows a video store owner who was murdering people, and then he passed the mantle on to his wife, and you know that his wife is now living in this other state running a video store, what the fuck? Prison? Hello? Like, how does that thematically make sense? Yeah, sure, she may have taken up the mantle of his serial killings, but she changed to a different state. She moved out of state, so what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You got videos of all these crimes, you got videos of all these murders, you got evidence of untold amounts of serial killings where the dude is actually flaying people and wearing their face. But, you know, she moved to Maine. So, you know, really, what are you going to do? I mean, do you really want to take a flight up to Maine? Whatever. Let her go. At this point, it's slaughter under the bridge. Who cares? All right, so we've seen 3 Lost Episode creepypasta-inspired videos. We've seen a Slenderman-inspired video, and we've seen a generic Stalker in the Night video. So now we have something a little bit different for y'all. We've got a ritual pasta. That's right. We have a short film based on a ritual. So it's like all those no sleep stories where there's like a bunch of arbitrary things you have to do, and then something else happens, and hooray! Now you're fucked because now you're cursed for life, and something's gonna get you. But you know, at least you had the fun of following rules. So in this story, on Halloween night, you cover a pumpkin in blood. You knock on the pumpkin, you say some words, you reach into the pumpkin, and you get a handful of Chuck E. Cheese tokens. Now, you may be saying to yourself, that's not a good prize. What the hell are you talking about? But think about it. Chuck E. Cheese, nostalgic brand, locations closing up. I don't even know if there are any open anymore. Each one of those tokens is probably worth about $20 fucking on eBay. So, who's the idiot now? Person who said I should invest in Bitcoin instead of Chuck E. Cheese tokens? Who is the idiot now? Now, of course, there is a downside to this ritual, because there always has to be a downside, otherwise everybody would be knocking on bloody pumpkins all day. So the downside in this case is that if you reach in and it decides to give you a trick instead of a treat, when you reach into the pumpkin, it cuts the word trick into your hand. So it gives you like a little prison tattoo of the word trick. Now, I think it probably would be a bad idea to be in prison with a tattoo that says trick on it. You know, probably not a good situation to be in. However, this doesn't really discourage our protagonist, and it shouldn't discourage pretty much anyone, because if you can get rich reaching into a pumpkin, and the downside is you get a cool little hand tattoo every once in a while, I'm sorry, but a lot of people are just going to keep reaching in that fucking pumpkin. That's not going to deter them. And it doesn't deter our protagonist, because the downside essentially is no real downside. And then this short film simply ends. That's it. He gets Trick cut in his hand, and he says he doesn't care, and he reaches back in to try again for more money. That literally is the ending. Now, I liked this film a lot. This was my favorite out of the group. It's shot pretty well. It's lit pretty well. It's acted pretty well. It's all done pretty well. The props are pretty good. Everything's done, you know, up to par, up to snuff. But then it just ends. And there's no resolution. There's no end cap. There's no little button, no little ribbon, no little nothing. There's nothing. And I'm like, motherfucker, if you had just done one little thing. Having the word Trick cut into his hand is fine and all, but he clearly says he doesn't care, and then he just reaches in again, and it's like, oh man, there was something there. You could have done one little thing that would have put like the perfect little twist ending on there. Maybe the guy looks up and somebody shoots him, and you don't know what the hell. Why did somebody just shoot him randomly out of nowhere? And then the camera pans over, you see the gun in the guy's hand, and on the back of the guy's hand is the word Trick written several times. And the guy with the gun comes in and he reaches into the pumpkin. And you're like, oh, dude, it's another dude who's played the pumpkin game, and he just killed the guy so that he could have the rewards of the pumpkin. Oh, that makes very little sense, but at least it's an ending. So our next... Oh. Wow. Whoever put the filters on this... Whoever put the filters on this movie, you did not do this guy any favors. Holy shit. God damn, stop playing with the fucking filters. So in this film, a guy gets an email from his buddy saying, don't open it, and sound is its enemy. So, of course, the guy doesn't get the message, and he gets an email, and he opens the email despite his friend saying don't open it. And he opens the email, and then a monster gets him, and the monster makes loud sounds. Now, if sound is the monster's enemy, why does the monster make loud sounds himself? You may be asking this, and you'd be right to ask this. The answer is fucking who knows. I mean, the makers behind this film, I'm sorry, independent filmmakers, but the makers behind this film could not even mask out this dude's hand, so that the video overlaid onto his phone is literally being overlaid onto his hand as well. Death Date is our next film in the anthology. Death Date, really? You're making a movie called Creepypasta Death Net, and you're going to have a short film in it called Death Date. And it's not even... Okay, so... Okay, so this short film is about an app on people's phones. So you could have called this short film Death Net. Or you could have called the movie Creepypasta Death Date. Or you could have called the film something else so that it wouldn't clash with the title Death Date. Like, this was all within your control. This was all within your power. You named the film. You could have named it something else. Look at this. Creepypasta Death Date, a chapter in Death Net. Give me a fucking break. Like, this is a small quibble, but it just shows, like, absolutely no regard for anything going on at all in the fucking film. So in this film that takes place apparently in the 1980s, but also has cell phones, I'm just guessing because of the attire, it takes place in a bar where a group of people have gathered. They've got two business jerks, you've got two lady jerks, and they're just kind of jerking around at the bar, just being jerks, when a guy in a red hood comes in. Now, you may be saying to yourself, is that Jeff the Killer? No, that is not Jeff the Killer. That is the programmer of the Death Date app, which tells you the moment you will die. Now, you may be saying to yourself, oh, that's die. Now, you may be saying to yourself, oh, that's an interesting premise. An app on your phone that tells you the exact moment at which you will die. Pretty interesting premise for a creepypasta. Probably has been done before, but whatever. Pretty interesting for a short film, for a short horror film. But why is it that all of the apps say 39 seconds? Why does everybody in the bar die at the same time? Well, that's because... yeah, the programmer blows up the bar. Now, you may be saying to yourself, why did the programmer of the death date app, the app that tells you the date of your death and the exact moment you're going to die, why did the death date app programmer blow up the bar after putting the app on everybody's phones remotely somehow through some supernatural means? The answer is that the programmer of the death date app, which tells you the moment that you will die, has a bug in the code that makes it supernatural. And so he's killing himself and other people to try to work out the bug in the code and figure out where it is, I guess? Possibly? Maybe? Now, one of the business jerks on your screen right now, he's not auditioning for the movie right now. This is actually a scene from the film. And one of the business jerks wakes up in sort of a nether realm, like a dream realm kind of situation. And he wakes up there with the programmer. And so so as it turns out, this business guy, who I guess is named Alec, he has a glitched version of the app on his phone too, meaning that he and the programmer now are both essentially immortal, unless they can figure out what the glitch in the program is to end, I guess, the cycle of murder and death. You may think I'm explaining this improperly. I am explaining this perfectly. It just does not make any sense. So, of course, as you would expect, the only logical thing is done. The business jerk murders the coder, cuts up his body, and buries him. As one does after being exploded in a bar and finding out that you're immortal due to a cell phone app. And so he murders the coder, buries the body, but the coder, of course, reappears because he can't be killed, because that's the entire premise of the the Death Date app. The entire premise is you can't fucking die. So why did you kill somebody right after he explained that neither of you can fucking die? I don't know, a test run. Might as well check and see if it works. Why not? Do it on a lark. What I think is most interesting about this incredibly nonsensical and weird, outright weird short film, what I think is most interesting is that it plays like the beginning of a series. Like, this plays like the pilot episode of a YouTube ongoing series wherein the two characters who hate each other, the programmer and the filthy yuppie, they go at each other, they are at odds, but they have to work together to try to figure out how to stop the cycle, the endless loop of death and destruction. Catch us in the next episode of Death Date. It reads like a series, like a premise for a show. And it may have been a premise for a show, and then after it didn't work out, it got put in this movie instead. I don't know. It just seems very much like there was more to this that never got made. Now, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. The final installment in this horror anthology. The last short film to be selected, to be shown in Creepypasta DeathNet. The final film, the ultimate culmination, the climax of the entire hour and 11 minutes that we've spent watching this. Here it is. It all comes down to this. A woman is in her bedroom when a shadow creature comes out of a door and gets her. Hey, you know what? It captures a certain aspect of creepypasta. Yeah, I would venture to say that of the two films, Creepypasta the movie and Creepypasta DeathNet the movie, I would say that DeathNet actually more captures creepypasta. The first film, Creepypasta the movie, was more expertly shot. The videos that were used, the independent short horror films that were used, were more professionally done, professionally shot, professionally filmed, professionally lit, professionally acted, professionally written. They were all around more polished. It had a through line of an ongoing contiguous story, as flawed as that story may be, and it was more of a complete package. The original creepypasta film, the first one, was better produced. Creepypasta Death is the better movie. Creepypasta Death is very amateurishly done. This is a huge drop in quality. This is like a head first breakneck dive into the Grand Canyon. This is like fucking. This is the biggest drop in quality between an original movie and a follow-up movie since before fucking War of the Worlds with Ice Face, whatever his name is. Like, this drop in quality is astounding. However, Creepypasta Death actually draws from the tropes of creepypastas. Now, are there a few too many lost episode installments? Yes. But they have a ritual pasta in there. They have like a stalker character, like a Jeff the Killer, Eyeless Jack, random killer in the night kind of thing. They have a clown comes out of your poster, clown guy. You know, they have some things that happen in this that are more akin to the schlock and the camp of creepypasta. It's not all stories about something in the closet or something under the bed, jumping out and going boogity boo, and then the fucking video ends. Now, that is, of course, with exception of the last installment, which is essentially the same fucking thing again. But however, all of these installments, they get the general themes of creepypasta. Flawed as they may be, they understand a little bit better what creepypasta is in general. The first film, no fucking clue what creepypasta is. The first film was like a whole bunch of random fucking bullshit that had nothing to do with creepypastas. Under the bed monster, closet monster, very thinly connected things. Like one of the films has an imaginary friend who's tall, and you could say, well, a tall imaginary friend, I guess since he's tall, that's kind of like Slender Man, but that you really have to stretch for those connections. With Creepypasta Death this literally is a creepypasta movie. This is about stories and themes related to creepypasta. And I'll tell you this, it's a lot more fucking fun. It's a lot more fun than watching the same story over and over again. As bad as these may be, it is a lot more fun to watch. So I would recommend watch Creepypasta Death even if you just want to laugh. And I would say do not watch the first creepypasta movie because you will not even laugh. That's pretty much what I have to say about this. Cool Duder, they did you wrong in this movie. I have a feeling that Cool Duder probably recorded more segments and they just didn't use them because they probably got tired of making the movie halfway through. Trash Arts, perfect selection of a name for your company. Tells you right on the tin, right at the beginning, this is going to be trash, and I'm here for it. I'm glad that you did that. You know, you're honest. You're probably like one of the only honest production companies in fucking movies. I was going to say in Hollywood, but let's face it, you're not in Hollywood. So yeah, that's about it. Everybody go watch Ernest Scared Stupid. I'm looking at Ernest on the back wall there. Ernest Scared Stupid, a better film than either of these two.
Voices it's stolen.
Yeah.
Oh man, cycling through to see what would work.
Poor Arnie. Make it out, Arnie. Oh my God, Arnie, stop whimpering. Oh. Oh, that was awesome.
Wait for it.
That's fucked up.
Man, doesn't that go so hard?
That is so good.
It's so good. Ugh.
I really like the. I do like the comedic beat before that though. It's the police. Open up.
What?
Just breaks the fucking. It's the police. Open up. Stop resisting. Yeah, that's insane.
I like how it's like the last words of all its victims, right? Like, help, someone help me.
Yeah,
and then of course
the mimicking
child.
thing. The large, like the heavy footsteps trudging through the house too.
Yep,
Horrifying.
Yep. And I think so. Of course, the thing that jumped out and killed him was our boy.
Yeah, the face.
Right?
Yeah,
The
100%.
I feel like there's some connection between Semiodyne and like sicking this thing on people. For like, okay, the first ones were accidental, right? Like accidentally. Or
Well,
hold on, no, let me get that
the way
right.
that-
It is incidental because a crew
Incidental.
being up there means this thing
Yeah.
will kill it, right?
Yeah.
But now this guy is away from the mountain, and also all this was in April. The attacks over the town didn't happen till October.
Yeah.
So there's 6 months between this event and the time when the people from within the mountain attack everyone. So either Semiodyne has found a way to send this creature to kill Arnold, because remember, he said that when he talked to Frank Porter on the phone, Frank was like, okay, if you don't want to go back, sounds good to me. And then sure enough, this thing shows up and kills him.
Yeah.
Or Frank Porter knows because Arnold had some interaction with the mountain. This thing was already tracking him down.
Well, I like your
It's just
first
a matter
theory
of time.
more. I like your first theory more just because the idea, too, that in the future, in the 93 stuff, they've basically done the thing where they've now have technology where, or it's more readily known that they're like, oh, we are able to control them and contain them
Yeah.
and stuff. So to me, it seems like around this time, this might be the first thing that they found that they can control for their own use, especially for an army type of program, you know?
Yeah, that would make sense. I agree.
So I feel like I'm leaning more towards your first theory than the second one.
I think it'd be possible, especially because of, how much control Semiodyne thinks they have over them in the modern age, at least.
Yeah, and I agree with your phrasing of that too. Thinks that they have.
Thinks, yeah. Oh, again, it's the Tower of Babel thing, right? We will look God in the eye as equals, and then what happens?
Yeah, no shit.
Yo, so how are you feeling about just overall Greylock so far?
Oh, it's amazing. I think the world building's really fun. I agree with the first one. Them setting up just the pictures and stuff, I'm like, eh. And then introducing the more video actual elements of the snow. But I feel like it's really... One thing I'll give this one credit for, I think that it's the strongest aspect of this is, yes, this is a great story and stuff, albeit... I would say, I'm not going to discredit in that way. I think the story is very fun, but I think the strongest aspect of it is how they've unfolded the information.
Yeah,
I think has made
it's
it
the
much
way
more
your
intriguing.
drip-fed data works very well. I agree.
Yeah, I think that has made being completely enveloped into the story so much stronger is how they've done it, especially in the non-linear way too, is really fun.
Yeah, like you get, and it's also fun for me as a YouTuber because then I get to make money off a video that breaks down the timeline of everything, right?
Well, I think one thing too
like
is I hope that what we can do with this series too is get more eyes on it, more recognition, because these are a not that to discredit the numbers that it has, because obviously it has hundreds of thousands of
so
views,
much
but
more.
I really think that this
more.
deserves more. Yeah, more recognition.
Way more. Yeah, to a absurdist level.
In one of his first acts after his historic succession,
Okay,
So Lyndon B. Johnson, Jesus, was 70s?
63. Yes, 62. Lyndon B. Johnson was... Because Lyndon B. Johnson came in after Kennedy died in 63, yeah. So he became president in 1963.
Wow,
so
so we're time jumping back even more now.
Yes, this is currently the earliest thing we have in the timeline, the National Access Initiative.
Okay.
under this groundbreaking initiative, eligible American households will receive packages containing a myriad of electronics so that citizens may stay properly engaged with one another and remain knowledgeable regarding important events. These electronics packages are being made available to American households through a partnership with world-renowned technology manufacturer Semiodyne USA.
Wow, Semiodyne has been around a long time.
It has. So all the stuff that the NAI, National Access Initiative, was trying to do is put, smoke detectors, flashlights, stuff like that in every home in America, right?
Sure.
And then, what do we have here? President Kennedy says no to Semiodyne. Oh, oops.
What happened to him?
Kennedy. Yeah. Man, Kennedy didn't like Semiodyne. I sure hope everything went well for that guy. All right, so check this out, right? It's a home, right? Video, audio, active, 1966.
Oh, wow.
They're enhancing the experience. And
That was haunting.
Yep.
when asked for a quote during a press conference earlier this week, President of Semiodyne USA, Percival C. Rothwell, had a lot to say.
The National Access Initiative represents a milestone in our nation's journey towards progress and inclusivity.
Oh, is this just vague? Is Semiodyne just a vague, all-encompassing technology company, or are they specifically going into some? I'm kind of lost on what they do.
So all that we know so far is that they are partnering with the U.S. government to put these devices into homes, right? So some kind of tech company, we could imagine, right? And then in the modern age, they're also partnering with the government to create the Thoughtform Manifester. That's all we know about them so far.
So basically, do you think that this is somewhat commentary on how like government people can look through our webcams and stuff right now? Because it seems like it's putting devices in homes to spy on Americans.
There you go. No, yep, yeah, you're correct. That's what this is.
Okay.
It'll say that outright here in a second.
Oh,
But
okay, my bad.
Thinking ahead of the curve on that one. You're too smart for it.
Actions we take will be read, heard, and seen on the instant.
32% of American households still don't have a television in the house. This means they are less informed and are unable to respond to emergencies as quickly or efficiently. They are left disconnected.
Oh, wow.
People of all kinds have wondered what it is we're working on at any given time inside Semiodyne. And for decades, we've kept it all quite secret. But I'll let you in on a little something.
Down here. Kennedy didn't go for it. But you assured me he was amenable. Was that just more of your bullshit? Huh? He's gonna fucking expose our whole plan for the NII program. If that fucking Nick thinks he's gonna expose Semiodyne, he's got another thing coming.
Seems like that, if I can stop for a second, it seems like the president, like the great grandson of this president, maybe they've had this knowledge of the mountain for so long that's going through there, but the use of him saying the connectivity seems pretty relevant, especially with like the hieroglyphics, the Greek, all the different stuff down in the thing as well. If there's some kind of like philosophy they follow, maybe via the god that they worship in the mountain or something, or some kind of entity there.
I think it's 100% true that whatever Semiodyne's objective is, it's to the glory, you could say, of whatever's in Mount Greylock, right? Knowingly or unknowingly.
Yeah.
Could be that they just want the power it has or something like that.
Sure.
But yeah, it seems like everything they're doing is just to progress that end.
Well, I'm wondering if they're like pawns in whatever scheme of like them knowing not to go down there, but to send other people down there to excavate it is almost as if it's kind of like, you know, like in Satanist practices or something, or certain kind of like demonic practices, people will worship these entities that are inherently evil, or so they, you know, people say that they're evil for riches now in the mortal plane or whatever. It almost seems like maybe something along those lines of like this entity offering them power or like world control or something, or some kind of grand scheme power to fulfill some kind of prophecy. Or plan. Prophecy is probably a bit bold, but I just mean in terms of interconnectivity of connecting the world.
Some grand objective, yeah.
Sure.
Hey, hon, have you seen the car keys?
Humanity has stood many times at the precipice of extinction. And the only reason we are still here today is because we stood there together. Semiodyne USA is here with you every step of the way.
I like this one.
The program was a trap. They are watching. They are listening. Fuck Lyndon B. Johnson. Fuck Semiodyne. I won't be your lab rat anymore.
Someone's like, they're in the TV. I know they are. So he puts this in front of it. That's pretty good. Also, but check the
1990.
timestamp. Yeah, so they've been doing this a while and it hasn't gone away.
Security, connectivity, accessibility. It is our belief that it is these three factors that make America the best country in the world.
All right, so now
93 now.
we're in Thought Form Manifester times. So we can see that directly in people's homes with Semiodyne's tech.
Mr. Rothwell also.
That was a sick visual.
It was. I love how it just comes out of nowhere. Now, there's a lot of theories as to what this could be. My theory is, honestly, I think it's like these guys, Rockwell and like his boys and stuff like that. I think this is their worship of it, maybe, or someone's worship of the thing in the mountain.
It feels cultish. I mean, it feels like definitely some kind of religious group.
Yeah, it reminds me of, have you seen True Detective?
Yeah.
So the first season where it's like all the politicians and pastors and religious figures of Louisiana like dress up in garb and then worship the Yellow King and stuff like that. It reminds me of that.
Mm-hmm. A secret society of sorts.
Yeah.
Mr. Rothwell also stated that these monumental benefits won't only be made available to American households, but to police and fire departments, schools, and to small businesses as well.
So 1994.
Right. What is he saying?
Katie. You know our editor's name?
Yeah, no shit.
Hello? Is somebody there?
It's me, Lyndon B. Johnson.
He's the cryptid of the series.
Yeah. I've been in the mountain the whole time, Katie.
It's been 30 years.
It's been 30 goddamn years. What the hell is this? It's a computer. It's a home computer. What?
I was going to do a Lyndon B. Johnson impression, but it would require too many slurs, so we're just going to move on.
Classic LBJ, dude.
Classic LBJ moment. The boy, Lyndon the Boy Johnson.
Lyndon D. Boy Johnson. Oof. Sir.
Who are you?
I'm your imaginary friend.
My imaginary friend? But I didn't imagine.
You probably just don't remember.
Not to ruin the tension of this moment, but every time I listen to this part, the thought form sounds like Yandere Dev.
I'm not really apologizing for anything.
You know what I mean? He has the same cadence.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Yonder
Dev, please.
Hold on, this is important.
The allegations are totally preposterous.
Okay, is this
your party? You're a fuck.
Tonight's story, He Who Wanders, by Simon Simonian.
I missed the scorching wind of Andalusia, how it pours sunlight onto your face, toying with eyelashes, flattening dry sand against cheeks and milling around hair. I missed the smell of the valley and that ripening softness of muscat fluff, glistening in the afternoon breeze. From up here, I can see the house where I grew up. I see white chapels tucked into grape orchards like pawns scattered on a chessboard. I can see patches of asphalt on El Jardinito Road, hailing from the old town through dappled ruts, then waning behind the horizon with erratic headlights of beat-up trucks.
All right. Well, that was fun. You know, I wasn't offering a lot of color commentary, but a couple of videos I wanted to watch, and we did, and so I'm grateful for that. We watched Slime Beast, and he does a lot, like, I don't know, he's very deeply entrenched in the creepypasta community, and he seems to know a lot about it, and know a lot of small time like projects and stuff that are coming out, and he's just a solid voice on the I don't know, on the creepypasta, whatever you want to call it, the popularity that it's gotten. He seems to know kind of what is, you know, what is kind of just a cash grab or kind of lazy projects, and then he has a good one like this video right here. Sounds No Sleep Isn't Yours Anymore. Who owns No Sleep? Like, that sounds like a great video. So he's got a lot of interesting stuff. I watched his I don't think it was as long, but the DeathNet movie on I've watched a few of his things about the creepypasta movies, and that was really interesting. Yeah, I just wanted to watch his video in full, and, you know, shout out to him. People go follow him, especially if you're interested in kind of like the short film side or the kind of behind the scenes drama of some of the creepypasta stuff. It seems like he's doing some cool stuff. Also, there's Shaman's Camp. This is another new channel. Doing, you know, he's a narrator, great voice, super chill. For how creepy he tries to, or not tries, but does make these videos in ambiance and the tone of his voice, I do have to say that I could see his channel being just as popular for people who just want to listen to creepypastas as they fall asleep. Oh yeah.
Trucks cruising along.
Was there a bit of an echo? An echo with my voice, rude dude, or an echo? Jesus. Well, now I don't know. Let's see. Here, I'm gonna start listening to my stream. Hello. Oh no, there is an echo. Here, I might end the stream and restart. Let me see. Hello. Hello, let's try that now. Father, can you hear me? I think I fixed it. I don't know why. Sorry, no one was in the chat, so if it's been echoey the whole time, I apologize. But the good news is I wasn't doing much talking. Hopefully my audio wasn't echoing. How does it sound now, Rude Dude, if you're still there? Sorry, I panic anytime anything goes wrong with my stream, so... Perfect. Well, thank you for stopping by, and at least you told me before I started reading stories, and before I streamed for 8 hours on my birthday, and just fucked up the entire thing. Yeah, me too. I'm glad it was an easy fix here. I'm gonna play this audio and just let's make sure this sounds good in case I play something else.
Fucking retard sold out. Go fucking.
Oh god. It was the worst moment too I could have played of the video.
For YouTube, that is a doll. It's actually a toy. It's a dog toy. And definitely not
It's a dog toy.
They probably, I mean, like, we haven't really talked about it, but like the level of
All right, that sounds pretty good. I think we're good. I think we fixed it, but anyways, so yeah, what was I saying? Shaman's camp, and yeah, he, from one thing that I was mentioning about the way his voice is and the stories that he reads, it is a very relaxing, chill vibe. Like something about him actually being outside and having that birthday for the 21st, by the way. I hope you had a great day. Yeah, no, I did. I had a great weekend, honestly. I did a lot. I can get more into it if people are curious, but it was a blast. I got this beanie. I went go-karting. Those are just a few things I did, so it was a great 30th. And yeah, it's been a good year for my birthday wise. I got to do a lot of fun shit, and I didn't just have to try to like pack it all into one day and feel overwhelmed, which I know sometimes can happen. So I'm very grateful. I'm a grateful, happy 30-year-old man. I'm so blessed. But anyways, yeah, I was saying that Shaman's Camp, like, as something about the nighttime ambiance and stuff, like, it seems very relaxing. So I would say if you're somebody that, like, needs to listen to something when you go to sleep, too, check out his videos, because I know that horror isn't always what people want to fall asleep to, but something about the way that he reads it, it sets a good tone and mood, but it's also like he is just reading a story, and it's not it doesn't have a bunch of this tension music in the background that's really gonna put you on edge or like give you anxiety and not make you able to fall asleep. So without any more dicking around, let's jump into these stories because I got a lot here. And yeah, I want to get into it now. I was spending like the first hour of the stream just seeing who would stop by, and clearly my audio was fucked up, so that's probably why if people did stop by, they didn't stay, but that's okay because we got it all sorted out, and now we're cooking, now we're cruising. And I tried the Rude Dude, I tried the Wednesday from Netflix, I tried the Wednesday Wendy's meal. It was pretty mid, but the Raven's Blood Frosty, I would recommend. That was very good. So I got addicted to lucid dreaming from Swagemandbagem. We're going to start with this story because it is a standalone. I'm trying to do mostly standalones tonight, although not every story I read will be a standalone. Some of them are multi-parts, but if I do read one that's part of a series, I'm just reading the first part. And yeah, we're gonna have a good time. I think there's something for me in particular that I like, especially with this format. I like reading standalone stories because you never want to judge a story just based on its first part or based on whatever, and you don't know what's going to happen. And a lot of stories can't be told in just the first part, you know, it needs to have multiple parts. So I think one of the issues that I have is just like, well, how much can I say, or, you know, how do I know I don't like something if I don't know where it's going, or how do I know I like something, you know, when I haven't read the other parts, sort of thing. And so I'm not saying I won't read series, but if I do read a series, I'd like to focus on like one series at a time, or read a bunch of different standalone stories from a bunch of different authors. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do tonight, hoping that it works out, that people enjoy it. But you know, this is my birthday stream. I've been not really planning it, but like in my head planning it for a little while. And so yeah, I'm just planning on going for a while and just kind of trying to have fun and cover as much new stuff as I can, or not even new stuff, but just cover as much interesting stuff as I can. And I would like to get to a point where I could just troll the most recent stories on the subreddit, but then the issue becomes I don't have those people's permission to read the stories, and so it's like I would love to just be like, I would love to stream at least a few times a week, and one of those times I just try to read almost every story that's been posted within the last, let's say, day or so, like that. And so I'm just completely up to date. But that's not really feasible, and I don't know that everyone who posts their story, I assume most people would be okay if Hunter and Isaiah read their stories because they're posting them on Creepcast subreddit, but I'm not Hunter and Isaiah, and so it's like I don't know how people would feel about that, you know. So, but maybe one day, you know, we'll get to a point where I have maybe not carte blanche, but I have some leeway and I can just look through the titles on the Creepcast subreddit and find stuff that, pick out stuff that I like and can read. So let's see, here's to hoping. All right. I got addicted to lucid dreaming by Swagemandbagem, one of our Irish brethren from across the Irish Sea. No, I don't know. I am curious. I saw somebody talking about it today in the Discord. I do want to read the teddy bear story too. I find that one, that title interesting, but I figured I'd read this one today because it's a standalone. So I got addicted to lucid dreaming. It started innocently enough. One sleepless night, a YouTube video popped up in my recommended feed. How to start lucid dreaming in just 5 minutes. I was familiar with lucid dreaming, sure, but I never really thought that it was something I'd be able to do. But on a whim, I decided to give the video a watch and try it out for myself. Settling back down in my bed, I began to follow the instructions given to me by the video. I performed reality checks, repeatedly counting my fingers, watching intently at the hands on the clock each minute, things like that. Then I gradually relaxed every muscle in my body, slowed down my breathing, and repeated the same mantra in my head over and over. Tonight, I will know that I'm dreaming. Interesting. So I find the concept of lucid dreaming really interesting, in particular because I'm somebody who's always struggled going to sleep. I don't know if I'm fully an insomniac or whatever, but I definitely have always been a night person. Don't get tired at night, struggle. I want to stay awake, wanted to watch TV, wanted to fall asleep with the TV on. There are a lot of reasons why I probably am insomniac. A lot of them probably my fault, but I've always found it really interesting because it's like, not only do you want to sleep and dream, which that's the thing. When I had insomnia, it's like when I was a kid, I didn't want to sleep some of the time, but now I really want to go to sleep, and that's part of the struggle too, is that it's like you want to so bad, you're trying so hard that it kind of hinders you. And so the idea of not only wanting to go to sleep, but then whatever within your sleep you get to truly live, or within your sleep you get to control your whole world. Like, I've always found that concept really interesting, but I've never wanted to try it myself because I've always been afraid that either A, I would get like addicted to it and start to hate reality, or I've always been afraid that it would just be like, it would lull me into a false sense of security, and then I would, start to think I could control my dreams when really I couldn't. And then I would be waking up into these living nightmares, because when you go to sleep and you expect everything to be all peachy or exactly the way you want it, then it just to me it always seems like the idea of when's the other nickel gonna drop, when is this going to go bad? And that to me is always the vibe lucid dreaming is giving me. Now granted, there's plenty of people who swear by it, love it, they say it improves their life, whatever. I just have never wanted to try it. I've always been too afraid of it. So it is a good concept for horror, I think. It is certainly that in that unknown realm, and very creepy. Tonight I will know that I'm dreaming. Just as I could feel myself slipping into unconsciousness, I blinked and everything changed. I was standing in a sunlit meadow, the grass vibrantly green and the sky cloudless, a perfect shade of blue. My heart pounded as I looked down at my hands to see 6 fingers on both. The realization struck me. Okay, that's why I was confused. The realization struck me like lightning, I think is what it means to say. It had worked. I was dreaming. So is that true? I don't know. Or I guess maybe that's one of the ways you train yourself to know if you're dreaming, is to like look at your hands, and if you see 6 fingers, then you know you're dreaming. Yeah, and that's always been my that's rude, dude. That's been my instinct too, is like there's been plenty of times where I know I'm dreaming, or like I remember I'm dreaming like halfway through, but the dream continues, and so it's like I keep forgetting and keep remembering, sort of thing. That happens a lot. And sometimes the way other people describe their dreams and the experiences they have, and then what my dreams feel like to me, I'm like, to me, they don't even seem, I'm like, I get the feeling I'm not even doing it right. Not lucid dreaming, I'm saying regular dreaming. Sometimes I feel like, because to me, mine are like so weird and disjointed and not, and like, when people talk in my dreams, I really never feel like I hear them talk, probably because I'm not actually hearing them. I'm just like imagining it, you know what I mean, or whatever. But I don't know. To me, the way that dreams seem, and then the way that the way dreams seem from my firsthand perspective, and then from the way that other people describe them, it always seems so different to me, to where I'm like, I just don't want to ever get more into it. You know what I mean? I don't ever want to delve deeper into my subconscious or into the ability to dream. That's why one reason why I found Inception like so fascinating, but also so like to me it was such good tension. There's so many people that were like, well, they're just dreaming, like it's just kind of dumb, but like to me it was like, it was scarier because they were going into like people's minds, and they were sharing their subconscious, you know, like and like risking getting trapped in limbo and dream limbo. All that stuff just sounded like, to me, that sounds like hell, getting trapped in dream limbo. I'm like, fuck that, you know. I realized it had worked. I was dreaming. I laughed, giddy with power. I willed the castle into existence, summoned a dragon to ride, flew through clouds that tasted like cotton candy. I ran through twisting, spiraling streets that formed a kaleidoscope of buildings and roads. I made the sky split open and watched the stars ripple down like molten silver. I like that word, dripple. I don't know if it's a real word. I know exactly what it means, though. It's like drip or ripple down, you know, but I just like that. I forget what that's called when you combine two words, but I think that's what it is. I tore down everything around me, then rebuilt it with a thought. The rush was electric. I could do anything. When I woke up, my sheets were drenched in sweat, but I had never felt more alive. I was hooked. And see, already I'm like, his sheets were drenched in sweat, so clearly he was exerting himself. And yeah, that could have just been from like excitement and happiness, but already I'm like, this is going to take a toll on you mentally. Because part of me feels like you shouldn't control your dreams, because something about what our dreams do, it's like they allow us to experience like trauma and whatever. And so if you're only ever doing like happy, fun things in your dreams, like sure, we should all have some dreams like that, but if that's all you're ever doing, I feel like then that's bad for other parts of your psyche, you know? Then you're the other trauma and stuff that like isn't getting expressed is getting like more repressed or like boiling over, you know, kind of thing. Yeah, he's chasing that dream dragon. Exactly, bro. Help me. Catch me. Shoot up more, then you can catch me. There's a dragon, but you keep running away from it. You never catch the dragon, Stan. I gotta catch the dragon. Have you ever played Heroin Hero? You could try Rehab Hero. No, I just want a racing game. But I never felt more alive. I was hooked. At first, it was amazing. Every night, I dream of meeting my favorite celebrities and musicians, of flying over cities I'd never visited, of walking on water. Like, sorry, so I know we're pausing a lot. Maybe it's just because it's early in the stream and I'll quit pausing so much. But that's another thing too that I heard about people who lucid dream is like this one woman on a podcast I listened to. Her name's Kalila, like on Tiger Belly, which is Bobby Lee's podcast that he did with her for a long time. She was his girlfriend. She's not anymore. They've since separated, but there were times when she would talk about how she lucid dreams, and she's like, I love it. Not only does she get to do all this fun stuff, but she's like, yeah, and I just get to like fuck any celebrity I want, and I just think about them, and I just have these amazing. So she would make herself have like lucid wet dreams where she could get to do all this. She'd get to, you know, like pick one celebrity and put his face on another celebrity's body. So it'd be like, you know, Jason Momoa with, you know, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter the specifics, and I don't remember what the specifics are. But the way she talked about it, it always seemed like, oh yeah, that would be really cool. But then just like anyone with any sort of like a porn addiction or whatever, it's like, don't you very quickly just go to that? And so you're not actually looking to like, you're not actually looking forward to your own sex life or like your own relationships with people. Because if you're like, well, I can just have any friend I want in a dream or blah blah blah, it's like it seems like it starts to cheapen reality more, you know. So I think it's gonna have that impact too. At first, it was amazing. Every night, I dream of meeting my favorite celebrities and musicians, of flying over cities I'd never visited, of walking on water. I'd revisit cherished memories and conjure up old friends and dead pets. I could even rewrite my past, give things happier endings. When I was younger, I dreamt of being a world-famous basketball player. That got cut short when I tore my ACL in my senior year. But in my dreams, that didn't have to be so. I could make it so I never got that injury, and I made it all the way to becoming an NBA superstar. Soon, though, waking life felt dull in comparison, sluggish. Why live in a world with rules when there was one where reality was to my will? I started going to bed earlier and sleeping longer, 10, 12 hours a night. By day, I'd exercise relentlessly to tire myself out as much as possible. I avoided caffeine like the plague. My job, my hobbies, my friendships, everything just seemed muted, like I was watching my own life through a window. Why bother with a mundane 9-to-5 existence when I could spend my nights as a god? My boss let me go. The girl I had been seeing lost interest, told me over the phone that I was never present. I didn't care. The dreams were better. I continued living like this for weeks, spending my days just getting ready for bed, where everything good waited for me. I'm sure people thought I was crazy, but that didn't matter to me anymore. All that mattered was sleep. Real food stopped tasting right. Everything I swallowed was like cardboard. Water was thick and greasy. But my dreams, oh, my dreams fed me. I would dine on things I could never even have imagined before. I ate glowing sweets that would make my tongue tingle with flavor, and drank from rivers of liquid gold that filled my veins with fire. I don't know what triggered it, but one night everything changed. As my nightly hedonism went on, it occurred to me that it had been a long sleep tonight. It wasn't exactly easy to tell exactly how much time had passed in my dreams, but it was easily the longest I'd stayed asleep. I wasn't overly troubled by it though. I'd wake up whenever my body realized it had had more than enough rest and kick back into action. Still, the thought lingered absently in the back of my head as I continued playing God. But then the rules changed. Ah, shit. Began with a toothache. I was strolling through some half-remembered landscape when I felt my left molar vibrating. I probed it with my left tongue and it became loose. Startled, I spat it out, expecting blood, but instead every tooth in my skull spilled out of my mouth. Looking down at the mess on the ground, I saw that each of my teeth had formed little screens of sorts, like they were invisible projectors casting images from them. Each one was playing a different memory on loop. My 10th birthday, the time I broke my arm, my first ex's face when I told her I loved her. Disturbed, I made them disappear and made a new set of teeth in my mouth. Then I conjured up a mirror in front of me and checked them, just to be sure. But my new set were the same, each tooth displaying new things. And worse, these weren't memories. I still don't know where the sights I saw came from or what they could mean. Car crash, a hospital room, a door with no handle. I blinked and the images were gone. Yeah, I've heard of that too. I guess I have had some losing teeth dreams. I mean, because here, not only do I have my teeth in right now, but those bad boys, when I lost them, I was born with only baby teeth right there. Like, I didn't have any adult teeth underneath them ever. So I grew up and I had the baby teeth for the first, 28 years of my life or so. And then, so my whole life they were telling me, like, eventually these teeth are going to need to come out. Eventually these teeth are going to need to come out, blah, 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 blah. And they were a little bit loose, but even to the point where I was like 27, they were still hanging in there. And so no dentists were like, yeah, well, we should leave them in there for as long as we can, blah, 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 blah. So eventually there were times when I had dreams that I would knock them out or I would lose them, specifically those teeth, or they were like really loose and would fall out in dreams. And that always scared the shit out of me because I was like, well, what am I going to do? Blah, blah, blah. I can't afford implants. You know, it was a big fucking ordeal. Till eventually, yeah, they got too loose. I fucked one of them up. It got too loose, and the dentist was like, well, yeah, we can take them out. But ever since then, I always thought that was kind of my specific anxiety about losing my front two little baby teeth that I had. But I feel like it's actually pretty normal for people to have dreams where they lose all their teeth. It's just mine were focused on those two. But since I've actually lost them, I've never had dreams about losing teeth again, which is kind of ironic in my opinion, because you think I'd be more afraid now that I've lost some teeth and I gotta wear fucking dentures, you know? You would think that I would be like, really afraid to lose any other teeth, but I haven't had those dreams, so who the fuck knows? It is a common thing. I mean, the same with like being naked in your dreams, or another one I hear a lot is that people being like, I couldn't fight or I couldn't run, you know? And I don't know, part of that I think is the general just nerves of like that society puts on you to like not be naked, you know? Part of that is just like the general shame for that thing. But then like the fighting one to me doesn't make sense, because I've heard people say that like if you have a lot of dreams where you can't fight, if you take like a self-defense class or if you learn how to fight, that will help in those dreams. But then I've also heard of plenty of people who know how to fight, or who even like soldiers and shit, and they still have bad dreams where like they're out of ammo or like whatever, you know, something like that, to where it's like they can't fight back, they're stuck, you know. And so it's very weird, but it's very weird that throughout all of humanity, all the differences that people have in their lives and whatever, that we all have inherent anxieties that manifest in the same ways via our dreams, you know what I mean? And that I think is the other weird thing too, is that as far as I know, pretty much everyone dreams. I mean, maybe not literally everyone, maybe there, you know, I'm sure there are some exceptions to that, but it's like pretty much everyone I know, you know, they wouldn't be able to live if they don't dream, because that means that their brain's not getting like REM sleep or whatever. So I don't know, it's just very interesting, very cool premise. I like the idea of your teeth falling out as being one of the first things to go wrong in your lucid dream, whatever. I think it's a little weird, the idea of like seeing your teeth being like screens or projectors. I don't know, I just feel like they're so small that like how could that, I don't know, but I guess it's a dream, right? So it's like he could see it, but then like it zooms in, you know. So I don't know. It's not a real note about the story. It's just more that like I don't know. I would have almost liked it if instead he I don't know, he spit out his teeth and, you know, then his teeth started to grow or something like that. Like, because it's a dream, so you could do really surrealist things. So why not have rather than just be on these tiny little screens, why not have all of a sudden the puddle of like blood or whatever that your teeth are in like starts to expand and grow, and then on top of, and then there's this vast like pool of blood, almost like you know, expanding towards you, almost like lava, and then on top of each tooth is these pictures, and these pictures are the only thing that like the only kind of stones that are able to allow you to traverse this like this ever expanding like pool of blood or whatever. So instead you have to like jump from one to a next, and then on our narrator could, on each one, he could see the image, and that could be how he sees them and visualizes them and understands them or doesn't understand them, like how he doesn't understand the car crash, the hospital room, the door at the handle. I think something cool like that could have been, because I just don't like the idea that in the context of the dream, he spits his teeth out, he sees that there are images on them, he makes them disappear, then he gives himself new teeth, he looks at himself in the mirror and sees new images on his teeth. I don't know, to me, I'm just like, it's a cool concept, but I just don't know about the way it's executed. I'm not saying it's bad, I just wonder if there's a more fun, interesting way to do it, I guess. But that's all about that. I blinked and the images were gone, my mouth seemingly back to normal. I tried to move on from what had happened, shrug it off as my imagination getting out of control and making me dream those things accidentally. But something had changed. For the first time ever, I was losing control of my dreams. I'd been in control 1 second, and the next, the world would twist. I'd try to conjure a perfect beach, and then the sand would transform into writhing insects. The ocean into tar. I was scared. This wasn't normal. I tried willing myself to just wake up, but I couldn't. In a terrible panic, I made everything go away, and thankfully it worked. I was back in the field I'd found myself in the first night I lucid dreamed. Is it dreamed or dreamt? I don't know. Anyways. The first night I lucid dreamed, and my dream wasn't changing on its own anymore. And my dream wasn't changing on its own anymore. I was still freaked out by what had happened, so I willed myself to wake up, but it didn't work. I didn't know how long I spent trying, but I couldn't wake up. That's when things really got bad. I spent what felt like forever in the field trying to snap out of it and end the dream, but I simply couldn't. Frantically, not knowing what else to do, I started digging into my dreams, desperate to get to the bottom of what was going on. I tried to change the landscape around me away from the sunlit meadow, but I wasn't able to. So instead, I pulled back the sky like a latex sheet and crawled into the world beneath. This wasn't normal dreaming anymore. It was denser, overpowering. All I could see was color, a disorienting void of every shade in the spectrum of light. Gravity pulsed in slow, sick waves. In a state of complete powerlessness, I screwed my eyes shut and made my mind a blank as blank and empty as possible, hoping against hope I would wake up. I don't know how long I spent like that, but I know when it stopped. I felt all the weight around me just disappear. The multicolored light on the other side of my eyelids. All the weight around me just disappear. The multicolored light on the other side of my eyelids go away. What? Okay. He felt the weight all around him just disappear and the light on the other side of his eyelids go away. And then I noticed the smell. I knew what the smell was. It was an odor I thought my senses would never be subjected to again. When I was a young child, we lived across from a small basketball court I would spend my afternoons at. My mother was able to see it clearly from the kitchen window, so I could play there to my heart's content. There was one evening there. I think I was maybe 4 or 5. It's the earliest memory I can still vividly picture. And it's also the worst. I don't know how this happened. I suppose that my mom had just looked away for a few minutes. It was dark out. And I knew I would have to come inside for bedtime soon, but I was happily playing in the court with my child-sized basketball. The court was small, surrounded by a small wall I had to pull myself over. There weren't many other kids living in the area, so I was by myself in the court most of the time. But that was fine by me. I had just thrown the basketball up at the hoop when I noticed that same smell. It was a mixture of licorice and chlorine, like someone had thrown up into a swimming pool. I remember something in that moment telling me to turn around. There was a man there, silently sneaking up behind me, the way a cartoon character would, big, exaggerated tiptoes. He was wearing one of those joke disguise glasses, you know, the ones with the big beak of a nose and a mustache. There was a small pair of nail scissors in his hands. He froze when I looked at him. Then he said, "Abracadabra," before laughing at me. I don't remember much after that other than a searing pain and the sound of my mother crying. I got off lucky. There was no serious internal damage done, and I recovered fine. I still have a nasty looking scar though, and my mother never took her eyes off me again after that night, and they never did find that guy. Well, that's a fucking terrifying story in the middle of our terrifying story, isn't it? Are you talking about the visual of the fucking guy creeping up on him and stabbing him? Let me ask you this, rude dude. It doesn't say anything about the guy holding like a rag or chloroform, but do you think that was what he smelled? The smell of licorice and bleach or whatever he said? Do you think that guy had chloroform and then he just stabbed the kid because the kid saw him too early? Like our character turned around? Yeah, the cartoon, I mean, in my opinion, he's not even homeless. Maybe he is homeless, but from this description, I think he's just a child predator. I noticed that same smell. It was a mixture of licorice and chlorine, like someone had thrown up into a swimming pool. I remember something in that moment telling me to turn around. There was a man there, silently sneaking up behind me, the way a cartoon character would. Big, exaggerated tiptoes. He was wearing one of those joke disguise glasses. You know, the ones with the big beak of a nose and a mustache. Yeah, I guess we don't get much of a description about him, and you're right, like, in terms of the smell being like throw up and chlorine or whatever, it's like, it could certainly be a homeless guy, but I think it's just as likely that this was, like, disorganized child predator who maybe hadn't kidnapped kids before, but was working up to it. Maybe he had tried once or twice, but before, oh, he said abracadabra before lunging at me. Okay. Yeah, what a creepy fucking story, though. God damn, like, I mean, I like the whole thing about the dreaming, and I'm curious to see how this is going to tie in with the lucid dreaming aspect of the story. Maybe this is the trauma that he hasn't been able to face, and so maybe that's what's like taking over his lucid dreaming, or what has like trapped him in this dream realm. But also, I'm like, that story is just so creepy by itself that if there was just this short excerpt, like if it just started about this part when I was a young child, like if this was our story and you just posted this, when I was a young child, we lived across from a small basketball court, blah blah blah, and they never did find the guy, and that's the whole story, that is still a great story in my opinion. Very scary, haunting details, guy never found, all that shit. Very, very creepy. If there was like a short, like some sort of write a scary story contest in under, 500 words, or I don't know, whatever, some sort of short, like micro horror contest, I would submit this. I think this is really fun. And what I like the most about it is that it's not like overly like, and he was so horrifying, or he laughed with blah blah blah. Yeah, it's described as almost like as if a kid would describe it. It's described in such a way that that it seems very real. It's like, and then he said abracadabra before lunging at me. I don't remember much other than a searing pain and the sound of my mother crying. Whereas, like, you could really go into detail about, like, after that, everything was a blur. I remember the police sirens and the blah, blah, blah. It's like, you could extend that out, if you wanted to make that into a longer story, but it's such a powerful little vignette we get in the middle of this story that I really love it. Yeah, I mean, the whole fake disguise glasses, the joke disguise glasses, and then having nail scissors and lunging and I'm assuming stabbing the kid with the nail scissors. I mean, all that is beyond insane. Super, super interesting and comedically horrifying. Comedic in that it's so strange, but horrifying in that it's evil and fucking just terrifying. When I smelt that smell again in my dreams, more than 2 decades later, I opened my eyes with a start. I was no longer in that colorful void. That was the moment when I discovered the cathedral. I was no longer in that colorful void. That was the moment when I discovered the cathedral. It rose from a sea of throbbing pink moss, a towering mass of fused vertebrae and golden brass. I don't know quite how to describe this, but its scale defied my comprehension. I think it's supposed to be just scale, but its scale defied my comprehension, not scaled. Just take out that D right there. But its scale defied my comprehension. It was both as small as a sandcastle and the size of Texas. Its spires were made of interlocking spinal columns. Its stained glass windows mapped with veins and arteries that wept black oil. Jesus Christ. The doors were a pair of jawbones, slack and dripping with some unknown liquid. Terrified as I was beholding the structure before me, there was something overwhelming within my mind that compelled me to enter, and I listened. Inside, I saw pews formed out of rib cages, chandeliers made out of intertwined exoskeletal matter that was dark chitinous matter that was dark. Yeah, I think chitinous insectoid. Altar was a giant lidless eye. In the sermon, "You are voracious," a voice preached, speaking directly into my mind. "For edges, for the places where things stop being." I didn't try to control my dream. I didn't think I even wanted to. I fell to my knees, letting the voice crawl into my brain, probing like a dentist's drill. It taught me things, how to fold my body into origami shapes that shouldn't exist, how to lick time until it unraveled, how to dream sideways into other people's sleep. I spent what could have been days listening to that voice, so smooth it could have been made of velvet. Wanted to teach me, and I no longer cared about controlling my dreams. Whatever spell the cathedral had me under, it made me want to learn. When the voice finished, it was like millennia had passed, and it was like no time had passed at all. I fell backwards into the soft, moving floor of the cathedral, and even though I don't consciously remember leaving the place or even moving, I started to go places. I was in the crumbling remains of my old school, trees growing from cracks in the floor with dark holes in their trunks that whispered unintelligibly. I was in a deep hole of the earth, so deep that the light didn't reach me. I was in a maze of carpeted hallways with walls made out of huge cobwebs. The smell of burning hair thick in the air. I was in all of these places at once, but also not any of them. And I had never even left the cathedral, but I could still see these places. Then I heard my mother's voice coming from outside these places. I could hear the smile in her voice. "You don't own it, you rent it, you silly gosling. You don't own it, you rent it, you silly gosling." After that, everything changed, and I was fully in a new place. I wasn't in the cathedral anymore, not at all. Whatever trance it had over me was lifted in an instant. Jesus Christ, how long had I been there? Why can't I just wake up? I knew instinctively where I was. I could feel it in my bones. I was slipping into someone else's dream. All I could see was a thick fog. until I reached out my fingers, punched through the dream's membrane like wet paper. My body felt like it was full of pins and needles and I screamed, no my here, and I screamed internally to wake up till the world around me changed shape and I finally tumbled into stranger sleep. I saw a man in a business suit drowning in a bathtub of his own hair, filling his lungs as he flailed about. The world kept changing, thrusting me into more and more people's nightmares. A woman with her lips sewn shut, the threads agonizingly stitched all the way down to the sternum. A little girl trapped in a dollhouse with something pretending to be her mother. Dozens of them, all trapped in recursive nightmares. All trapped in recursive nightmares, their forms twisted into grotesque shapes. I just wanted it to end. I wanted to wake up. I never wanted to have another dream in my life. One last time, the world contorted and transported me to a stranger's dream. No, this shouldn't be someone else's dream. I still don't know how that could ever have been the case, because this was my dream. I used to have it every other night when I was a kid. I don't want this. It's worse than anything else. I'm in the hallway of our old house facing the guest room we never used. I know what's going to happen. I could never forget this dream. I miss my dad even though he died before I was born. It's strange how you can miss someone that you never even knew. Like always, in this dream, I hear the voice from the guest bedroom, and I just know that it's him. Please, I don't want to have this dream again. Dad calls out from the guest room, I made you a cup of hot cocoa, and you're just gonna love how it'll feel inside you. That's a little creepy. I made you a cup of hot cocoa, and you're just gonna love how it'll feel inside you. I start walking forward. I'm not in control of my body anymore. How can I be in a stranger's dream right now? How is it possible that someone else is having this dream? I'm halfway to the guest room. I can hear the footsteps. It's the exact same dream as it always was. 3/4 of the way to the guest room, the smell of licorice and chlorine floods my sinuses again, stronger than it's ever been before. And the sight of that man in the basketball court all those years ago flashes into my mind for a second. I've reached the guest room. I want to cry. My hand reaches out. I open the door. There's a spindly, skeletal, starved-looking woman sitting on the edge of the bed. She smiles at me. Please let me wake up. Please let me wake up. She's moving. A fly buzzes out of her right ear. She picks me up. Horrible, horrible. And I'm a little boy again, small enough to be carried. She takes me all the way to my old bedroom and puts me in bed. And I'm under the cover, and she's there pressed up against my face, and she's still smiling at me. And then I scream, and I'm awake. I'm really awake. The dream is over. I started bawling, clutching my pillow to my body. It was really over. I was back in the real world. I glanced over at the calendar on my wall. It really had been just one night. I thought of the cathedral, of the teeth of everything. It felt like I had been in that world for years. The experience of being in the world was almost completely foreign to me, but I didn't care anymore. I've heard before that it takes at least 21 days to break a habit. It took me a month to stop seeing the cathedral when I closed my eyes. 3 months before I stopped getting blackout drunk every night for the promise of a dreamless sleep. 6 months before I had a steady job again. My therapist told me that I had just been going through a period of extreme stress, that I was better now, and maybe so. But even to this day, I think about that voice in the cathedral sometimes, that it taught me things no person should learn. Don't try lucid dreaming, not because it's a waste of time, not because it doesn't work, but because it does, and you might even be good at it. And they always want new apprentices. Ah, interesting. So, before I get into any sort of criticism, let me give my take on the story. So, he begins lucid dreaming. At first, it's everything he wants it to be. Then, kind of quickly, one night, it all seems to change, and he's stuck. He can't wake up, and then he essentially goes into. Well, first he I don't know. It says he pulls like it's a sheet of latex or whatever. He's stuck in the place that he was at, the field, when he was first lucid dreaming. Then he pulls underneath that, and he's in the space in between where he has all these colors and whatever. And he's trying to wake up, can't seem to do it. And then he falls out of that or comes out of that, and then he's at the point where he's at the cathedral. And when he's at the cathedral, that seems to be like this giant person contorted or whatever into a cathedral, but they're it says it's vertebrae and stuff are part of the building. It seems like this is the part in which there's some sort of a dream monster or Lovecraftian entity where it begins to tell him things and begins to kind of teach him things that no one should ever know. And what is the one thing it kind of says to him? You are voracious, which, I think means inquenchable, like an unquenchable thirst, a voracious thirst sort of thing. A voice preached, speaking direct for edges, for the places where things stop being. So it's kind of saying you're voracious for kind of the supernatural, for the in-between, the whatever. And so it seems like this thing kind of just does what it wants with him. It teaches him things. It blah blah blah. It kind of takes him over, and is like a millennia. When the voice had finished, it was like a millennia had passed, and then he starts kind of hopping into other people's dreams. And I don't know, maybe he's a sort of dream proxy monster, or maybe this creature moves, or this being controls nightmares, and he is just a product of that within the nightmares. I don't know. And then it seems like he thinks he's in someone else's dream, but it's his dream. He remembers it. It's one he had all the time. He remembers the smell of chloroform, or the smell of bleach, or whatever it says, chemicals. And it says it shouldn't be someone else's dream. And then he finally, he misses his dad. He's gonna go through the door. Then behind the door, there's this skeleton woman who, traps him in a bed or whatever, picks him up, and she picks me up. I'm small enough. She takes me all the way to my old bedroom, puts me in the bed, and I'm under the cover, and she's there pressed up against my face. She's just smiling at me. Then I scream, and I'm awake. And so then from that, it seems like he just kind of wakes up, because at first I thought it was like the smell of the chlorine is what finally woke him up, but it seems like no, it's the skeleton woman. And finally he wakes up and the dream's over, and he's clutching the pillow to his body, and it's really over. Yeah, I do think that's what it's getting at with the dream, with the collective consciousness dream idea, this idea that he says he's like, I'm in a stranger's dream, but it shouldn't be a stranger's dream, it's my dream. I think it's kind of the sense that our nightmares, because really that dream is a reoccurring nightmare that he used to have, and I think that's why he smells the chlorine and stuff in it, is because it's like, this nightmare that you have is, I don't know, whatever. It is unique to you, but it's also someone else's nightmare. And, yeah, it is a little bit Mother Horse Eyes. It's also just very surrealist, and in the sense that I don't think it's not supposed to necessarily make sense why he wakes up at that moment, and that's fine. I was thinking that well, maybe it's something to do with that real trauma and that smell of the chlorine and licorice, and that trauma is enough for him to kind of break free or break out of this loop that he's in. But it doesn't necessarily seem like it is like that. It just is more of he finally wakes up and he knows that he doesn't want to try lucid dreaming, because if he is lucid, or if others try lucid dreaming or whatever, they will essentially be they will get taken over by this dream monster, so to speak. They will be taken over by this cathedral, this voice from the cathedral, and ultimately you will be not only an agent of nightmares, but you will be a slave to nightmares. You who were a glutton for hedonism and your favorite most pleasurable things, it will ultimately use your love of that to corrupt you, and then it will use you in order to spread and share in kind of repetitive, unimaginable horror, which is a creepy idea in and of itself. It's a cool story. It's a cool concept. I don't know if how much of the end. I realize the jumping around and stuff is part of it, and it's part of him moving sideways, as it says, into other people's dreams, and I think that's a cool concept. I would like it if maybe that concept was a little bit more spelled out, or a little bit more grounded in terms of these are you like if the voice said something to him like, you spent so long abusing your dreams for pleasure that now you must serve, you must serve and experience the terror or whatever, dreams of terror, and some will be yours, some won't be yours, it doesn't matter. And your sentence is sort of an indeterminate amount of time. So in other words, it's like you are gonna be subjected to all this blah 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 horror, and it's not like there's any sort of a goal with that. It's not like you have to experience X amount of dreams or you have to whatever. And I'm not even saying all this should be spelled out, but what I am saying is it's like, because then to me it would make more sense why he just did eventually wake up. I'm like, okay, so like he spent so long abusing his subconscious and his mind that his mind, or this dream entity, this Sandman cathedral voice, it kind of had to bring balance back to his psyche, and so maybe that's how it did it. That's kind of like my interpretation on what might have been the case, like behind the scenes, but ultimately it's just a surrealist stew, it's just a story about dreaming and what happens when you think you can control something that is by its very definition uncontrollable. Dreams are not meant to be entirely controlled and understood. They're meant to be like how the same way it's like you want to live on the edge or whatever. Dreams are that edge thing where you're not supposed to really exist, for edges, for the places where things stop being, because dreams both exist and don't exist. So it's like dreams are by their definition one of those places. And I do think that that this story does a good job of just like capturing that and having you live in that horror for a while. And it's just ultimately kind of a parable, a lesson about, don't try to control the uncontrollable. Don't think that because something is going well that it's not going to turn downhill fast. And especially with something like dreams, it's like, well, if you're having bad dreams, there's probably a reason behind it, and you should probably, rather than just trying to change your dreams and make them all pleasurable all the time, you should probably take a more systemic approach with looking at like, well, why am I having this bad dream? What trauma am I not addressing that's kind of spilling out into my dreams, and how can I do that? So I think it's a good story in that sense, that it, it's scary, it's got some really awesome visuals and stuff, but it also is just, it's horrifying to, first of all, the whole idea of a subconscious and a mind is kind of a terrifying thing in general, but then to think that you are in complete control of it when actually you're not is even more terrifying, because it would be such a rush to be like, I'm the master of my fate, I can do whatever I want within my own mind, blah blah blah, no monsters can get me in here, I'm the king of this place. And then all of a sudden the rug's pulled out from under you, and it's like, actually, bitch, you're just a dream junkie, or like you are the whatever, the puppet of this place, and blah blah blah. This whole idea of subconscious and dreams are not just any, like, dreams don't belong to any one person. There is a deeper great consciousness in which they all emanate from, both come from and return to, sort of thing. And those are all really cool ideas that the story maybe doesn't come right out and says, but kind of whatever, I don't know, trudges through or kind of jogs through. The story does a good job of, like, using these concepts in a way that can make you ponder them, but not really go into, like, but that's what didn't make any sense. Why was I smelling the licorice and blah 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 when I was in the hallway about my dad? Like, those dreams shouldn't have been together, because it could have been a little bit more like that. It could have been like our narrator could have tried to reason it out more, but I don't think that was the point of the story. The point of the story was just to be infatuated with dreaming, lucid dreaming in particular, take it too far, become a slave to it, be tortured by it, and then eventually the torture stops and they kind of learn the error of their ways. And that's fine. That's all a one-part horror story needs to be. And as far as the concept of dreaming, it was interesting, and some people might not like that he just wakes up at the end, but the story is literally called, I started lucid dreaming. I got addicted to lucid dreaming. It's like, it makes sense that he's gonna get stuck in some sort of a dream hellscape, and he's either gonna wake up, or at the end he's gonna think he wakes up, but he actually didn't. And I think that's cool. Yeah, that line was cool. The girl trapped somewhere with something. It's in the dollhouse. A girl trapped in a dollhouse pretending to be her mother. I don't know if that was like a reference to a creepypasta. I thought some of this stuff might have been references to other creepypastas, which I thought was fun. Like, it had little kind of Easter eggs in there. And I thought that line might have been one too, but it was cool. It was a fun story. It's something that I'd like to, like, it's one of those stories where it's like you'd like to kind of mull it over before you make any assertions about it, But I think just as a parable about, like, hedonism and gluttony and trying to only seek pleasure in, and that's another thing, is that dreams, for better or worse, are somewhat divine. It's long been believed that when we dream, we commune with ancestors, we commune with gods. For better or for worse, dreaming has that association. And so to flat out abuse that in a sense of, well, I'm only going to do everything that I want to do all the time in a dream, it makes sense that, like, some sort of cosmic entity might take umption with that, might, like, be like, oh, you little fucker, you think you're gonna use my divine gift to humanity for blah blah blah, hell no. And so he kind of got a little fucking kind of got his hand slapped, you know what I mean? And I think that that's cool, and I think for a one-part story, that's all it really needs to be. We don't need to fully understand why he woke up when he did, or what are the rules when it comes to lucid dreaming or dreaming with this cathedral god entity. What does he control and not control? I don't think we need to get into all that. But it is the sign of a cool, interesting concept that it's like, that I, as the reader, am going, well, I kind of would like to know the rules, because that just goes to show that, you know, it's interesting. I'm not saying I want to try lucid dreaming, but it would be interesting to think about, well, if there is some sort of a cathedral monster voice creature that kind of takes over and puppets people who are abusing their dreams for pleasure, you know, I'm interested in that. That makes me kind of go, well, that's an interesting concept. You know, it's kind of like a Freddy Krueger character in terms of infiltrating their dreams, but this one, it doesn't like when you try to fit your dreams into a box. You know, dreams are by their very nature ethereal and indescribable. So the fact that you're trying to make them, well, I flew a dragon and ate cotton candy clouds, blah, 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 and built a castle. It's cool that there's an entity that's like, no, you fucking don't, out there. And what is that entity and how does that entity operate, to me, is very interesting. So I like it. I don't think I've ever, you know, hated a story, and I'm certainly not saying I hate this one. I don't. But I'm always going to try to give like just constructive thoughts about it. And is it my favorite story from Swagemandbagem? I don't know. I think I liked the one where the dude is just watching the woman from his apartment, the creepy stalker one. I think I like that one a little bit more, but as far as like a psychological, you know, Inception-esque horror story goes, I think it's pretty good. And I think this would be like, if you did a whole series based around dreams and dreaming, I think this would be a great, maybe like the first one in the series. If you did a series of like horror short stories all based around people with like sleep disorders or dreaming disorders, where they all, and maybe in some of them they encounter this like entity that he's talking about, the cathedral monster, but then in some of them maybe they're plagued completely by nightmares, and maybe there's like a positive dream entity that comes in and helps people that are just stuck in the horror. You know, maybe there's a counter to that, or maybe it's the same entity. Maybe it is a nature entity and that it craves balance, you know. So I think it's cool. I think it's a cool concept that could certainly be expanded, but it's also just fun as a standalone. So yeah. And that's all I got to say about lucid dreaming and being addicted to it. So let's see, we've got the bitter song, Welcome to Camp Hollowvale. We've got It's All in Your Head, which again, I feel like that title kind of relates back to the story we were just talking about. We've also got Man is Machine, part 1 of 5, which is from Constant Garbage, which looks pretty cool. We would read just part 1 of that. Then we've also got That Which Follows, and there's Drumming in the Clouds. Yeah, and then I also might watch some of this Meat Sleep too, which is a YouTube analog horror series. And yeah, so that's what we've got next in the queue. While we figure out which story we're gonna read next, though, I want to read this post from Dopabean on the Creepcast subreddit 13 hours ago. Thank you. Opinion. Hi everyone, I'm the writer of the Dead Girl in My Yard story, and I just really want to say thank you. I've loved Creepcast since literally the first episode. The community has been a bright spot for my lurker self for ages. I'm Of course, it goes without saying, a huge fan of Isaiah and Hunter, and I'm blown away that I even got featured here. So, once again, thank you. Just thank you. At great risk of massively oversharing, the protagonist in the story is basically a self-insert. I know it's dumb, but the outpouring of understanding he's gotten has genuinely soothed the part of me that will always be a kid whose life is falling apart. So thank you for that too. Heart, heart, heart. I just think that's awesome. That's so cool that they posted that in here, that they've been fans of the community, and that they're and that she now has a new car and a new house that Isaiah gave her them. I think that's really cool. Yeah, I hope they're enjoying their car. I hope that they are having fun in their new house and in their new car, and they deserve it. Honestly, it was a great story. It was the new Toyota Camry, because we all know Isaiah drives a Toyota Camry. I hope that the fact that they got this new car and this new house just enables them to write more, you know? This is a story that was only posted 7 hours ago. I don't have permission to read it, but I do want to shout it out on here because I think the premise of this sounds really fun. So, Order of the Unseen rejected penthouse letter. So, I don't know how old you are, Rude Dude. I don't know. But there used to be, like, here, I'll read. People used to write these letters to Penthouse magazine, and the document I have for you today is a rejected letter to the editor dated June 6th, 1970. Usually these letters are erotic tales sent into the Penthouse magazine in order to tantalize readers. This one, however, has a much different ending. I can see why it was rejected. It does, however, serve as another lost piece of history that further expands the forgotten past of the Order of the Unseen. Here it is. So it seems like this person is working on creating a short story series about this Order of the Unseen, which is a very cool concept in and of itself. But I love the idea that, this was there was this magazine called Penthouse Forum or whatever it was called, where people would just write in their stories of their sexual escapades, and this magazine would post that, would publish them. And I'm sure a lot of them were interesting or funny or were well written at very least. And it was kind of like erotica for males at the time, I think. It kind of had a play the same way that Hunter S. Thompson and others, serious writers would sometimes write for Playboy and shit. It's they would post articles. Yes, was it primarily a pornography magazine? Yes, but there were these elements of it before everything was all OnlyFans and X, posts and all that shit, and Twitter posts. What's a letter? Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you what a letter is in just a second. No, I'm not trying to. If that sounded condescending, Rude Dude, I'm sorry. It's just that for a long time, I didn't know what Penthouse was, because it's before my time too. It's long before. And so whenever I don't know, there's a joke on The Office when Michael Scott's I wrote a letter to Penthouse, magazine or whatever. I don't know for sure that that's in The Office. What I'm just saying is there's a lot of references to Penthouse, and you're like, what the fuck is this Penthouse? And then you Google it and you're like, oh, okay, I see. they're talking about, you know, their erotica porn, you know. It's essentially a creepypasta forum for horny dudes instead of people who like horror, you know. In many ways, it was a precursor to the brony and creepypasta and furry and all the different online communities. Before any of that, you had Penthouse, and people would write in about, you know, their sexual exploits, and that would happen. But anyways, I thought that was a cool idea of like, you're collecting proof of this order of the unseen or of supernatural shit, and one of the things you found was a rejected Penthouse letter, and like maybe some of the other things that you find are like, oh, this was sent into, like, it was a video sent into America's Funniest Home Videos, and it's like a found footage film where like something funny in it happens, but then there's also something supernatural that happens, like, I don't know, something like that. I just thought that was kind of a cool, you know, kind of has elements of like SCP in terms of this Order of the Unseen being the SCP Foundation, but then also some other cool shit. So I like that. Yeah, that's somehow more scary than the actual horror community. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are actually more scary than stuff that's straight up horror. There's so many things that to me, I'm just like, fuck that. That's way more scary. I don't know why I have this on here. Popular. Okay, it's just popular on Reddit right now. #bald. Okay. But anyways, I kind of wanted to shout out this story because maybe it's good. I haven't read it. But I'm just curious in terms of that archetype of storytelling where you have like, this was a deleted blog post on etc. This is blah blah blah, and all of these things, as you piece together all these different little things, they all create this story about the Order of the Unseen. I think is a cool idea. And that's it. That's all we got. So what do you think we should do next, Rude Dude? You haven't told me. Should we do Drumming in the Clouds, our boy? Pitiful Scream, our boy? Our homie? Our other? This is the thing, is like, now we're doing 2 Irish people in a row. Are the Irish getting a little bit too much love? I mean, you know, they already have it pretty good. They're in Ireland. They do Irish things. They have whiskey, potatoes, Irish cream, stuff like that, you know. I already feel like they're getting too much love on my stream, so maybe I should go to a different author, but he is our friend, so I don't know. Yeah, I know, it's my choice. All right, we'll get into There's Drumming in the Clouds next, and then after Drumming in the Clouds, we're gonna read one from an author I have yet to read, or an author whose stuff I've never read before. But we got a lot of stuff, you know, so let's buckle in here. I know I'm already live streaming, Rude Dude, but if you want to, I mean, I could always like mute my stream for a minute, but if you want to hop on a voice call, I'd be down. I don't know what time it is there for you. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, if you want to message about it privately, you can message me in Discord. I'll pull my Discord chat up right now too. But I'm just saying, if you wanted to hop on the stream, so there's another voice to chat about the stories, we could certainly do that. Alrighty, Spidey. And thank you for stopping by the stream. Yeah, no, I'm excited. I know it's gonna be killer. All his stuff is pretty good anyways. So there's drumming in the clouds. Phase 1, the arrival. So this is maybe the photo, or this is just the art that we get with the story, which pretty haunting, but I also want to say pretty basic. Like, I think what is the most foreboding is the red letters with just the black and white background. I feel like in another circumstance, if you had this as a color photo, this would just be a pretty photo of some pretty magnificent clouds. But with the black and white and the red lettering, very ominous. I like it. I'm gonna go get a drinky real quick, so I'll be right back. Because I know that this story is kind of, yeah, it is a long one. Maybe not too long, because it seems like it's written in such a way that it's not like super dense, but I know I need to buckle in, so I'm gonna go grab a Red Bull and a ginger ale, and we'll get into it. Then we'll just jump right into it, as Philly D will say, or would say. Let's just jump right into it, guys.
Yeah. Oh, man. Cycling through to see what would work.
Poor Arnie. Make it out, Arnie. Oh my God, Arnie, stop whimpering. Oh, that was awesome.
Wait for it.
That's fucked up.
Man, doesn't that go so hard?
That is so good.
It's so good. Ugh.
I really like the. I do like the comedic beat before that though. It's the police. Open up.
What?
Right to the fucking.
Oh,
it's the police. Open up. Stop resisting. Yeah, that's insane.
I like how it's like the last words of all its victims, right? Like, help, someone help me.
Yeah,
and then of course the child.
Thing. The large, like the heavy footsteps trudging through the house too. Yep, horrifying.
Yep. And I think so. Of course, the thing that jumped out and killed him was our boy.
Yeah, the face. Right? Yeah, 100%.
I feel like there's some connection between Semiodyne and like sicking this thing on people. For like, okay, the first ones were accidental, right? Like accidentally. Or well, hold on, no, let me get that right. It is incidental because a crew being up there means this thing will kill it, right?
Yeah.
But now this guy is away from the mountain, and also all this was in April. The attacks over the town didn't happen till October.
Yeah.
So there's 6 months between this event and the time when the people from within the mountain attack everyone. So either Semiodyne has found a way to send this creature to kill Arnold, because remember, he said that when he talked to Frank Porter on the phone, Frank was like, okay, if you don't want to go back, sounds good to me. And then sure enough, this thing shows up and kills him.
Yeah.
Or Frank Porter knows because Arnold had some interaction with the mountain. This thing was already tracking him down.
Well, I like your first theory more. I like your first theory more just because the idea, too, that in the future, in the 93 stuff, they've basically done the thing where they've now have technology where... Or it's more readily known that they're like, oh, we are able to control them and contain them.
Yeah.
And stuff. So to me, it seems like around this time, this might be the first thing that they found that they can control for their own use, especially for an army type of program, you know?
Yeah, that would make sense. I agree.
So I feel like I'm leaning more towards your first theory. than the second one.
I think it'd be possible, especially because of, how much control Semiodyne thinks they have over them in the modern age, at least.
Yeah, and I agree with your phrasing of that too. Thinks that they have.
Thinks, yeah. Oh, again, it's the Tower of Babel thing, right? We will look God in the eye as equals, and then what happens?
Yeah, no shit.
Yo, so how are you feeling about just overall, Grayling?
Oh, Zoe.
Oh,
Zoe, which is your story? Because I'm just about to read the cloud one. Sorry, there's drumming in the clouds. But I can do yours next if you're here. If it's already super late for you, I might just do yours now. I might switch it up because I always want to try to read people's stuff if they catch the live stream. So. And especially if yours isn't too long, we might just be able to just do it to it. I'm guessing maybe yours is this one? That which follows. Okay. Yeah, this one I don't, I never know because I never know how much I'm going to talk about a story, but I'm going to do yours next since you're here. Which, don't feel bad, I'll get to all of them, and even if I don't get to all of them on this stream, it is midnight. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock for me. I get it. So I'm sorry, but we're gonna start yours right now. And yeah, and I stay up all night anyways. I work nights. I don't get home till like 5:30 a.m. So most of the time I stream in the mornings. I just have today off, and so I'm trying to do a bit of a longer stream. So my plan was to start around, 10 midnight for my time and go all night into the morning. So yeah, I like the title, That Which Follows. Cool title, first off the bat. This is the first story from Most Ancient Horse. Also, we have Zoe in the chat, so I'm probably just going to say from Zoe, or is it Zoe or Zoe? I want to say your name right. And I'm fueling up with a Red Bull right now, so we're about to get fucking wild, dude. We're about to get into it, man. That Which Follows. And please tell me, tell me how to say your name, and tell me, if there's something else. If ever I'm mispronouncing anyone's name or whatever, please don't, feel free to correct me, or, send me a DM. Let me know what you would prefer to be called. Yeah, Zoe. Okay, perfect. That Which Follows. The darkness was deep and impenetrable. Not even the flames of the fire could quell the shadows, nor the billions of stars above the still winter night. They sat around the fire pit, holding their spears. A wolf sat beside them. "Tomorrow we will keep going," one of them said. "There should be more once we reach the plains." "But are there enough of us?" another asked. "To take one down?" The others looked hesitant. They had never done this before. They had hunted, killed, stripped fur and flesh from meat, but only with antelope. They had marveled the beasts from afar, watching their slow movements, felt them shake and rattle the earth with their steps. Their fur was dark and coarse, and their tusks long and curved. They were titans. If they could kill a titan, they would last the whole winter. Okay, pause. So, What I'm getting from this first is this is some sort of I don't know if I'm using this word right at all, neo-paleolithic or whatever, like tribe. They have spears. They have a wolf, it sounds like. A wolf sat beside them, so that's kind of cool. I don't know if it means like dire wolf, like some giant kind of wolf, or just like more like a dog. But either way, cool. I like this setup so far. I like period pieces anyways, when it comes to movies or whatever. Like, I like stuff that's in another time. It seems like ever since like Mother Horse Eyes did it and a few other stories, I really like stories that seem to take place like before recorded history, or before like it's not set in a time period that we can even really quantify with our modern understanding of history. Like, yeah, we could say, well, it's maybe like between 5 and 10,000 years ago, or, you know, we can maybe quantify it that way, but like, it's like we don't have any real understanding of what that life is like compared to all the advancements and stuff we have it now. Like, we just can't fathom it. I really like that part of the story of Mother Horse Eyes, where it talked about the river, and Mother River brings us things, and there's the old crone or whatever they call her. And this is giving me that vibe. I believe they are trying to hunt mammoths, which is cool too. I mean, obviously scary, and like with my modern animal loving sensibilities, do I want them to kill a mammoth? No, not really. But at the same time, like, I understand it. And of course, yeah, any animal, I mean, a buffalo could last a village like the whole winter. So I couldn't imagine if it is genuinely a mammoth sized creature. Yeah, that could last them a long fucking time. Yeah, I believe they're like cavemen hunting a mammoth. That's the vibe I'm getting too, Rude Dude. But I'll keep reading so we can find out for sure. It says they have fur and giant tusks, so I assume it's a woolly mammoth. They could last the whole winter, but it would be difficult. They had heard of some being crushed under the massive footfalls of the beasts, and their hides were thick under the fur. Could their spears even penetrate? Yes, one finally said. We must drive it over the cliff. The cliff? Another asked. He nodded. That is the way. Ah, we're getting some Mandalorian vibes here. This is the way. This is the way. He nodded. That is the way. They were silent, staring into the fire. It crackled and sparkled, and they saw shapes within. The wolf perked its ears up. There was something there. Put out the fire, one of them hissed. They jumped up, attempting to throw snow to extinguish the flames. Soon, they were glittering embers. The night suddenly became darker, the shadows creeping closer. What was lurking outside the view of their vision? What was moving between the trees? The wolf stood up, alert. It gave a loud bark that resounded in the silence. There was nothing in response. Nothing they could see, and nothing they could hear. They believed the wolf. The wolf was wild, and knew more than they did. They laid on the snowy ground, wrapped in their furs, spears clutched in their hands. Be still and play dead. That's how they would live. The wolf looked about. Before laying down on the ground, it eased their panicked hearts. Whatever it was had faded, and the wolf relaxed some, but there was no peace in such a dark world. Everything needed to survive, and to survive, they had to kill. They were no different from the creatures that stalked in the dark. But they could rest easy tonight. The wolf would wake them if there was danger, so they could sleep in the meantime. One of them looked at the sky. It was beautiful beyond comprehension. It looked as though the sky had been wounded, a large open maw that stretched across the night. Perhaps it had waged a battle of its own against a beast, one that was unknown to them. There was no moon tonight, just a sliver. In that moment, he thought of his woman, his child. They would be waiting for him. They would be smiling. He rolled over. It was hard to be away from them. They were warm, a different warmth from fire, an intimate warmth, flesh on flesh. He missed her voice. It was soft, like the wind between the trees. Before he left, they laid in the grass together. They drew together, horses and bears and titans. That was all before the cold came in. The next morning, they walked again. The sun was awake, but the light was pale, and the air was freezing. The sun was awake, but the light was pale, and the air was freezing. It offered no warmth like the fire. They were bundled in their furs, their feet crunching through the snow. It was deep enough for it to be difficult, but they couldn't falter. The wolf ran ahead of them. It was not difficult for the dog. That is because it was wild. It knew more than they did. So, okay, pause again. So I'm really liking this. They're definitely on a hunt. There was something stalking them in the darkness. They didn't know what it was. The wolf kind of knew. But we've already heard this refrain twice now about it was wild. It knew more than they did. So I'm guessing, some of the themes that are coming up in this story are sort of, yes, man are animals and stuff, but already by their social structure and their whatever, it already separates them somewhat from the animals, and in that separation, they lose something that the wild creatures know. I'm wondering if that's the dark thing that's hunting them. Maybe it's something about the titans or the mammoths. We don't know yet, but already we're getting a sense that, like, evolution is also a de-evolution in a way. That, when you become smart in some ways, you become dumb in others. So this whole idea of because it was wild, it knew more than they did. I like this. And the wolf is their guide. The wolf is the thing that is the creature that's like helping them teach them how to hunt and all that stuff. The wolf heard a mobility scooter. Seriously though, I predict something bad will happen to the wolf. Can't have a scary story where the dog makes it, but I'll be happy to be proven wrong. Yes. I mean, I agree with the sentiment completely. I'm worried about the wolf. I get the sense that because the wolf knows more than they do, because the wolf is aware of the thing in the dark stalking them, the wolf is gonna probably need to be taken out first, right? So I agree, but I also like this. I like this whole like clash that the story has between sort of like modernity and evolved like society and like sentience and all that stuff, and then the wild nature of animals and the unevolved. And I like how the story's kind of flipping it, where it's like, yes, the humans are talking and have spears and all that stuff, but actually the wolf is the guide. The wolf is the smart one. The wolf, so I'm really liking, I think that it's setting what would be kind of a basic story up in a very interesting way that really has me hooked in. I'm enjoying it so far. The wolf was a guide, so they followed the wolf. It was something more than human. Perhaps it could see beyond them. For if they ate, it would eat too. If they lived, it would live. So I see. So this is like the wolf, the dog, this is the beginning of dogs being domesticated and, being man's best friend and all that. And so I like that. And I like this whole idea that, like, the wolf was so they followed the wolf. It was something more than human. And to me, that's saying, like, its animalness gives it a knowledge that they don't have. And it's not seen as less than human. Like today, we think of animals as not as important. If you kill an animal, it's not as big of a deal as killing a human. But back then, because those times were so dire and they were so, living in nature rather than apart from it, like, they didn't see the wolf, they saw the wolf as something better than themselves. And the wolf was smart enough to know that, like, if I'm gonna prosper, they have to prosper too, sort of thing. That's very cool. I like that idea. The wolf stopped to smell the air, looking back at them. We must be close, one of them spoke. Trees were thinning, and in the distance they could see moving shapes. The wolf seemed excited. It barked and ran from them. It bolted towards one of the towering creatures, startling them. They knew if there was one wolf, there was always more to follow. They let out a cacophony of hunting bellows that filled the air, followed by their thunderous steps. "What is it doing?" one of the men asked. "It's ruining our hunt." Another one of the men froze. His eyes were wide, and he stepped back. The others looked at him. His hands were shaking. "I'm afraid." "Don't be afraid. We must do this or we'll die," they yelled. But he would not listen. His fear made him blind. He ran back into the forest. He was gone. He was dead. The things in the night would claim him. They wanted to chase him down and bring him back. But one of them held out his arm, keeping them from moving. "We don't have time," he said. He made his choice. They didn't protest. He was their leader, and they wouldn't fight him. Armed with their spears and bows, they ran down the hill and onto the mammoth plain. The wolf was still barking, the creatures confused and disoriented as they tried to escape. Most of them did, but the wolf managed to corner one. He stamped his feet, trumpeting in distress as the wolf growled and snapped. The wolf was swift and dodged the beast's attempts to fight back. The men ran up behind it, stabbing their spears into the thick hide of the titan. It tried to move its legs out of the way, stumbling at each piercing sensation. Closer, closer. The poor animal didn't know any better. The rocks crumbled underneath its massive weight as it let out one last desperate cry. Then it fell. The men breathed heavily, watching the mammoths plummet. The rest of its kind were long gone. They would remember. Would they remember? Would they grieve? Perhaps in the distance there would be a funeral song for a bodiless grave. But to the men this was a victory. They would have enough meat and fur to keep them alive for the rest of the winter. They smiled and laughed. The wolf wagged its tail. The wolf looked to be smiling too. "We'll rest here tonight," one of them said. We must climb down the cliff, but night is approaching." "I'm sure we can make it," another replied. "Is it that far?" "No, if we climb down in the darkness, we are dead men," he said, tossing his spear to the ground. The others did the same. The mammoth would not move. "You all should be happy," one said. "We killed the beast." They nodded. They supposed they should be happy, but as they stood, they remembered there was one missing among them. They had lost their own, just as the mammoths did. "He made his choice," he said again, starting to light a fire. "Mourn him now." It wasn't long before the night descended. The cliff became vast and black, like an abyss. They tried to look away, disturbed by the never-ending, but it lurked in their minds. The fire put the men more at ease tonight. They tried to revel in their victory. The fear of the cold starvation seemed to fizzle away, knowing that the mammoth was waiting for them. They would camp in the frozen ravine until the ice and snow melted, and when the flowers bloomed, they would go home again. The wolf sat by the fire, one of the men stroking its thick fur. "It is one of us now," he said. They laughed. "It fought just as hard as we did. Maybe even harder." They threw the wolf some meat, and it quickly devoured it. "We will keep it with us." They nodded, eating their food. "I miss home," one of them said suddenly. "I miss our people." They nodded again. The idea seemed to weigh heavily on them all now. Home was so far away, in distance and in mind. It was hard to remember the faces, the voices, the touch, when they were faced with nothing but isolation of the winds. They had each other, at least, for none of them could imagine walking this path alone. "We will go home," one of them spoke finally. The silence had been heavy. "This is just something we have to do, but we will go home." The fire waned as the night hours moved on, and the men slept, but the wolf did not. The wolf kept its eyes open, its ears perked, as it looked into the emptiness of the world. On the plains, it was just as dark. It was just as deep and dark as the cliffs below. There was something there. The wolf stood up. It growled into the night. The men still slept. It barked. The bark was loud and harsh, and one of the men awoke. He saw nothing, but his heart galloped in his chest like the painted wild horses, and there was something there. Aside from the wolf's barking, he heard nothing. It made him wonder if the wolf saw something small and inconsequential, like a bird or hare. But the animal's stare was intense and unmoving. There was something there. Then the wolf bolted, quickly absorbed into the blackness of the night. One of the men chased after it, a spear in hand. He didn't even think. His legs carried him forward. He couldn't see anything but the stars and the snow. His breaths were heavy, puffs of cloud in the frigid night. But he followed the echoing barks of the wolf through the never-ending darkness. There was a sharp whimper. The wolf was hurt, but there was another sound. A snarling roar. He stopped in his tracks. His heart caught in his chest. The world went silent. The creature was painted. The creature was painted on the walls of a cave in their home. It was no titan, but it was feared by all who walked the night. It was silent, quieter than wind, a ghost between the trees. It would stalk them for miles, but only in death would they see it, when its long teeth sunk into their necks. The long-toothed cat. So like a saber-toothed tiger, I'm guessing? Yeah. It must have followed them. But it bided its time. The cat was not one to chase. The man was snapped from his stupor at the sounds of growling and barking. The wolf and the cat were fighting, but he could not see them. He wanted to help the wolf, running further into the darkness, but the sound came from all around him. There was no more sense of direction. The light of the fire was extinguished. He was lost. It went quiet. He gripped his spear tightly, looking around him for any sight of the cat or the wolf. He could smell blood. His hand shook and his fingers were numb and purple. Something was there. It snuck up behind him. Before he could turn around, the cat leapt onto him, knocking him to the frozen ground. He lost his breath, struggling to move as he felt the massive weight on his back. He stilled. He was afraid. The cat knew this. He didn't move. It seemed to enjoy the terror. He tried to reach for the spear. He could barely let out a choked scream as the cat's fangs pierced through his neck. The pain was blinding, but only for a moment. The men slowly awoke. Something was wrong. The air was still and fragile. The wolf was gone. One of their men was gone. They grabbed their spears before moving to their feet. There was nothing. They looked at each other in confusion before one of the men screamed. It was carnal and animalistic, a frightened creature. The cat snarled, its huge paws and claws digging painfully into the man's chest, fangs buried deep into his eyes from behind. It broke through the bone of his skull with a sickling crunch. The men watched in despair. But there was another, and another, and another. More cats advancing out of the darkness. They surrounded the men. They had never seen so many long-toothed cats before. Not in a single moment. They hissed and bared their long teeth. The men pointed their spears. Yeah, bro. What? Yeah. Again, yeah. I'm really. I was thinking, it was something so quiet and in the darkness, and I was thinking it was something supernatural, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool that it's like a supernatural creature in prehistoric times, like, because that's kind of an uncommon setting for that, right? Like, sure, there's all sorts of old stories about like shapeshifters and stuff from like Native American tribes and just all sorts of stuff like that, but I was like, this even seemed to kind of predate that, right? This is the dawn of humanity, and I was like, that's kind of a cool time to have a supernatural story happen. But then the fact that it seemed supernatural in how menacing and unseen it was, but then to have it be not only one saber-toothed tiger, but like a pack of saber-toothed tigers is pretty fucking frightening. You know what I mean? It's pretty horrifically scary, especially if you're, it's one thing to just kind of be like, well, yeah, of course, all sorts of animals wanted to kill people back then. Like, it was, blah, blah, blah. Like, and yeah, you could say that like those times were just horrifying in general, and they were, but the idea of being on this like long hunt, right? You have X amount of men. You've been gone from your village for maybe, months, it seems like, maybe even like a whole year. And that idea of, trying to take down this mammoth, you finally do. And then all of a sudden you realize that no, like, you're not the biggest predator out here, that no, there's actually a pack of fucking giant, huge toothed cats that you were walking into their trap the whole time. You know what I mean? That is horrific, and that is awful. You know what I mean? That is terrifying. And I have to say, you know, who knows where the story will go. I don't think we have that much more, but I think I like it even more that it's just that it is, you know, another animal. You know what I mean? I think it's a little more poignant for sure, and like a little bit more telling that, like, oh, well, of course the wolf would notice them, and the wolf would be like, you know, looking for them and all that shit, but it doesn't matter because they were just simply outnumbered. The cats were too cunning, you know what I mean? That's horrifying. One of the men yowled, thrusting the spear at one of the cats. It didn't move. It didn't show fear at the man's pathetic display. No, it took it as an invitation. The cat lunged, knocking the man down as it had the first, holding his head down with a massive paw. It slashed through his neck, arteries snapping and blood spraying on the cat's muzzle as it took a bite. The men tried to run. Desperation had taken hold, and they dispersed like prey. The cats split up. They were like wolves coordinating a swift, effective attack. Their strong legs made them faster than the men. Human weapons would do nothing here. But it didn't stop them from trying. One of the men pierced the hide of one of the cats with his spear, causing the beast to roar. It was a mixture of pain and rage. These creatures were hunting for more than just survival. The cat bled, but the wound was not fatal. The attempt on its life seemed to invigorate it more. Rather than scare it, it just rushed the man, ripping through his face and clawing into his body, a feast. One man remained still at the fire pit. His back was to the cliff. In his terror, he didn't notice. He was fixated on the cat before him. It moved closer, slowly, teasing, almost as if it knew. The man took a step back, teetering on the edge. The other cat seemed to notice, padding closer and closer in the snow. Crunch, crunch, crunch. He jabbed his spear and yelled. He screamed, his body reacting before his mind could catch up. As they drew closer, he drew back. Suddenly, all he saw were stars. His last thought was how many there were. He could no longer feel, not even the snow on his fingers or the mammoth's fur. When the snow melted and the flowers grew, the plains were lush and green. The woman and her child had never seen grass so green before. They ran through it together, laughing and smiling. The woman scooped up her child, spinning her in her arms. It was just them now. The man they were waiting for had been lost to the snow. The woman stroked the girl's dark hair. Before the child pointed, they noticed an old fire pit by the cliff's edge. They got closer. There was a mammoth skeleton down below, white and bleached from the sun, as well as a man's. The grass rustled. They looked back. There was something there. Damn! That is brutal. That is a brutal ending. That was good. That was very good. That was very fun. That had a nice little cliffhanger ending that you get with a lot of creepypastas, but that one was pretty good. And I guess what I what I like the most of this is the time period and the setting and how simple, you know, this is the dawn of man. This is like, you know, men not quite being the apex predators yet, but like getting there, and you know, trying to assert that with, like, in terms of the titans and the mammoths, in other words. And they're like, if we can just kill one, you know, then we'll be fine, and then you know, nothing can hurt us. And they kill one, but then it was all for nothing, you know, it was all a ruse. Turns out they weren't the top predators. They weren't even close, and the cats were just waiting the whole time to get them in a spot where they were the most vulnerable. And then they did, and they strike. And then at the end, it's the same with the girl and the woman and the guy's daughter who died before. It's like, then you have, you know, you have them kind of, just as soon as they discover the spot, you know, where his life ended or whatever, it's like the fucking the tigers are just waiting there the whole time, like they've, you know, like they were just waiting for someone to come looking, like they were that cunning. I love it. I think yeah, instead it's grounded. Yeah, I love it too. I think it's well written. I think it's the right amount of otherworldly in terms of like the language used and stuff. Does make it seem like an older time, and there's little things, and it's not super, like, you know, you don't have to all of a sudden change all the language to be like Old English or something. But it was just something like, there was a line, the sun was awake, but the light was pale and the air was freezing. Like just a little turn of phrase like that can do a lot to make the story sound like it's from a different time, right? Or make it seem this otherworldly way, because like, although you're writing it in the English language as we know it today with the language conventions, there's just little things that you can do that add, or like even in the Mother Horse Eye story, like how they're like, you know, the crone was good at talking, and you know, the man was not good at talking, or whatever. Like just little things like that they're just simple ways of saying things, but they just show a less developed way of speaking, that just, it gives it this otherworldliness, it gives it this old timiness that just gives it so much authenticity. So when you have a line like, the sun was awake, but the light was pale and air was freezing, like, not only do we know that it's still freezing cold even though the sun was out, but we get it that it's morning, that the sun is just kind of risen, and it's just really fun. It's really fun. It's probably really, I imagine this was very fun to write as a writer. It was probably very freeing, because it was like, I don't have to be like, the sun bursted over the horizon and sent Auburn, blah, you know what I mean? It's like that lack of like sophisticated, wordy language really allows you to, it frees you up to just get to the meat and bones of the story, of what you want to say and the things that you want to happen. And everything we need to know, we do know. We get the fear. We get the men talking about, like, well, they noticed that one of their party was gone. They had already lost one. And then the leader says, like, grieve, he is already gone. He made his choice. Grieve him now. Like, in that dialogue, there is a lot of complex undertones. You know, we get that sad that this guy is gone, and that he gave into fear, and that they lost him, and that they have to mourn him, or they have to grieve for him, even without knowing if he's truly dead, because they're like, the hunt is so, it's that important, we can't focus on him, we can't focus on anything else. And that just makes it, that's just the sign of such a good story, and honestly a strong author, Zoe, on your part. Like, yes, it might have been a fun experiment, but I know a lot of people that would have written this story and still would have used very flowery, like, language in terms of, like, describing the nature of it. They still would have, like, used those what's it called, those SAT words, but with just these simple descriptions, like, they were warm, a different warmth from a fire, an intimate warmth, flesh on flesh. He missed her voice. It was soft, like the wind between the trees. Before he left, they laid in the grass together. They drew together, horses and bears and titans. That was all before the cold came in. Just descriptions like that. They say everything they need to say, and you're not, and it's staying grounded in this old-timey, simpler way of speaking that just gives the story so much validity. And it's fun for me as a reader, because I feel like, I'm not straining to wrap my head around it. I'm not like, what is the definition of this, or what and it's so simple, and it's just so effective, so incredibly effective. It's terrifying. I like that it wasn't just one tiger, but it was multiple tigers at the end, because it's just this overwhelming, because at first I was thinking we are going to get, like, some sort of whether it's a supernatural creature or not, we are going to get some sort of a Jaws story where it's like one giant unkillable killing machine that's chasing after them, and they're just fighting to survive. But no, it's futile. They were the pack of saber-toothed tigers were just waiting until the humans entered this trap, which the trap for them was to trap this mammoth. And once they had done that, they were like gonna stay there, because they had to get it. And for them, it was, they were always all gonna die. And even from the point of, to have the daughter and the mother come at the end and see the skeletons, and then hear the rustling in the bushes, it just hits that futility of how, even though we might be the apex predators on this planet, or we might be the ones who have populated this planet the most, we aren't the most evolved in a lot of ways. We aren't the most, when it comes to the wildness and survival in the wild, we aren't even close to the fucking apex. And yeah, scientifically they were pack animals, so I wanted to play on that. Yeah, and that's awesome, and I love that. I love, because at first it's like there's something in the dark. It's not like, well, it doesn't ever say like, well, I think that there's multiple things. But I like that at the end, it's not just one monster. It is a pack of these monsters, because it shows kind of the comparison between the tigers and the humans, right? How the humans thought that they were hunting these mammoths, while meanwhile the tigers were just hunting them. And I think that that's just a really cool parallel to draw on. And it's frightening, it's haunting, it's terrifying. I would love to see you know, like a fan art of this story where it's like a dude like holding his spear who's like he's tracking after the mammoths, but then just in the background you just see like these silhouettes and these eyes just like up in the trees or whatever, just like, you know what I mean, kind of thing, where it's like you were so focused on what you had to do, on your hunger and on being a predator yourself. You were so focused on the hunt yourself that it never even occurred to you that you might be being hunted. That's just a lot of fun. That's a great way to, like, you know, surprise the reader. That's a great way to build suspense and horror, is by making the prey the predator at first. You know, they think that they're, and I didn't know. I thought, you know, I was like, maybe they're gonna kill this mammoth and then some spirit of the forest is gonna like punish them for how they did it, or maybe they're not gonna be able to get the meat back up, and so they're gonna like waste this mammoth's life, and so because of that some creature is going to, you know, punish them. Like, I thought it would be some sort of karmic thing like that, but no, it's just pure survival of the fittest, fair nature. You know, it's that brutal fairness of survival of the fittest, and I think that's fun, and honestly a really underused like time period and setting for horror, because it is fucking horrifying, you know, being a completely underdeveloped whatever human on the verge of like having technology and complex thought and all that stuff, but not necessarily having anything that actually puts you above everything else yet, and just being in that is very fun, very horrifying. I love it. Super duper fun story. Thank you so much for sharing it. I'm glad that you posted it online, because I do think other people will read this and enjoy it. It's not super long, so I feel like there's a good chance that some other people will check it out, and hopefully, you know, it'll get some love on the subreddit. But definitely absolutely don't post things unless you're ready to post them. But if you think you have to be like precious or should be afraid to post stuff, this story tells me that you're ready to post your work. You know, this story tells me that your work is well thought out, that you have a voice and you're able to match, you know, your tone of the story to the setting and stuff like that. And this just shows me that, like, if you have a story that's finished and you're just like, well, I don't know if I should share it, you know, whatever, I say share it. Put it out there. You know, you can always get feedback first. You can always send it out to people in the Discord. You know, there's people will do that for you. But I'm certainly glad that you posted this one, because this was a lot of fun. This was a great horror short story. And just, yeah, a blast, and different than a lot of other stuff I've read, you know. Different in its setting, its pacing was very good and well done. It had interesting, like, in terms of like, what are the titans? What are they're the mammoths. Well, then what are the things that are following them? Like, it had twists and turns throughout that made it super fun. As Rude Dude says, very succinctly, please post more stories. This story was really fun. He said what I just said in way less words. So please take that to heart. Believe us. We're not just being nice. We're not just, whatever. It's, you're definitely have something as a writer, and you should be proud to post, regardless of, you know, how many likes or something gets. It's like, you should be proud that you started a story, that you finished a story, and that you put it online for other people to experience. That should bring you a lot of joy and fulfillment, because it did for me. I know for me, I'm going to be thinking about this story from a while. I'm going to be thinking about what ideas have I had for stories that would work better in this sort of a time period, you know? What concepts have I been like playing with that maybe haven't been working because I'm trying to tell them at a time when it doesn't make as much sense, or it's not going to be as effective, you know what I mean? Good. And I think if I know it right, like, I've seen you on the Discord, and I do feel like I saw that sometimes you were a little maybe apprehensive, or maybe not sure like what you wanted to write or if you wanted to post. And if this story is any indication, post, you know what I mean? Like, post, and, you know, post when you're ready, but post. Don't feel like you know, well, I just gotta post something. Like, you know, write in your own time. We all take our own time. We all have our own ways of like editing and refining our work, but take this as a good first step in what can be a very promising journey of writing, because the hardest part is just conceiving something, writing it, revising it, and getting it out there. Like, that is, like, you know, that is that last step of actually sharing it is sometimes the hardest part, and you're not gonna know until you do it whether it's something you want to keep doing. But I think that you should, and I'm really happy to have read it. So thank you. Very cool. Thank you so much, Zoe. That was a banger, certified banger. I tip my beanie to you, madam. All right, so now we're gonna do the clouds. We're gonna get cloudy up in this biatch. There's drumming in the clouds. It's getting started in here. Let's get it started in hot. I always take my teeth out because I was drinking a Red Bull. But then I get too excited because the story's too good and I forget to put them back in. Let's do a little bit of water here. A little bit of water. Yes. And that is a good point too, Zoe. That is what the Discord is full. That is what the Reddit is for. I've had writer's block before. I've also just suffered with, not necessarily writer's block, but just a general, like, just being overworked and not having the energy to be creative, and it's a very real thing, and you shouldn't feel bad about it. But the main thing that I've learned from the Discord and the subreddit in general is that no writers really anywhere on the earth for the most part, they don't write in a vacuum. They don't publish / complete stories in a vacuum. Very few writers, unless they've already had a lot of stuff published, just write something and publish it or send it to a publisher. And very few writers ever just do that, and it's only them who sees the story before they share it with the world. Most writers it takes a village, right? It takes a community. Most people have other people in their life, whether it's friends, other writers, trusted, just people that they have in their lives that they share the story with, that they talk about elements of the story before they've even written it. They go, well, I think I want the first part to end this way, and they talk that through with someone. And in doing that, they're able to kind of solidify their ideas, see where maybe they should tweak them, see where maybe they should change them, get some feedback, get some whatever. And then in the process of talking about their ideas for stuff, that is how stories really come to fruition. My preconceived notion of who an author or writer is a guy who goes, today I'm going to create a world. I'm going to create a whole world, and it's going to be awesome, and everyone's going to love it. And he sits down and he immediately has a group of characters that he writes down, and he maps them all out, and then he starts to work on the story, and he starts just writing the first chapter even. And I thought that writers were these solitary geniuses who mapped out whole worlds and whole characters and whatever, and created a whole story from beginning to end. And then once the story was at its end, and at least they had a first draft of a manuscript, then they maybe shared it with a few people, or they sent it off to a publisher or whatever. But that's very rarely how it happens. People always happy to help with feedback. I know sharing unfinished work is scary, but it could be a good way to get over writer's block. Absolutely. And it's useful. It's useful to get, like, there's this whole idea that Hunter and Isaiah talked about like kill your darlings or kill your babies, about how some writers have like a certain idea that they want to put in one specific story, but it actually doesn't fit, and so they end up writing a story that is either kind of two stories, or that they never go deep into detail with one idea or the other, and stuff like that. And my point in bringing this up in this context is, like, you don't even need to kill your babies or kill your whatever necessarily if you just share your stories with more people and get more feedback and give more feedback to other people and help other people with those stories. You'll get a better sense for already, okay, like, would this story be best served if I cut this character out of it entirely? I love this character, I want to use them in something, but do they really fit in this story? You know, things like that. And it can be so helpful to just have people to bounce those off. And then, you know, you can kill your darlings or whatever if you want to, but and then my point is that if you get less precious about sharing your work and you get better at both receiving and giving feedback, it becomes fun. It becomes something you look forward to. It doesn't become something that you go, that you have anxiety about and that you worry about. You go, oh, I just finally finished my first draft. I can't wait to send it off to this group of people. I can't wait to send it to them, hear what they know, because then I know that my story's only going to get better once I have that feedback. And then once I have that feedback, it'll be ready to post, you know. And that is how it works. And that is how, that is how writers and writing flourishes. in my opinion, I'm learning more and more that it doesn't really ever happen in a vacuum, Even people like Stephen King, who has written so many books in his lifetime, even he, I think, yes, he's got a lot of confidence and he knows how to like tell a story or write in general, but I think even he probably has situations where it's like he probably has a book agent and a publisher and whatever, and all these people that he can go talk to. If there's any story that he's even kind of thinking about telling or writing, and he probably goes and some of the people probably go, yeah, this would make a good movie, or this would make a good TV show or whatever, and he probably has a whole, there's literally a whole company of people that probably can work for him, and all their job is really to do is to help him find the best way and method of publishing / creating the story he wants to tell, As the horse girl in the Discord, you've read some of my work, rude dude, I think. Oh yeah, my horse Mabel story. I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing where you go with that. See, that's awesome. And see, there are people, even if you just have a short, like 1-part story, there are people that are looking forward to the next part of your story, that they want to know what happens. I can guarantee it, even if you've only shared it with a few people. We want our fellow authors and writers to succeed. No one wants your story to no one wants a story to be half finished, you know what I mean? We're all in this to help each other post that last part or finish that manuscript, so. All right, there's drumming in the clouds. A short story by Pitiful Scream 97. Phase 1, the arrival. The photograph arrived without explanation. It showed some kind of mass, dark gray and pulsating. Dark gray and pulsating, it was hovering far above the North Atlantic. It resembled a cyclone, but there was no eye of this storm, no rotation, just layers like folds of gauze, stacked and suspended. The sky around it was clear. That was the first impossibility. Dr. Married Finn? I don't know that name. I'm assuming it's probably an Irish name, but Dr. Married Finn, Mayreed. I'm gonna say Mayreed. Dr. Mayreed Finn saw the image at 6:32 a.m. forwarded to her personal account from an encrypted ministry server. The subject line read only, "Come in immediately." Dr. Finn arrived at the North Strand Climate Monitoring Facility before sunrise. The conference room was already full. Not normal for a Wednesday. Technicians, military liaisons, 2 senior meteorologists, and a man from the Department of Anomalous Phenomena, a department that officially didn't exist. Anomalous Phenomena. Department of AP. Yeah. From the DAP, we'll call it. No one spoke for the first 10 minutes. They just stared at the image projected on the main wall, a still frame from the weather satellite feed. I've never seen a static formation at that altitude before, May Reed said, her eyes locked on the impossible image. What altitude is it exactly? 47 kilometers, one of the technicians said, adjusting his glasses. She blinked. Mesosphere? Mesosphere? Yeah, I think that's how you say that. Or mesosphere, but... Mesosphere? She blinked. Mesosphere? Mesosphere? Correct. Clouds don't form in the mesosphere. That doesn't make any sense. One of the meteorologists stood. It's your job to make sense of this, Dr. Finn. When was it first reported? She responded, ignoring the man. It's been there for 6 hours. It just showed up, the military liaison cleared his throat. Spotted by a satellite over the Atlantic. Cross-checked by a second pass. We thought it might be weapon debris. It's not. Civil flights are already diverting. Maritime routes too. On the monitors, numbers scrolled. Temperatures, wind speeds, strange depth readings. The mass wasn't moving. Winds tore at it hundreds of kilometers per hour, but it didn't rotate, didn't shear, just remained. It's not a weather event, the meteorologist said, visibly frustrated. Then what is it? Asked the liaison. No one had an answer. By noon, the world had seen it. Footage taken by a commercial pilot had gone viral. A band of dark mist stretching from horizon to horizon, bloated and heavy, blotting out the sun. It covered a region roughly the size of North America and appeared to be growing. Oh shit. The shadow of the cloud cast was immeasurable. On a clear sunny day, the light would dim like a solar eclipse. Sky turned dull gray. Shadows vanish. Birds fell silent. Some areas experienced perpetual dusk for days. People on the ground began reporting changes. Strange static humming in their teeth, tension headaches, and a persistent low pressure in their ears. Online forums exploded. The cloud trended within the hour. Dr. Finn kept working. She had trained herself to remain clinical, methodical. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that the air in the lab had gone stale. Something was very wrong, and not a single thinking brain on the planet could provide answers to the impossible situation. At exactly 9:43 GMT, the first sound was recorded. A low frequency thump, thump, deep and distant, then another 2 hours apart, then again and again. Thunder, someone offered, but the radar was clear. Not a single weather system for 1,000 kilometers. The thump came again, only minutes apart. May Reed sat perfectly still, headset on, watching the sound wave roll across the monitor. It wasn't thunder. It wasn't seismic. It was airborne. Jesus, whispered a young intern nearby. It's coming from inside the cloud. By midnight, it had settled into a rhythm, a slow, deep drumming sound. Thump, 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 thump. Regular, relentless, as though something far, Far above was a knocking from the other side of the sky. Project Cerberus Vale, Field Journal entry. Dr. Mayreed Finn, lead meteorologist, classified level Omega, day 1, 11:42 GMT. The cloud remains stationary. Its scale is beyond measurement. Its thick fog goes far beyond our atmosphere. The sound began tonight. Regular pulses, low frequency, origin unknown but triangulated within the formation. The collection of all data is incomplete at this time. Personal note. It is not weather. It is not man-made. We don't know what this is. Phase 2, the sound of God. By morning, the drumming was heard across the entire northern hemisphere. It was no longer limited to the monitoring stations. People across Europe and the eastern United States, parts of Western Africa, and even as far as Argentina reported hearing it, not just through the air, but through their bodies. In the base of the skull, the hollows of the chest, or behind the eyes, the sound was felt just as much as it was heard. Entire cities reported the vibrations. Hospitals began to fill, not from injury, but from confusion. Migraines, tinnitus, bleeding noses, teeth chattering in perfect sync. People were losing their minds, tormented by the sound they couldn't escape. A woman in Bordeaux began convulsing and screamed, "I hear it! I hear it! I hear it!" before falling unconscious. At 1:06 a.m. GMT, Dr. Finn watched from the roof of the North Strand facility as the light changed again. Not dimmer, not quite, but wrong. She struggled to name it. Shadows had lost their edges, buildings looked slightly flattened, colors were muted, like the world had been submerged in water. She raised her hand and stared at her palm, veins like rivers on a map. Her skin was paler than before. Her hair stood up on her arm. The drumming continued. Dr. Finn? No. Dr. Finn? The man from the Department of Anomalous Phenomena pushed through the steel door behind her. My name is Jonas, ma'am. I've been meaning to speak with you. He paused beside her, eyes turned upward to the dreadful cloud. It swallowed the entire skyline, swallowing the stars and moon alike. Quite the view, he murmured. What can I do for you, Jonas? She asked, her tone clipped, unwilling to indulge small talk. You know who I work for? She nodded once, offering him a cigarette from her near-empty pack. No thanks, I quit. Fresh air for me, he laughed awkwardly as Dr. Finn lit her smoke. They're relocating me, he said. Opposite side of the world. Counterpart facility in the southern hemisphere. They want simultaneous readings, mere data sets. Honestly, it feels like I'm being moved out of the blast zone. He paused for a moment. If this thing is global, if it keeps growing, we need to know if it behaves the same way everywhere. Otherwise, we're flying blind. Finn studied him, the shadows across his face blurred and trembling in the wrong light. So you'll be chasing the other horizon? Something like that. He gave me a thin smile, but his eyes stayed locked on the sky. I'll send you everything I find. Maybe between the two of us we'll make sense of it. Her gaze lingered on him a moment longer than she intended. Then she looked back to the cloud. Maybe. The drumming echoed, low, cavernous, endless. Thump, 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 thump. Neither of them spoke after that. The emergency broadcast systems went live just after noon. News anchors read pre-written statements. No questions, no speculation. Authorities are aware of an atmospheric anomaly currently positioned over the Atlantic. Remain indoors. Limit direct observation of the phenomena. Further information will be provided when available. The feeds cut off after 90 seconds. Black screens revealed the concerned reactions of the population. Social media boiled over with conspiracy, prophecy, and fear. A viral clip from New York showed commuters frozen in the middle of an intersection, all exiting their vehicles, all staring up at once, dozens of them, like they'd heard a voice. Then some began to cry, others fell to their knees in prayer, all united by the oppression of complete and total helplessness. Another clip from a Nigerian cargo ship showed the cloud expanding, spilling outward in curling tendrils. Vast sections of dark mist swirled within the cloud, like black sand in clear water. The crew's final log simply read, "God has returned to us." Oh shit. At 2:42 a.m., Dr. Finn stepped into the soundproof chamber to listen to the unfiltered live feed. She sat at the center of a small white room, shaped on the over-ear monitors, and listened. There was thump, 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 thump. The drumming from the cloud, clearer now, more spacious, more thoughtful. There were pauses between the beats, pauses long enough to create the illusion it had stopped. Before it came again, she felt it deep in her rib cage, her heart sinking to the aerial phenomena. The drumming had become a presence, not sound alone, but a tidal force pressing against the earth. Every beat made her stomach lurch as if something vast was stirring within the planet itself. Then it shifted. The sound broke free of rhythm. A single, elongated groan, wet and guttural, poured from the cloud. It rippled across the atmosphere like thick, viscous liquid, sloshing into every crack or crevice it could find. The ground itself was vibrating under the sonic pressure. It was enormous, impossible, something alive and malignant, something so vast that its voice reshaped the sky. The pitch was almost beyond hearing, subsonic yet tortuously present. Low, dragging, reverberating with weight of mass she could not comprehend. The groan slithered and pulsed, like the wet crack of muscle tearing, sinew stretching, predator yawning across the heavens. That's a dope line. A predator yawning across the heavens. Her chest heaved, her stomach twisted, her fingers tingled with the pressure of sound. Her mind screamed against comprehension. The noise was alive, malicious, shapeless, yet aware. It hung on the room like a storm that could devour everything, pausing only to let its presence sink further into her bones before dragging itself back into a wet, shuddering growl. She ripped the headphones off, trembling, sweat prickling across her skin. The chamber was silent, but not really. The sound lingered, imprinted on her ribs and skull, crawling through her blood. Was that a voice? The intern monitoring the signal turned to her, pale and crying. No, Dr. Finn whispered. It wasn't a voice. He swallowed. Then, what was it? She stood slowly and left the room without speaking another word. Drumming resumed as normal. Project Cerberus Veil. Field Journal entry. Dr. Maren Reed, lead meteorologist, classified, level Omega. Day 2, 3:17 a.m. GMT. Cloud remains stationary. Estimated diameter now exceeds 5,000 km. Audio patterns continue rhythmic, biological, possibly vocal. Global symptoms reported: neurological disruption, auditory hallucinations, emotional volatility, mass hysteria, thousands of casualties across different countries, burst eardrums, and internal bleeding. Public unrest increasing, governmental control deteriorating. A plan was initiated to obtain a visual of the sound source. Jonas's team ran 3 LIDAR sweeps from orbit, from a U-2 spy plane, and from a modified weather balloon. Orbital scan returned no depth readings, not zero, just nothing, as if it struck open air for thousands of meters, then refused to return. Plane scan logged 1 frame of internal structure. Looked like bone. A moment later, the image glitched, reloaded, and showed a perfect sphere the size of a mountain, then static. Balloon feed, 20 minutes of telemetry before loss of signal. Internal layers visible, fibrous twitching. Final frame, a shape in the center, spindled, elongated, symmetrical but wrong. Our analysis ran it through edge detection software. The results were disturbing. It resembles a face, but only when you didn't look at it directly. Convergence of lines, folds, and textures that formed something odd. One technician collapsed during the image view. Said she felt like it could see her. I saw it too, just once. It didn't scare me. Just made me feel ashamed. We've locked the files, project code, Cerberus Veil, access, visual AI systems only, no human review permitted, effective immediately. Jonas agrees. There's something in there. He's gone south, into the dark. I don't know when I'll see him again. Personal note, I think it's stretching. Phase 3, the arms. Oh great, it's gonna grow fucking arms. Dr. Finn jolted from her sleep, her phone vibrating on the steel table. She had passed out at her desk, overworked and exhausted. She grabbed her phone. The screen read, Jonas, DAP. Finn? Jonas's voice came sharp, urgent. Are you seeing the latest readings? Her pulse quickened. The cloud had been behaving differently. The drumming was heavier, more insistent. Thump, 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 thump. I'm watching. It's intense, but nothing new yet. Thump, 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 thump. Intense, his laugh was bitter. Intense doesn't cover this. The subsonic pulses, every monitoring station on every continent, they're aligning. The underside of the cloud, it's splitting along a straight vertical seam. The satellites caught it just before it closed again. Dr. Finn frowned. A seam? Thump, 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 thump. Like a mouth preparing to open. I don't mean metaphorically, his voice dropped, urgent. There's a pattern in the pulses, rhythms building. I don't know how else to say it. The drumming? It's a fucking heartbeat, May Reed. and it's getting faster. You need to be ready. Something is happening. Whatever you do, don't go outside. Whatever happens next, it's not just sound, it's alive. Thump, 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 thump. You felt it in her chest before she could reply, a vibration deep in bone and blood, the wet resonance of something enormous stirring. Jonas, stay calm, lock yourself in, go to the bunker now, the monitors are there, you can observe, whatever you do, do not fucking step outside. The line went dead. Then the line went dead. God, this is getting pretty intense, I'm not gonna lie. A heartbeat later, across the northern hemisphere, a vertical fracture tore through the sky like a wound. It widened with deliberate slowness. Layers of mist peeled back in fleshy folds. Shadows deepened, bending the space around it. A deafening, sticky squelch like tearing flesh echoed across the hemisphere. Behind it was darkness that seemed to breathe, vast and unfathomable, a darkness that bent perception. No camera could capture it, no eye on the planet was built to perceive such a biblical event. Without tremor or trumpet, the cloud opened. What lay inside was not lightless, but unknowable. Some said it was a mouth, some said it was a wound, and from it came the sound again, louder now, clearer, something wet and vast and pulsing, something impossible, not breathing, gnawing. Across the world, people looked up in unison. Some screamed, some dropped to their knees, others stood still and watched, transfixed, as the first of the arms descended. Long, tapering limbs like serpents, oily black and glistening, emerging from the wound in the sky in slow spirals. Some were miles long, other kilometers. They swam through the air like they were underwater, languid, elegant, hypnotic. Thousands of them, tens of thousands. Very, very beautiful, very descriptive, descriptively menacing for sure. I'm liking, because here's my thing with alien stories or with giant, whatever you want to call it, atmospheric disruption things like this. Is I never like when they're like, it was just up there and we heard the weird noise and people started acting crazy, and then X, Y, and Z happened and it was gone, or then, that was the last day before the world ended. I like that something more specific now is happening in terms of this giant opening. We're getting the information about the rhythmic, that it's like a heartbeat, that, stuff like that. I was assuming that it was a heartbeat, but I wasn't sure. That's kind of more than hinted at. So I like that we're getting more interesting information about it. And now these long, languid, black, oily serpent arms are coming out of the maw opening up. I really like that. I was hoping it would get into something specific like this. I was hoping it just wouldn't be this giant cloud in the sky that whatever drove people crazy. Like if that's all it was, I would have been a lot more disappointed with the story, but since now more shit's happening, I'm really enjoying it. I'll just say, but I'm excited to see what happens next. So they swam through the air like they were underwater, languid, elegant, hypnotic, thousands of them, tens of thousands. They moved across the sky like a nest of worms poured through a funnel, coiling, searching. One by one, the arms reached down into the earth, slithering through cities, across oceans, over fields. It didn't take long for the first to be taken. A man in Tokyo screamed as an arm wrapped around him, his fingers dug into the meat as the grip around his waist was tightened, pulling him skyward. His cries split the morning air. In Cairo, a girl begged God as she was yanked from her bed. Her cat bolted in terror, claws scraping the floor. In a Venezuelan village, a mother was snatched from her courtyard. Her young daughter clung desperately to her legs, screaming for her mother to come back down. Her tiny hands gripped her mother's ankle in desperation to save her, but the child's fingers would not hold. They were ripped upward hundreds of feet in a matter of seconds. Her mother's body ascended, twisting elegantly like a dancer in midair, but gravity did not forgive the child. She fell, limbs flailing, hair whipping across her face, colliding with the unforgiving earth. The sickening thump echoed across the village. Damn. Some were taken screaming, others laughed, lifted in the ascending, as if ascending into a dark ecstasy. Cultists, convinced of divine favor, threw themselves toward the putrid appendages, arms outstretched, their voices raised in hymns or chants of joy, begging for rapture. The arms took only a few of them with the same bold precision, pulling them upward as their ecstasy transformed into terror mid-flight. Across continents, people fought, clawed, resisted, but it was futile. Each arm performed the same ritual, one human at a time, spiraling upward toward the yawning darkness, and returned to the earth for its next selection. Children, the elderly, the healthy, the sick, criminals, priests, lovers, the lost. Cities became theaters of chaos, streets emptied in seconds, traffic snarled and stalled, windows rattled under the roar of thousands being drawn skyward. Parents clawed for their children, children screamed for their parents, people tried to leap from balconies, bridges, and rooftops only to be grabbed mid-fall, their last moments a tangled dance of limbs and terror. In remote fields, farmers and herders watched as the arms swept across the horizon, livestock scattered, terrified, the ground shaking under their thrumming resonance. One farmer caught a glimpse of his wife being lifted, arms flailing, crying his name. He tried to run, the arm retracted, and she was gone, leaving him kneeling in the mud, screaming to the indifferent sky. Over the first 12 hours, over 40 million were gone, more than the entire population of Canada. Yeah, I'm getting Rapture vibes too. I'm getting Rapture vibes, but I do think it's kind of an unholy Rapture. Like, even the cult, even, you know, it said even the cultist, like, who wanted to be taken, who were like praying to this cloud and all the shit, even their cries halfway from joy after being picked up, their cries from joy turned to cries of horror. So I think if it was some sort of like benevolent, good rapture, I don't think the one people who want to be taken by it would even start freak out midway. So that leads me to believe that, like, even while people are being taken up, they're getting the sense of the hunger of this creature, or the just the evilness of it, you know, the malevolent nature of it as it pulls them in, as it, you know, as it raptures them away. And yeah, as for like the people laughing who got taken, it's like those are, I think, the people whose minds are just breaking, as you know, so they're just laughing the whole way up because they're just too far gone to even care. So but I am curious how it's selecting people. You know, if there's some rhyme or reason to why. Maybe this is aliens like thinning the herd. Maybe they're being taken to be, it's grabbing a bunch of humans to be intergalactic slaves. Like, we don't know. Obviously, we assume it's some sort of like an alien-ish entity, but we don't know. Maybe it's that, or maybe it is some just God. Whether it's a good God or bad God, we don't know, but by 48 hours, estimates climb past 90 million. Entire nations devoured by the sky. The arms moved like a living tide, slow but inexorable, elegant in motion but grotesque in function. Each human was treated as a singular prize, twisted upwards toward the infinite, the process horrifyingly meticulous. Dr. Finn watched from the bunker as the monitors flared with the streams of disappearances, faces contorted in panic, joy, disbelief. She could hear them through the cameras, screams that layered upon one another like a living symphony of terror. The arms paused briefly over cities, observing, coiling and uncoiling. Their thick veins pulsated. They seemed to savor the fear. Then, with chilling patience, they selected again, dragging the living toward the maw. In one European city, a young couple ran through the streets hand in hand. The woman tripped, and an arm twisted around her ankle. Her boyfriend tried to pull her free. The arm retracted, twisting her upward with such force that his hands tore away from hers. He fell to his knees, begging only for the arm to return for him. Oh shit. Over the 57 hours, the northern hemisphere emptied in a relentless, mechanical, almost ritualistic harvest. Every arm returned repeatedly to the sky's wound, each human plucked and lifted until the air was thick with echoes of terror and awe. By the final hour, Dr. Finn could only stare at the screens, numb. The arms paused at last, holding their harvest aloft for a long silent moment. As if counting, observing, savoring, they began to slow, deliberate retreat one by one, carrying their captive towards the unknowable darkness that had given them form. Over 4 hours, the sky had closed over, and the world was left in silence. Only the sound of the drums thump, 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 thump. Field journal entry. Project Cerberus Vale. Dr. Mayreed Finn, lead meteorologist, classified level Omega. Day 3, 11:11 GMT. The formation opened. An aperture, estimated diameter 3,000 kilometers across. Arms, tongues emerged tens of thousands. Movement suggests intelligence, not random. Selection appears non-biological. We can't predict it. I watched them be taken. God forgive me. We tried everything. Interference, signal jamming, sonic weapons. Russia sent a nuke. To hell with the aftermath of that. It didn't go off, just swallowed by the cloud. The arms are not affected. The world is hollow. The monitors lie dead. Their screens frozen with faces I'll never forget. Even the saved recordings fail to convey the scale of what happened. The arms, the scream, the silence that followed. Entire populations taken with the precision of a surgeon, cruelty of a predator, the elegance of a nightmare. 90 million, more, perhaps 100 million, I cannot be certain. The Northern Hemisphere is a graveyard with no corpses, and yet the sky is calm, deceptively calm. The wound has closed. The drum, it continues. Always beneath everything, a low, insistent pulse that will not be ignored. I do not know what to do next. Observation is pointless. Every theory, every model, every calculation is meaningless against this. We are observers of an event. We are its remnants, survivors only in a technical sense. In every other way, we are gone. Personal note. There is nothing to fight, nothing to flee, only to record, only to bear witness, and I will, till the end. What else is there to do? The belch? Oh my god. Is he gonna puke all their bones out or something? That's what I'm thinking. One month and 14 days passed. No arms, no movement from the sky. The cloud remained hanging impossibly still above the Atlantic like a wound that refused to heal. Most nations had abandoned any attempt to engage with it. Some still broadcast official statements, hollow robotic reassurances, but no one listened. The world had been held in place, breathless, afraid to look up, held hostage by our new god. Cities went dark, markets crashed, faiths fractured, people starved, millions gathered in open fields, staring skyward, begging to be taken. Millions took their own lives in the face of the inevitable. Others locked their doors and prayed to be forgotten. Dr. May Reed Finn stayed. She slept inside the bunker beneath the North Strand Climate Facility. She hadn't left in weeks. The others were gone, some taken when the arms descended, some fled, some too broken to continue. She kept her notes, her logs, her rituals of data and control. But every day it grew harder to believe that any of it mattered. Finn's console crackled to life at 3:58 a.m. GMT. The signal was faint, washed in static, but a voice on the other end was unmistakable. "Finn?" Jonas said, quick and hushed, like he was afraid the sound itself might carry. "Tell me you're awake." "I'm awake." The voice was brittle, the syllables clipped. She had been awake for days. "What is it?" "I've been tracking something," he said. "Pressure readings from the South Atlantic buoy network. They're tanking, not a storm, not a current shift. It's like the air itself is leaking." "You said that before." "This is different." His breathing was uneven, shaky. The drop isn't local, it's global. Everything is bleeding toward the cloud, not winds. Everything is pulling like it. He stopped himself, then sent it anyways. Like it's inhaling. Then exhaled through her nose. We don't know that's what it's doing. I do know, Jonas shot back, voice tightening. It's hungry, and it's been patient. But a low laugh broke out that wasn't joy. Christ, I can't believe we're still pretending this is about data. This is about survival, Jonas, she said. Is it? Jonas snapped. There was a pause before he spoke again. We're all dead anyway. It's just a matter of time before it gets hungry again. And when it does, he trailed off, static filling the gap. You've seen the fields. You've seen the ones begging for it to take them. That's not living. That's meat waiting to be picked up. Stop! Why? His voice cracked. You want the truth, Mayreed? There's no stopping it. There's no bargaining. We're not even ants to it. Ants get noticed before they're stepped on. This thing, he stopped abruptly. The next sound was a sharp hiss in the line. Jonas? Silence. She waited another 3 seconds, then set the receiver down. Her fingers trembling against the console, she clasped her hands together, lowered her head, and for the first time in her life, she began to pray. She waited. Nothing. At exactly 4:17 GMT, 1 month and 14 days since the cloud arrived, the sky opened again. No warning, no signal, just a sudden shifting of the cloud center. Folds drawing back, parting like lips peeled open by invisible hands. The drumming was constant, but this time something new came. The sound began low, wet, rolling, like a cauldron of bile tipping somewhere beyond the stratosphere. The pressure dropped, the wind died. Then came a vast guttural exhalation that seemed to surge from the planet's core and shadowed the sky above. A noise like the entire sky dry heaving. Vicious and flame-soaked. The kind of sound that makes the stomach knot before the ears understand. A single cataclysmic guttural bellow that cracked windows on every continent and shattered the upper atmosphere. The ground shook, tides recoiled, and birds fell from the sky. It wasn't just a sound, it was force, a pressure wave of wet breath and raw heat, like an open furnace filled with rotting flesh. It swept the globe within minutes. People clutched their heads and screamed as their ears bled. Animals bolted and dropped mid-run. Birds fell and flocked. Machines died. Satellites blinked out. And the smell. A stench so vast, so cellular. It soaked through walls. It crawled into lungs and stayed there. As it stayed there, a taste of spoiled meat and copper. People vomited, others tore at their flesh trying to escape it. Most were dead in seconds, and then came the blood. From deep within the beast, beyond the gauze and folds of mist, something ruptured. Pressure valve? A gullet? A wound? No one knows. A tidal wave of thick arterial blood expelled with such volume and speed that it fell like a monsoon rain over half the globe. Red-soaked ocean, red-filled rivers, red splashed across the rooftops and deserts and jungles, half the earth painted in blood. It steamed where it landed, hot and thick. It reeked of iron, something sweet, something wrong. Some said they heard whispers in the rain. The clouds peeled back, and for the first and only time, the being was seen, truly seen. For exactly 93 seconds, the sky was clear. Not in fragments, not distorted. It filled the sky. It was the sky. The shape defied thought, impossibly symmetrical, yet shifting as though the universe itself was trying and failing to remember it. Damn, that's a great line too. A lot of great lines in this, but that's an especially great one. The shape defied thought, impossibly symmetrical, yet shifting as though the universe itself was trying and failing to remember it. The surface was a chaos of textures, pinkish gray membranes that pulsed with the rhythm older than time, bone plate ridges spiraling in geometries our minds could not hold, and spindled nerves that writhed like lightning frozen mid-strike. Each wrinkle, each twitch seemed to hum with awareness, as if the cosmos itself had been stitched into its flesh. His face, or what passed for one, stared down through a million lidless goat-like eyes. Some were as vast as mountains, some flickered like dying stars. All simultaneously seeing and knowing, our thoughts recoiled, our vision trembled, and yet we could not look away. And then it did something impossible. It smiled. No teeth, no lips, no gesture that humans could recognize, just a slow, dreadful unfurling of facial tissue, an imitation of something it had only observed in our species, a suggestion of amusement aimed at the futility of existence. The motion folded in on itself in ways that should have torn it apart, yet held. We felt it not just in our eyes, but in our blood, in our marrow, in the concerns of thought we didn't know existed. In the corners of thought we didn't know existed. And then the sky swallowed itself once more. But the memory lingered. Shapes impossible to describe etched themselves into our minds. Geometry that should not exist haunted our dreams, and the faint, impossible smile echoed in every shadow we ever crossed again. Silence fell. Not peace, but silence. And then, nothing. No arms, no sound, just the repetition of fear felt through the drum of the cloud. The wind returning at last, the stench never faded, never fully gone. The red rain soaked into everything. No country spoke publicly again after that. People stopped going outside. Entire towns were found empty, dead. Others worshipped, others killed themselves. The world waited. Project servers fail. Field entry. Dr. Mayreed Finn, lead meteorologist, classified level Omega, day 31, 7:02 GMT. It belched. I don't know how else to describe it. It expelled something vast and foul into our atmosphere. Not an attack, not a gesture of dominance, a function, a bodily function, like it forgot we were here. Sound I cannot put into words. I felt it in the roots of my teeth, in the gaps between my cells. It broke something in the sky, and the smell is still here, clinging to the vents, to my skin. It soaked its way into the bunker. The blood is everywhere. We've confirmed it's organic, not human, not animal, something else. And for 93 seconds, it let us see it. I don't think we're supposed to. I don't think it cares. I haven't slept since. I don't believe anyone is left to read this, but I'm still writing. There's no scientific language left for what's happening. It's not an anomaly. This is a presence. This is an extinction event. Phase 5, afterbirth. Gross. So do we have more? Okay. Okay, last breath. Okay. I was just kind of curious how many phases there were of this thing. There. This is Athena. Say hi, Athena. Hi. Yeah, Mom. Began to harden. Not all at once, but gradually, day by day, as the blood congealed under sunlight and rain, the bright red stains that had covered ocean cities forest darkened, thickened, then began to bond. What had first been described as organic blood now revealed itself to be something more, a precursor, a fluid waiting to become. On the 15th day after the belch, the first major surface scan from what remained of the LEO satellites returned images of a continuous sheet forming across the Atlantic basin, a fibrous, pale. She is wearing a little black beanie. She got a little black beanie. Yeah. You little cutie pie. This is the cute mama kid. Here, you can put your arms up there. You can stand on there. Sheet forming across the Atlantic basin. Fibrous, pale, ridged in places like cooled wax spread over the surface of the earth. At first, it seemed like sediment or ice, but it flexed. Beneath solar radiation, it tightened. Oh, that was slobbery. You got the slobber everywhere, baby. That's okay, though. But it flexed. Beneath solar radiation, it tightened. Beneath lunar light, it swelled. Seismic equipment registered subtle movement, microscopic contractions, as if breathing through the crust. The red had become pink gray. The pink gray was becoming skin. Oh! A skin that now stretched, uninterrupted, from Portugal to the eastern edge of the Caribbean. The scientists who remained debated this transformation in hushed, mechanical tones. No conclusions were reached. There was no baseline, no comparative models. But Dr. Mayreed Finn understood. It was not an invasion. This was not a divine punishment. This was gestation. Earth, or what remained of it, was being blanketed in something alive, not absorbed, not consumed, prepared. And then at 8:46 GMT on the 43rd day, the cloud moved. Shifted without sound, without storm, without effort, not blown, not carried, not pulled by gravity. It simply drifted, as if an unseen cord had been cut, as if the process in the West had reached some threshold. It took 6 hours to traverse the ocean, 6 hours of silence. People in Asia and Australia watched it approach. The spiraling gauze blotted out the stars, moonlit sky. They had seen the videos. They knew what would come. Still they watched. Some hoped it would pass. It did not. At 2:17 local time, the clouds settled above the Indian Ocean, and the sky began to open up again. The arms began their descent. Uh-oh. It's eating again, Athena. That's like you when you get a treat. Yeah. Classified level Omega, day 43, GMT, Cerberus Veil, final transmission. The blood is not inert. It is a matrix, a forming tissue, something between placenta and a cocoon. Still soft in parts, but solidifying. After 3/4 of the Atlantic seafloor is covered in a single sheet. Already 3/4 of the Atlantic seafloor is covered in a single sheet. Our instruments can't pierce it. It's warm. It pulses every 7 minutes. It is alive. The cloud has moved to the Indian Ocean. Initial signs suggest the process is starting again. The same pattern, same altitude, same shape, same silence. I believe this is reproductive behavior, a life cycle. This thing or system or entity is using the atmosphere to sow itself. It does not see us, it does not hear us, it does not need us. We were not chosen, we were not rejected, we were incidentally present. We were incidentally present. Yeah, I was gonna say it seems like it's like a weird biological form of terraforming. You know what I mean? It's like this cosmic entity, you know, biological in nature, is changing the planet to its whim, perhaps to create another one of itself, or, you know, perhaps to create a new environment for itself. Who the hell knows? But it's crazy. What we thought was an anomaly was a phase, a part of something older, larger, maybe a million years old, maybe eternal. It doesn't matter. What matters is what's being left behind. A blanket, a membrane, a womb stretched across the earth. There's no rescue coming. There's no top of the food chain. There's only the shape behind the clouds and what it leaves in its wake. I am writing this from a world already half covered in skin. Tomorrow I will step outside and feel it for myself. I want to know what it feels like. I want to know if it responds. I want to know if it knows I'm here. End of log. Last breath. The surface of the planet is no longer visible. A thick, swirling fog blankets every inhospitable continent, every ocean, rising miles into the sky. It doesn't move with the wind, it ignores the weather, it simply clings, dense, luminous, and unnaturally still. Satellite feeds, what few remain, show the same impossible formations above the Earth's surface. Layered mist spiraling but unmoving, no rotation, no eye, just folds, just gauze. Stacked and suspended. Jonas no longer checks the time. He hasn't for days. His oxygen mask hisses its final shallow breath, each one thinner than the last. The generators have gone silent. The lights burn only in intermittent flickers, casting the facility in a pulse of dim, ghost-like hues. Every room is empty. Everyone is gone, dead. Jonas lies flat on the cold concrete floor, cheek pressed against it. One hand spread wide as if to hold the earth steady. His lips move, forming soundless words, but he stops. He doesn't need words. He only needs to listen. Thump, 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 thump. The earth is drumming now. Not an earthquake, not a machine, a heartbeat. It was in the cloud, it was in the sky, it was above them all along. Now it's in here. Now it is here, beneath his bones, inside the crust, deep in the dark belly of the world. Jonas let out a broken laugh that cracks into a sob. His eyes glisten, unfocused, staring at the ceiling as if he could see through it to the sky above. There are two of them now, he whispers, barely audible. Fog outside pulses with a faint, internal light. Not lighting, not fire, something vascular, something alive. His throat tightens, his chest is heavy. The hiss of his mask is a thin tickle of air, barely enough. He pulls it away, lets it fall beside him. The silence rushes in. He smiles, weak, delirious, teeth streaked with blood from biting his tongue, raw in his sleep. We were the womb. We were the womb. Jonas had never been a religious man. He used to scoff at prayer, at ritual, but now on the floor of a dying world, the last man standing with a gun trembling in his hands, he mouths the words anyway. Fragments of hymns, half-remembered psalms, apologies to no one. The fog above glows brighter. It folds, pulsing with the rhythm, like veins, like lungs. Jonas closes his eyes, the weight of suffocation pressing him into the floor. His last thought is not of escape, not of resistance, only awe. Far beyond Earth is the silence of space. The first cloud drifts on, searching for the next world. The Earth exhales its last breath. Bum bum bum! That kicked ass. That was super good. Now, I do have to say, the tone of all of your stuff, Pitiful Scream, there is a hopelessness, and that's a through line throughout most of your stories, I feel like, or at least the ones I've read. And I'm not saying I dislike it. I think a lot of horror is a hopelessness and a inevitability and an insurmountableness that things beyond your understanding, beyond your control. That is what a lot of goes into good horror. And in this story, I think it's probably maybe even one of your best at really just hammering that home. And probably really, yeah, it's just dreadful. It's dreadful from even in the beginning, but in the way that everything unfolds with the arms and grabbing people, and then the belch, and then the blood and the smell and the terraforming of the membrane. It's all such beautifully crafted, like elegant, horrific body horror / cosmic horror / whatever, however you want to classify it. It all is just so, beautiful from start to finish, engaging. The hopelessness is so like tantamount, but at the same time there's things that are happening, new information's being learned to where we at least feel like we're getting a better understanding of what this thing is and what it is doing to our planet. So I really appreciate that. That's one of the main comments I have about this story is I like insurmountable cosmic things, but I don't like when the thing is just kind of revealed and then nothing really happens after that, or because it's so insurmountable or what, it just drives people mad and no one really is there to witness. I think you did a good job about keeping, whether through the main character, the Dr. Mayreed Finn, or even Jonas, for keeping those characters in there to at least witness the horror. And I mean, this is ultimately a story of metamorphosis. Like, yes, it came to fucking eat people, this creature, this cloud, the drumming in the clouds, but it also came to like change the earth into one of into one of the same being, the same heartbeat drumming being that it is. And so, as horrifying as that is for a person to watch who lives on that planet, it makes a certain amount of sense, right? Like, it does seem to be, and I like that even the doctor brings that up. Like, she's like, it's gestating, like it's not divine or whatever. It has a very specific, like, you know, biological scientific purpose or whatever. Clearly, like, the more they kind of learn about it, yeah, and you're very good at creating that sense of hopelessness and inevitability, and I like it. I think especially for you know, a doomsday, you know, apocalypse level event like this, I think it's totally fitting. And I think it's really good. I also think it's a really cool example of like an alien, and I like what similar, like how Zoe said in the beginning, like, this is giving me Nope vibes. Well, it is in a lot of ways, but the way that in Nope, how they were like, these are just animalistic creatures that like come to Earth and feed on stuff and people, and you know, they're not like sentient light forms the way that we think of like the little green men, how they're like flying in spaceships and stuff. Like, these are the beings in Nope are like these basically these alien animals that can go from planet to planet and like eat people. But what's cool about what you did with your story is, like, yes, it does do some of that, but also there is a cosmic, like, intelligence to what this creature is doing, and the fact that it shows them like its face and like smiles at them is just so menacing and so cool. So I really loved it all. I loved all the beats of it. I think it unfolds in a cool way. I think enough stuff happens that it's not just a slog of hopelessness. I think enough cool visuals and shit happens that you're really just kind of captivated the whole way through. And I like when it comes to horror, I think a hopelessness and an insurmountableness is a good vein to be in. I don't see any reason why a lot of stories can't be that. I almost want to challenge you to. I would like to see, and I guess this isn't maybe good for horror, but I would be curious to see if you want to, like, if you want to, or if there's a way you could write a story that has a happy ending, or that has like, that maybe starts in that vein of hopelessness but somehow ends somewhere else. Because that's the only thing I will say, is that we start it at pretty much hopeless and we only get to completely hopeless by the end. which is fine, and especially for a doomsday-esque story, it's not, it's like, what do you expect? But I would be curious if, like, as a storyteller, are you only interested in telling these hopeless heartbreakers, or are you yeah, and that was the one thing I kept thinking throughout it. I was like, God, this is so sad and like so horrific. And I was just wondering, like, yeah, what would a wholesome, and it could be wholesome in the sense that, like, it ends on a wholesome note, or what to you, what to you is a hopeful story that you would even want to tell. Maybe there isn't one. Maybe you don't think that that's a story worth telling. But I'm just curious if as a writer, like, if you want to challenge yourself in that way, if you like staying in that vein of, this is just the fucked up world and this is how it's fucked up and it's always going to be fucked up and there's nothing we can do. Or even within that paradigm of that hopeless world, if there's like a story that you could tell that, has a triumph, and maybe everything doesn't get solved, or maybe like everything doesn't wind up hunky-dory, but maybe there is some realization that like a character or a person has that's like, well, I'm just gonna keep going because because I don't care, because I'm carrying the fire, like they say in Cormac McCarthy's The Road. Like, that is a very hopeless story too, and from what I remember, it ends hopelessly too. But the point is that the father and son carried the fire for that time that they were, alive or trying to reach the ocean or whatever it was. And one of the things I love about The Road in particular, if you just allow me to talk about that story for a second, is, yes, it's a horrific, apocalyptic, like, nightmare, and really fucked up things happen in it. But one of the parts that I love the most about that story is when they find the knocked over soda machine, and the old man, or whatever it calls him, the man, is able to get the Coke out of it, and the little boy tries the Coke for the first time, and he's like, "It's good, Papa," and all that shit. And it's just such a beautiful piece of light in an otherwise completely gray, horrific story. And yeah, I would just maybe challenge you, or I'm just kind of curious, what is it, and it could still be in the vein of horror, but what is a horror story? There's a lot of horror, like you could tell a story of vengeance, right? A vengeance story can be a horror story, but in a vengeance story, it's like usually somebody has it coming, right? Usually there's some sort of, karmic justice in that story. And so maybe to you that's like a hopeful, story. I don't know, something like that. It was just something I wanted to challenge you, not because your writing is so good and it's eloquent and beautiful, and I just wanted to know if like that's just your thing. Maybe insurmountable hopelessness is the main theme that you like to tackle in your stories, in which case you've done a great job with that in every one that I've read. But maybe it's worth thinking about, like, are there any other tones that I want to play with when it comes to, or do I want to stay in the hopeless vein, or the kind of cosmic insurmountable vein, or do I want to, play with some other some other areas, because I think there's a lot that you could do, and I think that you're pretty good at establishing like a well thought out world. Like this was very well thought out. The scientific elements seemed very on point, and same with In 1,000 Morning People. It's like that was very well thought out with the zombies and the you know, the people, and how people have just completely are haunted by their grief, and their dead ones kind of continue to literally chase after them and haunt them, and how psychologically sort of fucked that can be as like a person trying to grieve for the dead or for what once was, like how sort of horrific it is to then just have those loved ones chase after you and try to eat you. Like that is both very hopeless stories, both very well established worlds though. So and just great, and I look forward to see what you do next. And I would just maybe challenge you to, if you want, you don't have to, what are some other like tones you want to play with, or what are some other is there a way that you can start from that same place of hopelessness and end it in a more, it doesn't have to be a happy ending, I'm not saying that, but end it in a more positive direction. And all the great horror is the stuff that happens along the way. You know what I mean? Because that's one thing that I believe that like there's plenty of horror stories that don't have horrifying endings, but that are horrifying along the way. Like, you know, for me, like my you know, the name of my channel is RedDeathMask. That's an Edgar Allan Poe story called Mask of the Red Death. That story is about justice, you know, it's about like, it's about basically the character, the Mask of the Red Death. This Prince Prospero is holding up in a castle, having a giant masquerade party that just goes on forever. Meanwhile, the kingdom that he is responsible for is being ravaged by this horrible red plague that's just killing everyone, and they're like bleeding out of their eyes and stuff. And so he's having this giant party because he's just saying, well, all the aristocracy, we're just going to hold up in my house, we're going to quarantine, and we're just going to let all the peasants die, and when the party's over, and when the plague is over, we'll come out and everything will be great. Well, you know, death basically shows up at that party in the red clothing, which is the only color that no one's wearing at the party because they don't want to be reminded of death. And he kind of reminds them that like, hey, motherfucker, you can't escape me. And he just kills everyone at the party, and including the prince. That's that whole story. Now, you know, the village and whatever else was ravaged by disease, and then essentially death, an anthropomorphized whatever version of death showed up at the party and killed everyone there. So is it a hopeful ending? No, not really. But there is a sense that you're like, fuck yeah, because in that death is the character that we side with, you know. He's that redeeming, he's there to punish the greed of, you know, people who are more fortunate, who should be helping the less fortunate but aren't. He is there to you know, punish them for that. And so ultimately it's a story that you come out of it feeling like, fuck yeah, you know, Prince Prospero's bitch ass that thought he could best death, like that's so cool, that's badass. So I'm just wondering if, you know, if in your work, if there's any room for anything like that. Thank you, Rude Dude. I was kind of proud that that I thought of that, because I'm like, not only is it the name of my channel, but it's also why I like that story so much, because yes, it's a horror story, but it's a horror story in which I'm like, you know, the retribution is so powerful, and like you feel for not only the characters in it, but each like death, or each like description of like, you know, death moving through this party and scaring / killing people or whatever. It's so much more rewarding because it's like just and vindicating, you know what I mean? And so I'm working on stuff like that myself, where it's like, I want you know, I have horror ideas where I'm like, how do we get the audience, you know, how do we get them on board with the horror, so to speak, rather than just being horrified by it? Like, which, don't get me wrong, that's great, you know. Another example of this is like Midsommar, which I watched kind of recently, but it's like, I like that the boyfriend in that is kind of a dick to her throughout, and is kind of such a dipshit in terms of like when his friends start getting picked off like flies and everything, he's just like, well, we wouldn't steal the magical book, and we just want to stay, and we just want to learn about your culture and blah blah blah. And he's like, and I'm gonna do my thesis here and all that stupid shit. And he's kind of such an asshole to her throughout that, like, at the end, does he deserve to die? No. But at the end, you're like, the way that the girl smiles and is like, she doesn't seem that like horrified by what's happening to him at the end. And I'm like, I kind of get it. She became the May Queen or whatever, and she's whatever. She's using her power, you know, she's doing what she wants. And yes, it's horrifying, but I'm also like, that's kind of interesting, you know. She kind of did immerse herself in the culture, and she kind of did come out of it with some sort of like renewal, so to speak, or whatever you want to call it. And yeah, and so it's just something to think about, man, honestly. But if you message me on like whatever Discord, or just send me a personal message, and you're like, hey man, I really just like to write, I really just like the hopeless shit, like I really just like that insurmountable cosmic dread, and that's just kind of the vein I want to stay in, I would say, dude, that's awesome, you know what you want, you're really good at it, more power to you, you know. That would be my response to that. So, but like me and Rude Dude said, we've both been wondering what a wholesome, pitiful Scream story would be like. And, you know, wholesome can mean a lot of things. It doesn't necessarily mean happy ending. It can mean a story that has some sort of justice, or a story that in which characters wind up learning something, or wind up maybe being better than who they were before. You know, they could start off in a really hopeless, evil place and end up somewhere a little bit better off. So just something to think about, but great story. Thank you so much for allowing me to read it. You're a goat. You're the god. The drumming in the clouds, what a unique take on like an alien. And honestly, you did a better job. The thing I will say in terms of the Nope comparison is this is a better job of having a giant alien creature that essentially is just there to like feast and, you know, whatever for mankind. You did a better version of that than the Nope movie did, where it was just like stealing cows or you know, abducting people to eat them or whatever, but it really wasn't, you know, it really wasn't that, that interesting in terms of you did all this stuff where you tied it in to have this giant face and the membranes and the unnatural geometry, and you did all this stuff to really make me feel like this is just a being that is not only defies comprehension, but it's like it's beyond comprehension. It's beyond intelligence even. It doesn't need to be intelligent and smart and like steal our data like that dumb Amazon movie, or it doesn't need to like, kidnap humans and probe them or whatever, because it's not on Earth to look for anything or to mine a resource or to whatever. It's there to simply propagate its own species and like create, and so I would say better alien than what was in the Nope movie. More interesting unfolding of the way shit happens. And so I really liked it. I Beanie's off to you. Congrats. Another banger story from Pitiful Scream. So keep kicking ass and taking names. Taking ass and kicking names. That's what you do. Here, sorry, I try to upvote pretty much everything I read, but that one. All right. Next we have It's All in Your Head Part 1, or we could do The Bitter Song. I think they're both pretty long, so I'm kind of feeling the summer camp one, but I don't know, we'll see, but I gotta go to the bathroom, so.
Oh, it's amazing. I think the world building is really fun. I agree with the first one. Them setting up just the pictures and stuff, I'm like, and then introducing the more video actual elements of the snow. But I feel like it's really, one thing I'll give this one credit for, I think that it's the strongest aspect of this is, yes, this is a great story and stuff, albeit, I would say, I'm not going to discredit in that way. I think the story is very fun, but I think the strongest aspect of it is how they've unfolded the information.
Yeah,
I think has made it much more intriguing.
Fed data works very well. I agree. Yeah,
I think that has made being completely enveloped into the story so much stronger is how they've done it, especially in the non-linear way too, is really fun.
Yeah, like you get, and it's also fun for me as a YouTuber because then I get to make money off a video that breaks down the timeline of everything, right?
Well, I think one thing too is I hope that what we can do with this series too is get more eyes on it, more recognition, because these are a not that to discredit the numbers that it has, because obviously it has hundreds of thousands of views, but I really think that this deserves more. Yeah, more recognition.
Way more. Yeah, to a absurdist level.
Mm-hmm.
In one of his first acts after his historic succession.
Okay, so
Lyndon B. Johnson, Jesus, was 70s?
63. Yes, 62. Lyndon B. Johnson was, because Lyndon B. Johnson came in after Kennedy died in 63. Yeah, so he became president in 1963.
Wow, so we're time jumping back even more now.
Yes, this is currently the earliest thing we have in the timeline, the National Access Initiative.
Okay.
Under this groundbreaking initiative, eligible American households will receive packages containing a myriad of electronics so that citizens may stay properly engaged with one another and remain knowledgeable regarding important events. These electronics packages are being made available to American households through a partnership with world-renowned technology manufacturer Semiodyne USA.
Wow, Semiodyne has been around a long time.
It has. So all the stuff that the NAI, National Access Initiative, was trying to do is put, smoke detectors, flashlights, stuff like that in every home in America, right?
Sure.
And then, what do we have here? President Kennedy says no to Semiodyne. Oh, oops.
What do I happen to him?
Kennedy. Yeah. Man, Kennedy didn't like Semiodyne. I sure hope everything went well for that guy. All right, so check this out, right? It's a home, right? Video, audio, active. 1966.
Oh wow.
They're enhancing the experience and
That was haunting.
Yep.
when asked for a quote during a press conference earlier this week, President of Semiodyne USA, Percival C. Rothwell, had a lot to say.
The National Access Initiative represents a milestone in our nation's journey towards progress and inclusivity.
Oh, is this just vague? Is Semiodyne just a vague, all-encompassing technology company, or are they specifically going into some? I'm kind of lost on what they do.
So all that we know so far is that they are partnering with the U.S. government to put these devices into homes, right? So some kind of tech company, we could imagine, right? And then in the modern age, they're also partnering with the government to create the Thoughtform Manifester. That's all we know about them so far.
So basically, do you think that this is somewhat commentary on how like government people can look through our webcams and stuff right now? Because it seems like it's putting devices in homes to spy on Americans.
There you go. No, yep, yeah, you're correct. That's what this is.
Okay.
It'll say that outright here in a second.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Thinking ahead of the curve on that one. You're too smart for it.
Actions we take will be read, heard, and seen on the instant.
32% of American households still don't have a television in the house. This means they are less informed and are unable to respond to emergencies as quickly or efficiently. They are left disconnected.
Oh, wow.
People of all kinds have wondered what it is we're working on at any given time inside Semiodyne. And for decades, we've kept it all quite secret. But I'll let you in on a little something.
Oh, yeah. Kennedy didn't go for it. But you assured me he was available.
Didn't go for
Was
it.
that just more of your bullshit?
Was that just more of your bullshit? Alrighty. Alrighty, Spidey. I think we will do the Bitterverse. I still have Mana's machine too, so I still got a few left. Don't even worry about it. A bitter song, a bitter verse side story. Welcome to Camp Hollowvale. So I wanted to do this one in particular. Summer's coming to an end now, but I do feel like we got robbed in terms of the Creepcast episodes, because our one summer camp quote unquote story that we've had so far on Creepcast wasn't really about a summer camp. It was about kind of a cult that was also a summer camp, but it didn't really involve any summer camp type stuff. So I'm just hoping that this story, I mean, Augustus, we know, great author. I'm sure it'll be interesting, but I was just like, I just want, it's summertime. I wanted a summery feel type of story. I want campers to start dropping like flies. Maybe there's a killer around. Maybe there's a weird, if it's part of the Bitterverse, you can bet there's some sort of decayed god type monster in this one. But I was just like, I just want a fun summery camp story. And that is what I'm hoping this one is. So I'm excited to get into it. Let's just jump on in. It was only day one. Welcome to Camp Hollow Vale. Already, if you send your kid to Camp Hollow Vale, I'm going to assume that you want your child to die, because that's just a very creepy name. And I have to assume that you hate your child if you send them there. But welcome to Camp Hollow Vale. It was only my fifth summer. It was only my fifth summer at Camp Hollow Vale. 1 year. It was only my fifth summer at Camp Hollow Vale. I'm the dad from 1999. Yeah, he's probably just he said that they just went camping. So I think it's fine. I think he just moved away. It was only my fifth summer at Camp Hollow Vale. 1 year as a camper before it shut down. 1 year when it reopened, and 3 as staff. Yeah. Yeah, no, you are the dad. You're the dad if you send your kid there. You're like, yeah, the guy seemed like, he seemed like he knew what he's talking about. So me and my son, we actually just brought our tent out, and I just let my son just camp with him because I figure if he was already camping out there, I could let Billy camp with him. I mean, what the hell? He's not doing anything. I've heard the theories where people are like, that's clearly Mr. Bear because there's no way that the dad would, like Anthony Polo is Mr. Bear because there's no way that the dad would, that any dad would actually be like that and that he wouldn't call the cops or whatever. And I mean, I disagree with that for several reasons. Number one being that it was the 90s and it was also Canada, and people were just like, oh, okay, well, I don't want to be a bad neighbor, so I guess I'll just let you do what you're going to do in the trees over there, and I'll just smoke my joint over here. How's that sound, bud? That's the main reason I don't buy that dad is Mr. Bear. But I'm also like, what I think is equally as possible is that he somehow was Mr. Bear's unknowing accomplice. Like, he's like, I knew this guy down the road had a daycare for kids, so I told the neighbor to just go ahead and send their kid over there, and he looks after him in the basement, and, something like that. Like, unwittingly, that dad has literally supplied Mr. Bear with like half those kids. That's what I choose to believe about that story, because that part is just so funny and ridiculous, and I can understand why the dad would be like, yeah, I don't think that's him because that guy was moving away, sort of thing. And it's probably just him trying to protect his own like psyche and self, because otherwise it's like, wow, I could have saved all those kids and I didn't fucking do a goddamn thing about it. And so I can understand how you would like bury that and be like, no, that wasn't him. However, at the same time, at a certain point of the guy not being found and like Mr. Bear not being identified and all those kids dying, and then the fact that you've never heard anything about this guy ever again who moved away, wouldn't at some point you be like, huh, that kind of lines up. That's weird. You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't it? I don't know. To me, it's just crazy to be like, yeah, that guy's, no, that it couldn't be that guy because he moved away. what did Mr. Bear do shortly after that camping trip I found him on? Oh, I guess he skipped town too because the cops were looking for him. Huh. You know what I mean? Like, the fact that you don't make that connection to me is where it just gets to be a little bit too ridiculous in terms of trying to justify how whatever it wasn't Mr. Bear, or the crackhead that you saw in the woods wasn't a bad guy, you know? And 3 is staff. But somehow it felt like I'd spent every important summer of my life here. It had that effect on some people. Most of us felt that way, ended up as counselors once we aged out. Even the current owner, Marshall Lark, reclusive tech millionaire turned nostalgia zealot, was once a camper here. He bought it after he struck it rich. See, already I'm like, ooh, interesting. A millionaire owns the camp. Like, already I'm like, this can go a lot of fun ways. I'm excited. I'm getting stoked. I'm getting stoked for sure. He bought it after he struck it rich. Had the whole place remodeled from the ground up. Claimed this camp taught him the leadership and perspective needed to succeed, or whatever. I don't see it, but I came back even after my parents stopped forcing me, so maybe he was on to something. The new kids don't know the difference. They see fresh planked porches and matching banners on every cabin door and think it's always been this clean, this curated, this neat. But it wasn't. Not before it closed in 2015. Back then it smelled like you'd expect a summer camp too. Cheap bleach, sweaty teenagers, a tinge of mildew, and the ever-present odor of wood smoke. Now it smells like cedar polish and controlled nostalgia. Not rot and sunscreen and an honest stink of 50 years of stories, which is probably why I feel so uneasy around Mr. Lark. Things that don't decay aren't clean. They're concealed, controlled. And he didn't want this camp to decay at all. It was the first day of arrivals, and I was standing there holding my tribe assignment. Felt like deja vu. Ash tribe. Just like the last 2 years. I shouldn't be surprised, really. They never say it outright, but I'm the only one who seems to connect with the misfits that always get pushed into Ash. You know the ones, the quiet ones, the awkward ones, the ones who flinch if you speak too loudly, those types. So I waited at the drop-off point for Ash Tribe, ideally bouncing a tennis ball off of one of the boys' cabins. Drew Ellison was one of the first to arrive. He stepped out of the car in a hoodie too warm for July and a backpack that looked heavier than it should have been. He didn't wave or shout across the lawn like the returning kids usually did, just stood there scanning the tree line like he was checking to see if the woods had changed without him. They hadn't even changed while this place was shut down and remodeled. I remembered him from the year before. Polite, quiet in groups, but weirdly bold one-on-one. Asked more questions than most kids his age about camp rules, about ghost stories, about why things are always done like this. why things are always done this way instead of that. Never disruptive, but always looking, like he was trying to find the shape of something that didn't want to be seen. He still carried one of those black and white composition notebooks, this one labeled with a VII on the front in blocky lettering. I hadn't seen it in the last 2 years he'd been coming. Still haven't. I'm guessing at this point I never will. Oh, I hadn't seen inside it the last 2 years he'd been coming. Still haven't. I'm guessing at this point I never will. The boy that got out of the car with him, Nate Caldwell, according to the roster, was new. Same age. Same age, same tribe, bit more guarded, more defensive. The kind of kid who'd rather be anywhere else, but was too polite to say so, and was too bad at hiding it. Slouched shoulders, eyebrows slightly knit and concerned. The moment he and Drew stepped apart, you never guessed they were together, but when standing next to each other, it was like a scientist and his bodyguard invading some dangerous outpost for samples. They didn't say much at first, but they stuck close. Not in a codependent way, more like a two-person perimeter, just waiting for the first alien life to hop out at them. And that's when she arrived. Kennedy Moss stepped out of her dad's truck like she was walking into court. She was a new camper too, and the way her dad kept apologizing told me more than enough about how happy she was to be here. She had her arms crossed before the engine shut off, barely looked at the welcome crew. When I asked if she needed help finding her cabin, she asked how the camp chose tribal names and whether we were still using any from actual native practices or just made up wilderness branding. Not rude, just direct, like she'd come here with her armor already strapped on, hand on her sword. I pointed her towards the cabin, and she started walking toward it, but stopped halfway there. She turned back and asked if the singer of Whisper Rock thing was just a creepy urban legend, or if we actually make kids chant her name in the woods at night. I was shocked the new camper had already heard of our local legend, but I played it off as with a casual shrug. I explained that we only ever brought her up at the first campfire, and if she mentioned outside of that, she might start singing. A simple, playful joke. She looked like she would draw her sword that instant and slay me. Then she disappeared into the Ash Tribe's girl cabin. 2 boys had watched us from the porch of the boys' cabin, where Drew watched her like a curious observer. Nate watched her like she was a predator that might attack his ward. The kid also couldn't stop looking where she disappeared to when she moved out of sight. The look I'd come to recognize so easily since becoming a counselor. Hormone-driven love that would end in heartbreak in 2 weeks when they went their separate ways. So, off to a strong start for the oddball tribe. The other 12 boys and 10 girls who showed up on day 1 brought my roster up to 25 for dinner roll call. Dinner was always loud the first night. Too many kids pretending they weren't nervous, laughing too hard, and bolstering about made-up feats of athleticism. Too many counselors trying too hard to seem laid back and cool, while we were all barely 3 years removed from being these same kids. The dining hall was all long tables and swinging screen doors and the faint hum of fluorescent lights overhead. The food hadn't changed since I was a camper. Meat pucks, they said, were burgers, mass-prepped mac and cheese, something pretending to be cornbread, and juice with more sugar than water. Even the ice cream machine was working, so kids were allowed a bowl if they finished their dinner, or got away with dumping it without being noticed. Ash Tribe officially had tables 3 and 4, but that didn't really mean much. Kids would end up sitting with whoever made them feel safe. The younger ones clung to whoever made eye contact first, like they expected them to play protector. The older ones tried to look like they didn't care where they landed, but always ended up next to whoever made their hearts flutter a little more than anyone else. Drew and Nate took the far side, backs to the wall, facing the room. Kennedy sat at the edge, facing them like she didn't quite want to be a part of any group, but at least these two seemed the most likely to stand up for her if someone said something about her fiery hair. Drew picked up his food and occasionally scribbled something in his notebook, or consulted it for information as Kennedy kept asking him pointed questions about the camp's lore. Nate kept his eyes glued to her, all but gawking. I don't think he even blinked, except when she looked at him. Then he'd glance at the other tribes awkwardly, feigning interest in what they were doing. I was strolling by when she stopped her barrage of questions to Drew to turn to me. She asked what time the ritual ghost story was. I told her sundown. It wasn't set for a specific time. That earned me a half smirk, a full eye roll, and a snide remark about occult nonsense. The rest of dinner blurred together. I helped a kid from Maple Tribe clean a spilled lemonade. Devon passed out, or Devon maybe, I don't know. Devon passed out allergy wristbands. Tasha kept warning everyone to use their inside voices and getting ignored. Eventually the sun dripped low enough to call everyone to central atrium. The campfire pit sat at the edge of the lowering clearing, ringed by rows of half logs stacked in rough tiers around the stone fire circle. Just past the tree line where the sky starts bleeding orange behind the mountains, you could just make out the sound of wind whistling through the valley. We'd already stacked the firewood that morning. Devon had his guitar and was strumming something simple for warm-up. The kids arrived in waves, herded by cabin groups and counselors with head counts in hand. Ash Tribe settled in last, always did, not in a rebellious way or anything, more like they just waited for the noise to thin out first and made sure everyone else got to pick where they wanted to sit. Another sign that we had more restrained kids than should really be in one group. Settled in a clump near the left side of the circle. Drew sat cross-legged with his notebook open but untouched. Nate leaned back on his hands, face unreadable. Kennedy kept glancing around like she was clocking the exits. I didn't say anything, just took a seat near the log pile and waited for the rest of the stories to finish. The fire was already going when the last of the ridge kids dropped into place. Crickets popping wood, low whispers, the endless loop of 1564 chord progressions twanging from the guitar. And then Yvonne turned to me. Jonah, you're up. I let out a half-hearted sigh, but didn't argue. I knew it would fall to me. Ever since they heard me recite it at the first summer, back when Mr. Lark nodded like I'd unlocked something, it had been mine to tell. My fault for having a good baritone, I guess. I didn't stand up. I never do. Just leaned forward with my elbows on my knees, voice low. Low enough that the ones whispering had to hush to hear me. That's how you control a crowd. You don't shout. You let the quiet do it for you. The fire popped once, sharp and hollow. Yvonne muted his guitar and set it down. I watched the flames dance across the ring of faces. Some lit up in amber, some dripped in and out of shadow. Drew's face didn't move. Kennedy crossed her arms. Nate blinked like he hadn't realized we'd already started. Then I began. You ever hear the woods singing to you? Not a camp song, not a radio or speaker. I mean real singing. Low, slow, so beautiful it makes you forget what you're doing. A few kids snickered at that. I didn't acknowledge them. No, I mean it. I let that hang a second. The most gentle rebuke you can imagine. The trees, they hold on to things. Sounds, mostly. Some say the mist of these hollers ain't fog at all. It's an old breath of a song that never got heard all the way. A song that should never be heard. The wind shifted, the fire leaned, shadows danced about me like morbid dancers mourning the tale they knew too well. Someone on the ridge log whispered, "What the hell?" and got hushed. But now there is singing again, and that singing, that's how you know she's close. The Hollow Vale Ghost. I paused, and the silence was thick enough to even pad out the popping of the fire. They say a girl went missing here a long time ago. No one remembers her name, just that one night she wandered away from her cabin and never came back. I watched the kids now. A few leaned in. One kid on the glade bench pulled their hoodie strings tighter. Kennedy rolled her eyes but didn't look away. Some say she got lost, I offered, pushing a tone of dismissal into my voice. Some say she was looking for someone, I shrugged soft, like it might be possible. Some say she was looking to disappear. That one, I whispered, confirming the truth without handing it to them fully. But everyone agrees on where she went, where she lingers. There's a clearing out there. A grave, a lazy but pointed nod past them and into the woods. No trail signs, no birdsong, a place that time and wind forgot. Crack. One of the half logs shifted under the camper's feet. Someone giggled nervously. I didn't. I stared into the fire as if remembering the girl was sacred, and the interruption had nearly sent me into a rage. Everyone fell silent once more. And in the center is a jagged shard of the earth's bones, forced up out of its flesh instead of healing back into place. Whisper Rock. I saw Drew shift then, not a flinch, just straighter, like he already knew the name. It impressed me he didn't start jotting down notes at that moment. That's where she stays now. And if you ever see her singing atop it, barefoot, head tilted, still as held breath, don't speak. More stillness. A girl near the front mouth the words as I said them. Because if she stops singing, she'll start talking. Just a few soft words, nothing threatening, something that makes you want to answer, something you want to say back. I lowered my voice just a little more. And if you do, if you repeat it, several kids inhaled at the same time, that's when she gets inside your mouth. And once she takes a hold, it won't let go. Once that takes hold, it won't let go. First you'll stumble on your words, then you'll stop making sense. Eventually, you stop being heard. Finally, you stop being at all. A log cracked loud, someone squealed, Devon tossed a handful of dry leaves, the fire flared, shadows stretching like claws across the trunks. I waited for the silence to take hold again before finishing. So, if you come upon a rock in a clearing, or if you hear singing in the woods, run. And worst of all, if you see her atop the whispering rock, stop. Don't move at all. Close your eyes, cover your ears, and wait. Maybe she won't notice you. And when you open your eyes again, you won't be there anymore. But if she does notice you, if she speaks to you, you repeat her words. I let the pause settle in their bones. Well, she's not trying to hurt you. She just doesn't want to be alone anymore. And if she gets her words inside your mouth, she never leaves. The fire crackled. A few younger campers looked toward the trees. One kid shifted to sit a little closer to the counselor. Branch snapped somewhere behind the pit, probably a raccoon. And 3 kids turned white as salt. Drew didn't blink. Kennedy pulled her knees up and rested her chin on them, eyes narrowed in suspicion. Nate glanced at both of them and said nothing. I leaned back, wiped the soot from my palm onto my jeans, and stared at the flames. Same story, same ending, but somehow it felt heavier this year. Like I hadn't told it, it had told itself. We stayed there for a while after the last word left my mouth. No one clapped, no one laughed. A few kids squirmed and shifted, but mostly just stared at the fire like it might answer something if they looked hard enough. Devon eventually picked his guitar back up, playing a slower, haunting tune that then bounced into an upbeat jig. It wasn't much of a transition, but it worked. Soon everyone was singing camp songs in every key but the right one, and the somber mood melted away. Once s'mores and riddles were done, it was finally time to call it for the night and head back to the cabins. But we weren't done. There was still one part left. There always was. Everyone have a question before we call it a night? Tasha asked. Few heads shook. One kid whispered something about sports the next day. Then a small hand went up. Maple Tribe, I think. Maybe 10 or 11. Freckles, oversized tee with the camp's name in an arc over the scenic painting of the valley. Her knees were drawn up to her chest. The look on her face said it all. She didn't actually expect to be called on. Tasha gave her a nod. Go ahead. The girl's voice was soft, and the fire made everything else quieter. Has anyone ever actually been to Whisper Rock? Silence. Not the kind of silence that waits for someone to answer, the kind that knows the answer and wants to hear you say it anyways. I let the pause stretch, not for drama, for honesty. And just like that, they were all back in the ghost story again. All held breath and anxious glances. Then I said, no one's ever found Whisper Rock. At least, no one has found it and returned. The girl blanched and looked away. Several others did too. Few of the older kids snorted quietly, trying to pretend they weren't unnerved. Kennedy tilted her head like she was trying to memorize the exact way I phrased it. Nate was watching her. Again, Drew didn't move. Tasha clapped her hands once, causing a couple of campers to jump and yelp softly. Alright, that's enough campfire ghost stories for one night. Grab your cabin groups, let's head back. Counselors, head counts as you go. The spell broke like a branch. Kids stood too fast, backpack zip, whisper jokes restarted, too loud, too quick to be natural. Someone pretended to hum creepily and got shushed hard. Ash Tribe didn't move first, they never do. They moved together. I stayed behind to dump sand over the fire, just enough to make sure the logs wouldn't flare again overnight. The woods had gone still, and when I finally stood up, follow everyone else, I heard someone humming from behind me. I turned and found no one left at the circle. I listened hard and found nothing but silence. Trees weren't singing, not yet, but the woods were listening, waiting. Day 2, Whisper in the Woods. So this is a good stopping point for right now. I really like this. This is exactly, good camp vibes compared to the other story, which was just like about a dude working at a camp who was in a cult, so I'm enjoying this so far. I'm liking that our storyteller is the keeper of the ghost story, and that there's this girl who did go missing, and so there's just a lot of good stuff being set up. I think the kids are realistic. I like the descriptions of the kids, and yeah, I think it's just fun. Like right now, it is, we just heard a campfire story. This is a campfire story. I'm enjoying the vibe. A lot of fun. Breakfast the next morning came with the usual chaos. Spilled juice, clattering trays, and the low drone of 100 conversations and booming romances that somehow all sounded the same. But beneath the noise, something felt hold tight. like someone had twisted the camp just slightly out of alignment and left it that way. Like someone else was listening at the campfire that night before. Ash Tribe filtered into the dining hall last again. No surprise, but I clocked Drew the moment he stepped inside. He wasn't looking at the food, wasn't looking at the tables either. He kept glancing back toward the tree line through the windows. Not staring, just checking, like he thought something might have followed him up from the fire pit. Or maybe it hadn't followed him at all. Maybe it was already here. He didn't seem scared, just tuned into a frequency that others couldn't hear yet. Like the singing was at the edges of comprehension for everyone, but he could almost grasp it now. I didn't say anything. I couldn't hear it, so I just watched. He finally moved toward the food line when Nate elbowed him lightly and said something I didn't catch. Candy followed a few steps behind, hands in her pockets, chewing on her cheek as she was... chewing on her cheek like she was a red-maned hamster that just realized it had stored all the answers there and it couldn't quite reach them. They sat where they had the night before, backs to the wall, near the far end of Ash's tables. That unspoken perimeter again. Kennedy sat opposite them, still not quite part of their expedition, still an alien to be studied, but not apart from it either. I made my rounds, mostly checking on allergy bans and cabin sign-ins. I just finished a head count at Maple's table to cover for Ellis when Kennedy's voice cut through the chatter behind me. You don't really believe that story, do you? Not loud, not accusing, but it was clear she wanted me to answer. I turned halfway toward her, still holding the clipboard with a half-finished checklist. Which part? She rolled her eyes. The singing, the rock. The she gets inside your mouth nonsense. It's all just a campfire morality tale, right? Like, don't wander off, don't talk to strangers. Only wrapped in spooky packaging. Her tone was casual, but her eyes weren't. She was probing for the truth like so many gray men. I didn't smile, just shrugged and said, "Some stories become truer when we pretend they're not real." Others refuse to be ignored and lash out when people try out when people try to. That gave her a full stop. She didn't look away, but she didn't follow up either. Just picked up her plastic fork and stabbed at her scrambled eggs like they'd insulted her. Next to her, Drew finally stopped glancing at the trees, but only for a moment, only long enough to look at me with accusatory eyes. Then he was jotting away at his notebook. The sun hadn't climbed too high yet, and when we set out on the herbalism trail, it was the kind of half-hearted educational programming that Mr. Lark insisted we keep around. Learning objectives stapled onto nature walks, like we were trying to trick kids into thinking STEM was hiding behind every fern. Most of them didn't care. I led the group through the lower grove, pointing out the usual suspect, witch hazel, jewelweed, bloodroot, wild ginger. Camp safe facts, nothing about poisons or folklore, nothing that might make anyone's parents ask questions come August. The scientist trio kept mostly to itself again. That wasn't unusual, but the pacing was off. Drew, the scientist himself, was lagging. At first it was just a step or two, then a full stop. Then he'd be 10 feet behind, eyes locked on some gnarled tree, like it hid some important answer in its knots. Each time I paused to point out another leaf or stem, he'd paused for just a bit longer before moving to catch up. Nate tried to act as a bridge, making sure Drew would catch up, but something was bothering him about his friend. You could see the frustration starting to brew in his shoulders, torn between keeping pace with the group and making sure Drew didn't vanish into the brush. Every few steps he'd turn back like he was counting steps between them, like something might be building in the space that kept stretching. Candy, meanwhile, stayed glued to my side. She didn't say much, but every time I offered a fact about plant or why certain areas held more moss than others, she watched me like I was lying. Not to catch me in it, just to see if I'd flinch. Like she was waiting for the moment when I slipped and said something that gave the whole illusion away. We came to a small clearing where the sunlight filtered down in clean angles. Most of the kids gathered near a half-rotted log covered in turkey tail fungus and damp moss. Yvonne launched into a little spiel about spore dispersal, but Drew didn't come into the clearing. I turned to find him halfway down the slope, back half visible through the trees, not frozen, not lost, just listening. I didn't call out, just walked a few steps toward him. He didn't turn when I approached, not until I said his name. Then, softly, without meeting my eyes, still staring into the undergrowth, he said, "It's quieter in some places, like it's waiting for me to be alone." I didn't answer right away. There are things you can say in a moment like that, reassuring counselor things. Most of them are lies or probing questions to see if they're living in an abusive home. So instead, I said, stick with the group, bud. Don't want to lose you to the Whispering Rock. Drew nodded once, not even reacting to the mention of the rock. It was as if my casual mention confirmed something he already knew. Then he walked past me back towards the others. I watched the space where he'd been staring a second longer. It was just woods, just kudzu and choked weeds. But it had been quieter there, and not just in the usual way. It wasn't a lack of birdsong or wind. No, wait. It was the lack of wind. It was as if the entirety of Hollow Vale was holding its breath so you could listen closer for something far away. Dinner that night was also quieter. Not completely silent, not strange enough to worry the other counselors. In fact, it seemed like I was the only one that noticed. Just a little more tired laughter, a few longer silences between mouthfuls. The romantic tension between all the campers was just a little less boisterous. It was like the sun had taken more out of the kids than usual, and the wind holding its breath kept their sails flattened. That happens sometimes. Surely my worry was nothing more than unwarranted anxiety. The science team was back at their usual spot. Nate scarfed his food like he hadn't eaten all day. Kennedy was halfway through a grilled cheese, absent-mindedly tapping a plastic fork against her cup of fruit-flavored sugar water like a metronome. Drew hadn't touched his tray. I saw him stand up, hesitate, then look around. He spotted me watching. After a moment, just longer than a long exhale, he made his way over to where I was scraping the last of my own dinner into the compost bin behind the kitchen. He hovered for a second. His voice was low, conspiratory. Can I ask you something? I nodded. Shoot. He looked down at the bin, then at the trees visible through the screened window to our left. When he spoke, it wasn't a challenge, just curious, focused in the way he always was when something didn't line up. Does the story ever change? I tilted my head. What story? The Hollow Vale girl. You mean the Hollow Valley Ghost? No, the Hollow Vale girl, I said. Or he said, like I should have known the difference. Does it change year to year? I shrugged, still unsure of his deeper meaning. Not unless someone tells it differently. That made him frown, not confused, concerned. No, he said, an edge of frustration leaking into the single word. and an adult tired of a child that they know is playing dumb. I don't mean the words, I mean the facts. Like what happened, where she went, why she went. Do any of those ever change? I didn't answer right away because I wasn't sure. Not just unsure of the answer, but unsure if it was even the right question to ask. Like he was pulling on a thread I hadn't noticed was loose, and now I could feel something tugging back, unraveling. Not that I've noticed, I said finally, carefully. Why? He looked at me for a long moment, not accusing, not afraid, just measuring something I couldn't see. But he didn't answer my question. He just nodded and went back to his table, tray still untouched. I watched him sit down, open his notebook, and start writing. I didn't move for a while. The food smelled the same. The laughter started up again. At the next table, a kid from Glade Tribe shouted something about how they were going to win the canoe race tomorrow. And the Ridge Tribe could eat, her words, not mine, pickle pie. But I couldn't spare a laugh. I couldn't shake the way Drew has ignored my simple question. Something was off. Not wrong, not broken. Just shifted ever so slightly. Like someone had changed a single word in a story I'd memorized. And now I couldn't stop replaying it in my head, trying to figure out what the one difference really meant for the story structure. Its fundamental foundation. Echoes that you repeat. Day 3. The woods were louder than they should have been. It was like they had grown weary of holding their breath and now were releasing it all at once. Cicadas hissed like a pressure valve someone forgot to close. Birds chirped just slightly off rhythm. The leaves rustled without a breeze. Nothing was wrong, not really, nothing I could name, but it all felt staged, like the forest was putting on a show of what the forest should sound like a predator caught its prey so it didn't need to be quiet any longer. We were headed to the obstacle course. Ash Tribe trailing behind me in single file. Same as always, Becca, the junior girls counselor for Ash Tribe, planted in the middle of the line, offering goofy encouragement. Tasha, on loan from the Maple Tribe, since we were doing the obstacle course, brought up the rear. 3 points of supervision, just like protocol. 3 anchors. The course wasn't far, maybe a quarter mile through the lower trail, close enough to the creek that you could hear the water sometimes when the kids got quiet. They didn't get quiet much. Every tribe loved the day they got to do the obstacle course and spent the whole time hooting and hollering. All of them except Ash. Ash always smiled and enjoyed their time, but never seemed as lively as the others during their trials. Even among themselves, they weren't loud. There were occasional spurts of laughter, snippets of whispered teasing, someone kicking a pine cone too hard, but nothing that carried. Their presence never carried. I kept a casual head count while we walked. Habit, you start doing it without even realizing. Marking each silhouette as it passes a certain tree or bend in the trail. We'd been walking 10 minutes when I felt it. Too many. I stopped mid-step and let the line stretch ahead while I counted in my head. 26. That wasn't right. I scanned again. Slower, lips not moving, just checking heads. 25. There. That was right. I shook my head and muttered something to Becca about phantom campers. She laughed. Offered me her half-finished granola bar with a wiggle of her eyebrows. I rolled my eyes and just marched on, thinking back on the heads I'd counted the first time. I had seen a girl with long black locks of curly hair. No one in the Ash tribe had hair like that. Had I imagined it? We reached the obstacle course a few minutes later. Low wall, rope net, tire run, balance log over mulch pit. It looked like something out of a dated boot camp video. The kids didn't care. They threw themselves at the stations with all the reckless joy you'd expect from a pack of overheated teenagers. Nate immediately nailed the rope climb. Kennedy made a sarcastic show of walking the log with her arms up like a tightrope artist. Mike, a plump 12-year-old with too much wit and willingness to be the butt of his own jokes, face planted in the mulch and declared himself the future of American defense. Even Sam, our most athletic member of Ash Tribe, let the younger kids beat him once or twice so they could feel like heroes. Drew didn't do much. He walked the perimeter, occasionally leaned against a tree, scribbled, not enough to worry about. Some kids just aren't willing to participate. It wasn't until we called everyone back to grab their bags that the unease bloomed again. I clapped my hands and motioned them toward the water coolers. Let's tank up before we head back. Becca passed out paper cups. Tasha rounded them into clusters by age groups. I stood on the edge of the clearing and scanned the group. Something was wrong. I didn't feel it this time. I knew it. 24. No need to count again. I'd already done it 3 times before I realized that much. I stepped over to Becca. How many did you have on your roll this morning? "25," she said without hesitating, same as yesterday. Asha? You blinked. You guys have 25, right? Why? She was already scanning the heads. I didn't answer. I was already moving. I was dragging across every kid in the circle. I wasn't just checking for missing, I was checking for who, though some part already knew. Then, there, laughing softly with one of the younger kids, Kennedy, arms crossed, jaw tight, mad she couldn't beat Jill. Nate, standing with his hands on his hips, sweat curling the edges of his hair. Mike, still brushing mulch off his shirt and shouting something about a rematch. Sam, over by the log pile, helping a camper refill a bottle. Drew was, I looked twice, then again, he wasn't there. He wasn't anywhere. There's no path off the clearing, just trees. Just brush and shadow and angled shafts of sunlight that didn't quite reach the ground. It was thick as undergrowth could be without being called a wall. He couldn't have wandered off, not through that. Something would have had to open to swallow him whole into that green darkness. Maybe he really had been hearing her, and maybe he'd answered. I pushed the thought away and asked the other counselors to check with the camper, see if anyone had seen Drew. As they moved, I stepped away toward the edge of the clearing, checking for signs he might have broken through the thicket. I didn't go far, just the trail bend, the nearby slope, a sweep toward the tree line. I called his name, not a shout, just loud enough to carry into the woods. The air felt tighter, like the forest was waiting to see how loud I'd get before it gave him back. I kept calm. The kids didn't need panic. Becca had already counted again twice and was whispering to Tasha like she was one breath away from letting it show on her face. I saw Sam say something to them, and Becca pointed him toward me. After a moment, he jogged over, speaking just loud enough for me to hear, like he didn't want the others to think he was making up. I thought I heard him like humming. It sounded weird. Thank you, Sam. Where was it? I asked, keeping the edge from my voice. You never let a camper hear the worry. Over by the log walk, he said, eyes flickering that direction. Right before we all lined up for drinks. I turned and followed the point of his finger past the log walk station. There was only a patch of dried pine needles and a ring of stones left behind by last year's group. No sound now, no birds startled into flight, no wind rustling, just hollow stillness of a place pretending not to breathe. Then, what's everyone doing? We all turned. Drew was standing near the tire run, holding his water bottle like he'd been there the whole time. Like he hadn't been gone at all. No one said anything. Tasha let out a sharp laugh. Becca whispered something I didn't catch and started a head count before I could. Sam looked between the log walk and the tire run like he missed a step in the story and couldn't figure out where. I just stared. Where were you? I asked, sharper than I meant. Drew frowned, shoulders stiffening. I was just getting water. Is that not okay? I took a breath. You weren't with the group. I was right over there, he said, pointing toward the rope net. His voice was calm now, like he'd never been gone, like it was an obvious truth. I nodded slowly. Okay, just stay close. He shrugged and walked back to the others like nothing had happened. We started lining up to head back, bags slung over shoulders. A few kids were already griping about how sore their legs were, or how the obstacle course was rigged against their height class. Becker was counting again. Pasha was cracking jokes with one of the older girl campers, everything sliding back into the normal routine. That's when I heard something. It was soft, distant, not like a melody exactly, but close. It wasn't quite humming. No, it was too clear to be called a hum, too shaped. It was feminine and lyrical, but without spoken words. It was like the sun-bleached bones of a song, the flesh long pecked away, just the hints of a decreased hymn, curling at the edges of the tree line like old weed smoke some counselor snuck in. I didn't move, didn't look for the source. I told myself it was a bird song or the wind running over something hollow. Sound did weird things in these woods, always had. I'd heard laughter in these trees before. Mine when I was younger, before the camp was closed, when now it all sounded like echoes, waiting for someone else to mistake as their own. I let it pass, said nothing, just kept walking. Back at camp, the kids scattered to wash up for lunch. I walked the perimeter one more time, my clipboard tucked under my arm like a totem that might ground me in the real world. Then I sat down in the admin cabin and typed up a basic incident log. Camper Ellison D, briefly unaccounted for during group activity, located shortly after and returned with no complaint or injury, claimed to be in the area the entire time while 3 counselors could not locate them. Involved staff Avery T, Lawrence R, Fields J. No further detail, no emotion of how he acted differently. I especially didn't mention how the woods had felt. Later, just before lights out, I did my usual rounds. The boys' cabin was already half dark, only a few flashlights still on, with the clamoring of teenage boys talking about their plans to ask so-and-so to the end of camp dance. Mike was telling someone across the bunk about how he totally cleared the log on his first try, even if his first try was after 3 pre-tries. Nate was pretending to read some paperback novel, but was obviously watching over everyone like a hawk. Drew was sitting on his bunk, notebook in his lap, staring at a page like he'd forgotten what he was supposed to write. "Everyone good?" I asked. A few nods, a grunt, the rustle of covers pulling up. I stepped in and crouched beside Drew's bunk, dropping my voice. "You okay?" He looked up slow, blinking like it took effort to shift focus away from the blank page he was staring at. I'm good," he said, or tried to. The first word landed fine. The second, I'm fine, good. He laughed softly, like he tripped on a step and was embarrassed to admit it. "Sorry, just tired." I nodded. Maybe he was. Maybe that was all. I said goodnight and backed out. But as I walked toward the counselor cabin, I could hear his voice again. The way he stumbled on his words, And then I could hear mine too, repeating the story I told around the fire just a few nights ago. First you stumble on your words. I didn't finish the line. Refused to talk about it anymore. Like that could change what I suspected. I just kept walking back to my cabin, back in silence. Back to the story that hadn't ended. Only paused to catch its breath. Back to a story that hadn't ended. Only paused to catch its breath. That was a lot of fun. I mean, clearly the kid, you know, saw the, whatever it's called, the ghost, the whispering ghost of the thing. And I guess maybe this is just a part one of this camp story. I think there might be more to it at some point. Maybe I just didn't see next part, or maybe it's somewhere else on Augustus's stuff. But I mean, I think in terms of a summer camp story, this is pretty much exactly what you want. The only thing that, like, I would say is a lot of it is our narrator just noticing things like about the campers, which is good. I mean, he's clearly an observant guy. And I would maybe like to hear a little bit more about like what is going on in this little trio of campers. Like, what are they talking about? What did the kid with the journal figure out about the story that then he that then he, like, in terms of the story changing or whatever, and then why did that lead him into the basically finding the ghost, or the whatever it's called, the rock, the whisper rock, because yeah, that to me is like because it seems, although the narrator seems to know the story and know the most about it, it seems like the kids are the ones who are trying to get to the bottom of it. And so I would like to hear more about, like, from their perspective. And clearly if the kid is now cursed, if, like, whatever his name is it Nate or Mark? I don't know, I forget. I keep getting them mixed up. But the kid with the journal, if clearly he has, like, figured it out, and then that led him to, like, getting cursed by this whisper rock and the ghost that, like, sits on it and all that stuff, it's like, do his friends know? Are they, has he told them what he knows? Has he seen, like, his journal? I'm hoping if there's another part of this that maybe, like, the counselor reads his journal, or, you know, we get some sort of inside perspective of what the kids are going, because clearly all the kids were kind of, like, affected or scared of the story. But with Drew is like, he's not only affected, but he's figuring something out. And that's just the one thing that, at least with just this part, or this first part of the story, that's not satisfying, is you're like, what did he figure out that then led him to either go, like, test the story, go follow the whispers? Like, what led him to kind of do that when they were all pretty scared of it in the beginning, or at least, like, wary of it, and kind of, you know, we're taking it seriously. Like, none of them were like, your story's bullshit, counselor. There wasn't that. There wasn't like a skeptical character who was like, I don't care. I'll go into the forest anytime. I'll follow the whisper, and so that, because you don't have that, it's like, I'm like, why did all these kids who kind of seem like smarter, more reserved, whatever, more thoughtful kids, like what led one of them to, I don't know, either follow the whispers, or was he trying to figure out something about the girl who went missing? Like what, we just don't know. And also the fact that it's a camp millionaire who owns the camp, who is a tech millionaire. I'm just wondering, and with the whole camp closing down 3 years ago, I'm just wondering, like, and how it said how he's trying to sterilize the camp, and it seems like he's trying to hide something. I'm just wondering, with the disappearance of that girl, what could that mean? Is this an actual ghost story, or is there something more sinister but maybe less supernatural at foot? Did the camp counselor did the camp owner make a girl disappear? Because it said he was a counselor, he was a camper there too, and so like we don't know when that happened. Maybe it happened when he was a kid at camp. We just don't know, And so even though it's just a camp story and it did give us a lot of those fun camp moments, I do feel like this, at least with this first part, it could have seemed like the story did a little bit more to sort of unfold the mystery a little bit more for us. But it left me wanting more, so that's ultimately a good thing. I just hope there's another part of this, because I don't know that there is, and I would like to, get some sort of a sequel, or kind of uncover. Because now, I mean, this kid Drew is cursed. Like, he's starting to stumble his words. He disappeared for a second, then he showed back up. We have every reason to believe right now that he is gonna succumb to this, and eventually he'll disappear, because that's what the story said would happen. So I'm like, we need to figure out more things and hopefully get to a point where Drew doesn't have to disappear. Maybe we can save him, maybe we can figure out some shit, I don't know, but that is what I'm like hoping, because as much as it would be fun if it was a camp story about a bunch of kids at camp who just start getting murdered or disappearing or whatever, it's like, it definitely seems like a very wholesome story. So it would be a very dark turn if all the kids just started getting fucking, axe murdered or whatever, like, or even just disappearing, like, and becoming part of the Whispering Rock or whatever. But it's cool, and it's a great beginning, and it definitely does a great job of setting the scene. I guess it's a good mystery too, and so I would like to see a little bit more of the mystery unfold. But that, that's just my opinion, and I also love, I love the unraveling of a good mystery. I love the conclusions that a mystery type story has, and right now, we don't quite get that too much. I mean, we get hinted that some stuff, that the kid is cursed, but we don't know why. We don't even really know how. We don't know what he figured out in his journal. We don't know what happened with the girl who went missing. There's still some other questions with like why the millionaire owning the camp and just stuff like that. So I would like to see more of that revealed, but it was a great start, and it certainly is a cool, fun summer camp story. So I dig it. I'm here for it. I just, I need more. I need answers for the Camp Hollow Vale, I gotta know what's happening at Camp Hollowvale. So I think next we're gonna do Man is Machine, part 1. Again, this is like a 7-part series. So there's a lot to this one. We're just gonna get into part 1. We're just gonna kind of see where it takes off, where it leads. And if you find this one interesting, I hope that you will dig into more parts, the other parts. I will read part 1, and then, maybe on a future stream I'll get into more of it, but I at least want to kind of get started on it. So, Man is Machine. Or trying to cross. Still hope you enjoy the story, and thank you for reading. So chapter 1, and this is kind of in a header that's got a scroll thing, so I'm gonna scroll through this and read this like chapter 1 header thing, and then we'll get into the rest of it. I think this is just a weird formatting thing that Reddit does. If you try to like italicize anything or put it like in a different font or something, it does these weird little bar things that you have to like drag the bar through. So chapter 1, Silence. All that could be heard in the town of Burbank was silence. Streetlights flickered on and off as they struggled for power. And bugs scuttled along the cold concrete of the streets. Old houses lined cold concrete of the streets. And bugs scuttled along the cold concrete of the streets. Old houses lined the streets, and old automobiles sat amongst them, slowly succumbing to their age. The age of the old world had passed a long time ago, and since then some places had been forgotten and left to rot. The commodities of the new world were foreign within them, almost futuristic. Some stayed here because of the expenses of the new towns. Others wanted to keep a simple living. Some saw the new technology as strange and wrong to them. One of those people now sat in his home, resting after a long day's work. The man, Rocco, that's just I just like the name Rocco. I'm not laughing, like, I'm not trying to make fun of the story. The name Rocco just kind of, I just find it funny. I find it humorous. The man, Rocco, had lived in this town since he was born. He'd lived in it even with the innovation of new technology and new world existing. He remembered how his preacher deemed them ungodly and sent straight from the devil just because the technology was so advanced and strange to them it seemed like witchcraft. Rocco the raccoon, yeah. The night was still silent as Rocco slept on his old and worn The night was still silent as Rocco slept in his old and worn down home, in his old and worn down bed, in his old and worn down room, where the wallpaper was ripped and slowly peeling. His dreams filled with visions of his dreams filled with visions of a raise and new position at his office job, only to have them dissolve into nothingness. Upon the sound of shattering glass downstairs, he shot up and looked around the dark. He sat there for a second, processing what just happened before he threw his legs over his bed and hopped off it. He ran to his bedside table and opened the drawer, grabbing a small handgun he kept with him while he slept, loaded it, and slowly descended down his old and worn-down staircase, flipping the light switch as he did. Each step creaked, and it made him wince a little, as whoever it was down here could hear him approaching. After the longest descent Rocco ever had on a staircase, he reached his kitchen and living room. He looked around the dark and reached for the light switch near the entrance to the staircase. The lights flicked on. He looked around, searching for where the noise came from. First his living room, and it was his old reclining chair. Sat next to a small end table with an ashtray and lamp on it. An old record player sat collecting dust on an even older looking end table. And the floor beneath his feet was a rugged and stained shag carpet. Next he checked the kitchen. It was in it he saw the window next to his back door had been shattered completely, and the tile around it was littered with glass shards of all sizes. He kneeled down to look at the damage, not seeing the figure approaching him from under his counter. Rocco stood up only to have himself kicked in the back and sent forward into the glass, knocking his gun from his hand and landing face first. He screamed in agony and rolled over, injecting more of the shards into his arms and back. He looked at the man in front of him. His hands were wrapped around a shotgun, and a large dark trench coat covered most of his body. His face wasn't any different, with a large hat sat upon his head and cloaked in shadow. He aimed the shotgun at Rocco and slowly got closer to him till the barrel was pressed up against his skull. Rocco winced, his eyes shutting tight as he clenched his teeth in fear. Tyler Rocco Vincent, the man said. Rocco nodded, his teeth still clenched. Harvester for Mercury. Rocco nodded again, and tears started to pour from his eyes as he mouthed the word yes. The man was silent for a moment, and Rocco could feel his heart beating 100 miles an hour. You've been found to have taken some of our supply for yourself to sell to a third party. How do you plead to such an accusation? Kept the gun at Rocco's head, and Rocco couldn't help but choke back a sob before speaking. I had to man my bills. They needed to be paid somehow. The man then slowly took the muzzle away from Rocco's head. And as Rocco sat up a bit, the man asked, Do you plead guilty? Do you plead guilty? Rocco looked at the man and said yes. There wasn't any way he could lie now. If Mercury already sent an interrogator, then he was already caught. The man looked at Rocco once again and turned the rifle backwards, then slammed the butt of the shotgun into his skull, knocking him unconscious. The man, or interrogator as his profession was called, grabbed Rocco's hand and dragged him out of the glass and toward the front door. He slammed his foot into the door and knocked it from his hinges onto the front lawn. He walked down the street, the flickering lights illuminating him as he went, before finally reaching his car threw Rocco in the trunk, locked it, and threw his shotgun in the passenger seat in the back. Then he shut the driver's side door, turned the key, and turned the car to drive before setting off into the night with Rocco in tow. Okay. First things first, my man's name's Fred Durst. This is an interesting beginning. I think that it's a fun kind of setup. Right now, I'm getting kind of, with just the name, like Man is Machine, I'm getting, hold on one second. Sorry, folks. I'm back. I had to say goodbye to my significant other, but we are back and we are in the story. Let's see. Sorry. So what was I saying? This kind of has a, like a futuristic, it's talking about the old world and the new world and the cars rotting and the new, some people don't want to live in the new cities with the new technology, and it's kind of giving this vibe of like almost like a mafia with this dude getting kidnapped and for stealing from it's kind of giving the vibe of like a mafia story mixed in with like a little bit of like sci-fi or apocalyptic future, sort of thing, like kind of cyberpunky, kind of, I mean, not that we've seen that a lot in the aesthetic or like the description, but that's what I'm getting. And that's a very cool kind of setup for a story, and I like that it just kind of starts with a kidnap. I feel like that's a good, strong moment to start a story with. We know Rocco, he works for this Mercury company, or whatever, and that is kind of a fun like beginning point, right, to start off of. We don't know much about this society yet, or really much about like this technology that like change that is going on. We know some people have kind of rejected it, some people have kind of embraced it or whatever, but we just don't know. We don't have enough. Now, like, having said that, and I will continue to read this whole first part. Now, having said that, there are a few lines in here that are like a little clunky, or like a little like even with this last kind of part where I just read, it's like he slammed his foot into the door and knocked it from its hinges onto the front lawn. He walked down the street, the flickering lights illuminating him as he went. Like, right, that's a cool image. Before finally reaching his car, he threw Rocco in the trunk, locked it, and threw a shotgun in the passenger seat. He then shut the driver's side door, turned the key, and turned the car to drive before setting off into the night with Rocco in tow. It's like, I feel like once you say that he walked under the street, I think you could phrase this better in terms of, instead of he walked down the street, the flickering lights illuminating him, why don't you say like he dragged Rocco to his car, the flickering lights illuminating him as he went. He threw Rocco in the trunk, his shotgun into the passenger seat, and put the car, and turn the key in the ignition, turn whatever, find some quick way to, just say, and he turned the engine over, and then he set off into the night with Rocco in tow. Like, I feel like this paragraph in particular could just be like, maybe you could cut about a sentence or maybe like a sentence and a half or so out of it, and you would get the same thing, and you could still paint the same sort of ominous picture of what that looks like, right? Kind of the same with like talking about Rocco slowly kind of going down the stairs, and then it's like he flipped the light on, the light flicked on. He looked around, searching for first his living room. In it was his old reclining chair, sat next to a small end table with an ashtray and a lamp on it. An old record player sat collecting dust on an even older looking end table. And I know he's using a lot of this descriptions to be like, the house is old, everything's old in it, everything's collecting dust. What's up, Pitiful Scream? Thank you. I already read your story, so you'll get to see that. But I feel like in this, like, there's a lot, like, I don't know why we need to know, like, about the small end table with the ashtray and the lamp on it. An old record player sat collecting dust, or even an older looking end table on the floor beneath his feet was rugged and stained shag carpet. Like, some of it is doing the job of setting the scene and painting the picture, but if we're already just leaving the house, we know that his house is old and dusty from the very first line. You know, old and worn down home and his old and worn down bed. So all of this is just kind of serving to maybe reinforce how old and worn down his house is. But there are a few ways that I feel like you could cut this down. You could get to the action, maybe build the suspense a little bit better. And it's not that it's like straight up wrong. It's more that it's like our author's like painting a picture, but he's not being super tactful about what things he wants to describe. Like, maybe it is important that we know that Rocco smokes. Maybe that's going to come into the story later. So maybe saying something about like an ashtray that has you know, that's covered in in just as much dust as it is ash. Maybe there's something there to where it's like you could have that one little piece in there. But saying that does the same job of painting the picture of the room as does there was a chair next to, you know, next to the side table, next to this, you know what I mean? And so it's a little clunky, it's a little disorganized. It could flow a little bit better, and it could just you could get the same ambiance across without as much stuff, you know. And some of it like does serve to build suspense, like, you know, talking about how he's moving slower down these stairs than he's ever moved downstairs. You know, like stuff like that is fine. Like, he climbed his stairs slower than he ever had before. Like, there's ways to just say that briefly without being like you know, he ran to his bedside table, opened the drawer, grabbing a small handgun he kept with him while he slept. He loaded it, descended down the old one, flipping on the light switch as he did. So that's the thing, is like he flips on the light switch, each step creak, and it made him wince a little as whoever it was down here could hear him approaching. And I feel like maybe it should say down there, because he's not downstairs yet. He's on the stairs, I think. After the longest descent Rocco ever had on a staircase, and even that line, like, just say, like, whatever. Rocco descended the stairs slower than he ever had in his life. He reached the kitchen and living room. You know, or, you know, he reached the kitchen living room. He looked around dark and reached for the light switch near the entrance to the staircase. The lights flicked on. Even this part right there, he looked around in the dark, and you could just say he reached into the dark for the light switch. Boom. That sentence done. Then you go, the lights flicked on. He looked around, searching for the cause of the noise, or from where the noise came from. Again, is a little clunky, but it's like, you know, you don't have to change it. It's like, first his living room, and then, you know, there's this bit about the living room, and then, you know, next he checked the kitchen. In it, he saw the window next to his back door had been shattered completely. and the tile around it was littered with glass shards of all sizes. He kneeled down to look at the damage, not seeing the figure approaching him from under his counter, which again, I don't. So like the person was hiding in the counter, maybe, is what this is trying to say. But it's a little confusing to me. I'm like, so they were hiding in one of his, or maybe they were crouched down like behind the counter, is what it's trying to say. I'm not sure. Rocco stood up only to have himself kicked in the back, sent forward into the glass, knocking the gun from his hands. Anyways, it's fine. I like the image of the guy in the trench coat and him being an interrogator and being like, Tyler, you're a harvester for mercury, right? Like that's all kind of fine, but I just kind of want to point that out because I do feel like it's useful to have, if you're trying to improve your writing, to point some out that there are some details in here that like we don't necessarily need, and some ways to clean it up and kind of make it flow a little bit better. But let's keep reading. I'm curious. I want to know what happens to Rocco. I am curious what a harvester, mercury harvester is. I'm curious about this new society. So let's dig in. We don't need to get too critical too early. Because ultimately, like, we don't know what information's important right now. So it's like stuff might seem like it's not that important, but then it might be later. Who knows? The night air was cold in Detective Marsh's office. It was located in a large and dilapidated apartment building in Burbank. And it just so happened to be where dilapidated apartment building. Okay, I see. So Detective Marsh, his office is located in a large dilapidated apartment building, and he lives there as well. So he's kind of got a home office situation. The old windowed wooden door may have been closed, but the cracks in the walls and beneath it were still there to chill Marsh to the bone. He laid on his old cot and pulled the sheets over him for a bit of extra warmth in the night. Right in front of the cot's side was his old wood desk, his chair, his wastebasket. Okay. So see, in this isn't too much detail right here. Like, this is just saying that, like, he's got a sad little cot and he's got a little wooden desk with a chair and a wastebasket all right next to his bed. So the dude is kind of down bad, whatever, in a shitty little, sleeping in his office, even though his office is in an apartment building. So he couldn't afford any appliances. The only ones he had were a small rusted stove that sat in the corner and his toilet. Things that came with the apartment. Marsh could finally feel sleep falling over him when his phone rang. He groaned in frustration and slowly crawled out of his cot to his desk. He pulled out his chair, sat down, and picked up the phone. Hello? He yawned as he spoke. Good evening, Mr. Marsh. Would this be a bad time? Oh, no, it's not. What can I help you with? We got a call about a local disturbance that happened a couple of minutes ago. We'd like you to come down and take a look with the department. Sure thing. I'll be down there in a few minutes. Tell Officer Collin to wait on me. Always been a jackrabbit, that man. Will do. Then the call came to a stop, and Marsh put the phone back. He walked to his bathroom where a non-functioning shower now sat as his closet. He pulled a button-up shirt off it, some long black worn pants, and a tie. He walked out of the bathroom, went to the coat rack, pulled his trench coat off, and slid it on. Then he grabbed his hat and plopped it on his head, and then almost walked out the door before realizing he forgot his revolver and went to grab it and the holster from his desk drawer. Then he actually walked out the door and locked it behind him. He made his way to the old lift in the old dusty hallway and called for it. It took about a minute for it to come up, and as he stepped into the old rusted box, hold on. We got another lift. Somebody called it a lift. You know what that means? You fucking Europeans and your verbiage confuses me, and I don't appreciate it. We call it an elevator in the States. I know what a lift is. I remember it, but it just always, it throws me off. And this is not a critique of the author here. This is me just griping about my own insecurities while reading. Because I'm learning so many of the authors that I do read are British, and you guys are not British in particular, but European, and you guys are for the most part very good at hiding it. Like, you use very common language, whatever. But just know, I think it's important to know, because you might want to write a story where a person sounds like they're from Europe, and if that's the case, you call it a lift. If you want to write a story where they sound American, call it an elevator. Just a note, just something I've noticed that I've wanted to talk about in a story. Yeah, it's not a critique of the author, just all Europeans in general. I have strong critiques for. You guys also don't, I've heard, I've never been there, but you also don't believe in giving people ice in their drinks, and I think that's fucked up, because as you can tell, I'm a big fan of ice. So, just notes, just thoughts, just Yes. We will pause here to talk about Pitiful Scream's story now that he's in the stream. Your story did slap. Yes, your story absolutely slapped. And me and Rude Dude have a challenge for you that you can learn about once you go back and watch the stream, or watch your section of the stream where we talk about your story. I think it'll be fun, and I think it'll be interesting to see what comes of it. But yeah, that's a little teaser for you there. But great story, man. I don't know if this matters to you at all, but I think it's a better description, and it's a more well thought out, like, alien. If it is an actual alien, you could make arguments about, like, well, actually it's a cosmic entity or whatever. But in my opinion, it's a more well thought out alien or cosmic entity than in Nope. Because somebody mentioned how it gave them Nope vibes earlier on in the story. And it's like, it does, but it was actually better thought out. Whereas, like, the Nope entity, the alien in Nope, it's kind of just a flyby thing where they're like, yeah, it's not a intelligent, like, creature. It's a whatever they call it, like, refined entity, where it's basically just like this giant space predator that goes from planet to planet and, like, eats people. And it's not actually like an alien spaceship full of, like, intelligent life forms that, like, are trying to figure out what's going on. And in Nope, it's like very flyby. They like explain it briefly, and then they're just kind of like, oh yeah, that's what it must be, and it's never really talked about again. Whereas in your story, I thought it was a similar version of that, but it also was more than that, and it was like better and much more well thought out. And you had like the noises, the drumming, and the heartbeats, and like the sacred, or not sacred geometry, but the non-Euclidean geometry on it. And then you have the face when it shows him his face and like smiles and all that creepy shit. And then you also have the fact that it like terraforms the planet at the very end. So it's like almost reproducing to repopulate its species or whatever. I thought it was very cool. Super like interesting just story about aliens. Like, I think it's one of the best alien creepypastas. Not that I've read a lot to begin with, but definitely one of the best I've read or even heard, you know. But anyways, we've said a lot. I've said a lot about your story on the stream already. Now we're focusing on sorry, I guess I should mention the author more too, because I haven't really. Constant Garbage, there we go, 847. Because yeah, I'm definitely I'm definitely you know, I definitely want to focus on this story now because I am interested, and I like this whole idea of there's a detective now, there's a guy who got kidnapped. This all is like right up my alley, so I'm actually pretty fucking stoked. And I do, the other thing I wanted to say is I do like this call exchange. It's kind of old-timey sounding, that's why I did the voice, but I like that. I like the idea that in this futuristic society where, like, there's a split between super-duper technology and then, like, people who are kind of like Luddites or have ignored the technological advances, I like that you have, this old kind of, you know, schleppy, whatever, down bad detective, and, you know, we got a call about a local disturbance that happened a couple of minutes ago, and we'd like you to come down and take a look with the department. So what I like about this is, like, maybe this is a private detective, but maybe the department's like calling him in on this case, and that's kind of how I'm taking it. And I like the aesthetic of it. I think it works well in this context and stuff. I'm really enjoying it. He made his way to the old lift in the old dusty hallway and called for it. It took about a minute for it to come up, and he stepped into the old rusted box. He watched the grated metal door shut, and his floor disappeared. He got out at the bottom floor and walked out into the cold night air toward the station a few blocks down the street. He could hear his footsteps echo off the concrete in the dim light, faint buzzing of the flickering streetlights. The station was a large building that seemed to be better maintained than any other place in Burbank. Its paint job was chipped only a bit, and large parts of the building weren't missing. Marsh walked till he made it over to where the police car was sitting and hopped into it. He slid into the back and found Officer Collin in the front alongside another officer he didn't know very well. He thought Hill was his name, or maybe it was Ford. He might have been new. He couldn't remember in his tired state. About time you got here. I was about to floor it out of here. Colin looked in the back at Marsh. Always eager, I see, Marsh said. Hey, never know when you'll get a call. Maybe you need to take some notes, Marsh. Hard when you forget your notepad and you sleep in a cot. They're still not paying you well, are they? bit of sympathy crept into Colin's voice. Not really, but hey, maybe this time they will. Colin sighed a bit and turned the car to drive. Soon enough, they were off into the night, all while Hill or Vincent, or whatever, or what's-his-face stayed quiet, staring off into space. Marsh started to doze off, his eyes growing heavy and his vision splotches. Of obscuring ink meant to put him to sleep. It wasn't until about 20 minutes after driving, Marsh felt his car jerk to a stop. He felt his head hit the seat in front of him, and he cursed a bit under his breath. He looked out the window at where they were. There was an old dilapidated house where a couple other police cars sat, and the front door was knocked down onto the front lawn. He could see the lights on through the crack and smudged windows and shadows walking about inside. Not too different from your usual forte, Colin said. He switched the car off and got out of the car with what's-his-face and Marsh in tow. He could already see an officer searching the lawn. Marsh watched as he passed the broken down door, seeing the imprint of a boot print spread out across its surface in small cracks. What's-his-face nudged Colin and glanced over at it to show him. He stopped and looked, nodding a bit as he did. As Marsh cleared the door's threshold, he looked around the house's interior. On his left was what looked like a living room. In the middle sat a staircase, and on the right sat a kitchen where a couple officers sat looking at a pile on the floor with an object next to it. Colin led them over to the group. So what's it look like? It took a bit for Marsh to realize the floor was covered in glass and bits of blood, and a handgun an officer was putting in a bag with gloves. A break-in by the looks of it, Colin, and a struggle, one of the officers said. I see. The source of the glass is from the shattered window, I presume. What it looks like, another officer said in a snarky manner. Colin brushed off the jab and looked over toward the entrance again. Have you sent anybody to check upstairs yet? He asked. Couple of guys. You and Hill should look up there. Then the officer looked at Marsh. You know your job, he said. Marsh watched as Colin and Hill made their way up the stairs and turned to walk back into the open front door. He went onto the front lawn past the broken down door, then past the lawn onto the sidewalk and toward the house next door. He left around the dark street, only seeing the flickering street lights, the old cars of years past, telephone poles and power lines that were leaning or sat straight up, and the decayed town around him, one from an age before his time, an age he didn't know. He walked up to the closest nearby house. Its lawn was filled with yellowing grass. The 2 flower beds were where everything had dried out. Before the door was a porch where old lawn furniture sat, seemingly unused. Marsh walked down the sidewalk to the door and made his way up onto the old porch, his footsteps making the wood creak and squeak like a rodent. He took a second to adjust his tie and the hat on his head before he knocked on the old door in front of him. No one answered for a second. Then Marsh saw lights turn on in the fogged and smudged windows of the house, and he could hear muttering of someone. Then the doorknob moved as the door swung open. Before Marsh was an old man in a bluish-colored bathrobe with Before Marsh was an old man in a bluish-colored bathrobe with a pair of slippers slit across his feet. Any hair left on his scalp was in strips that poked out on the sides of his head. He also perpetually had a frown etched across his old, wrinkled face, as if it were carved there by someone. "What is it, damn it? Can't you see I was trying to sleep?" His voice was shrill and cold. "Sir, I'm here to ask you about what happened. I'm here to ask you if you happen to know anything about your neighbor," Marsh said. "The one making the racket earlier?" "Yes. One of your neighbors reported the sounds of a break-in." The old man's expression didn't seem to change a bit. "And you're asking me? Why not the person who reported it?" Marsh felt a bit of embarrassment as he realized the old man was right, but tried to play it off as intentional. "Well, I figured you'd happen to know something about him since you were his neighbor." The old man somehow seemed to give Marsh an even harsher look by squinting his eyes tight and contorting his mouth to frown more. "Look, all I know about the kid next door is that he's into some bad stuff, that his name is Rocco. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going back to bed." And then slammed the door in Marsh's face. "Old bastard." Marsh cursed under his breath. However, Marsh was able to pick up one thing besides the kid's name. He was into bad stuff, as the old man put it. That could mean a lot of things, but that was something at least. But he needed more than... Okay, see, this is another... Like, this is clunky right here. That could mean a lot of things, but that was something at least. But he needed more than that at least. You know, like... You could just say, that could mean a lot of things, but that was something at least. But he needed more. Someone who'd actually speak to him instead, you know, just don't say at least twice. And someone who'd actually speak to him instead of an old grouch. He made his way back down the sidewalk that led to the porch and walked down the street, past Rocco's house and toward the other neighbor. The one who most likely called. At least he hoped he could save himself from more embarrassment. The house next to Rocco was an equally old, torn-up house. Its paint was now fading blue with round shingles that looked like they were made of now scorched wood. Through the smudged windows, Marsh could see that the lights were on in the house. As he made his way through the front yard, he walked up a set of stone steps. There wasn't a porch like the last house. He knocked on the old door, surface cold and hard like iron, and heard quick footsteps as if the person knew they were gonna have someone show up. The footsteps came to the door and opened it for Marsh, revealing an older looking woman. "Excuse me, ma'am, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about your neighbor." "Is this over the break-in?" she asked. "Not just that, ma'am. It appears he's gone missing from his home as well." She was silent for a long moment before opening the door wider to allow Marsh into the house. And as he walked in, he noticed a fireplace and photos of people who seemed to be her grandkids. There were plush and old chairs that seemed to look at the fireplace. "Take a seat. I'll fix you some coffee, sir." "You don't have to do that, ma'am. I drink too much anyways." The last bit was muttered under his breath. The old woman nodded and walked over to the plush chairs with Marsh and sat down. There was an awkward silence for a moment before Marsh broke it with his first of many questions. I suppose you were the one who called about the break in your neighbor's house? About the break-in at your neighbor's house? Yes. Yes. I could hear it screaming, shattering glass. And before I knew it, I heard a loud slam. She made a fist with her hand and smacked her open hand to show what she meant. What's your neighbor's name, ma'am? Rocco. That's what he liked to be called. I think his real name might have been Tyler. That was it. Barely mentioned his real name. He's quite a boy, let me tell you. Really sweet when you get to know him. I was told by one of your other neighbors that he was into some bad stuff. Would you agree with that? The old woman went silent and twiddled her thumbs a bit before speaking. From what I know about him, he's always been around a bad crowd. Drug dealers, criminals, those sorts of people. Has he ever harmed you? Oh, never. He's always been quiet. I always chat with him in the morning over a cup of coffee before he goes to work. He's a good kid at heart. I just think people get a bad impression of him. I see. Would you happen to have any contact with his family by chance? I'm afraid not. I only knew him, not anyone related to him. From what he's told me, he hasn't had a good relationship with them recently. It's because of his criminal activity and association with criminals, yes? So again, we get a repetition here of this whole like yes, where he goes, it's because of the criminal activity, yes, like asking yes, which might be this detective Marsh's style. Like up here he says, I suppose you were the one who called about the break-in at your neighbor's house? Yes. And then down here he does the same thing. And that's fine, maybe that's his style, but I feel like detectives usually ask more open-ended questions, and like in this case, I think it would be work just as well if you said instead of because of his criminal activity and association with criminals, yes, instead of that you could just have Detective Marsh say because of the bad crowd he hung with, ? You know, like that. You don't need the yes there, you know. I think it would flow a little bit better if you just said you know, from what he's told me, he hasn't had a good relationship with them recently because of the bad crowd he hangs around with, ? Like I feel like that would have worked a little bit better. The old woman sighed. Yes, I wish he could live better. Really, I tried to convince him to leave it. He just gave me a sad look and told me he couldn't. Marsh shook his head a slight bit out of sadness for the kid. It's a bad place, the criminal underworld. A place of deception, bloodshed, drugs, weapons dealing. Maybe he couldn't, or else he'd get. Marsh stopped and put his finger across his neck and made a slicing motion, to which the old woman nodded, and Marsh thought he could see her eyes filling with tears. He's like scaring the shit out of this old lady. He's like, probably couldn't, otherwise they would have. he's just like going on and on about like all these pantomiming all these different ways that a person could get killed, and she's like, yes. She sniffed a bit and rubbed her eyes. She asked with a shaky voice, do you think they came for him? Marsh was silent for a long time. He met the old woman's eyes and saw this. Again, it's a repetition that just makes it sound weird. He met the old woman's eyes and saw the sorrow in her eyes. You could just say, he met the old woman's eyes and saw the sorrow in them. Sounds way better. Again, I'm not trying to be too picky, and I won't do this throughout the whole story. It's just that I feel like maybe this is a newer writer that, like, they have a cool concept, and this is a cool, I like a detective story. The kidnapping, like, that's a cool beginning for a story, and that's like a very, very fun place to start a story. And I just feel like if it was a little bit more polished, it would read so much smoother, and you know, I'd be in it even all that much more. So I just, and part of the reason I do this is to help writers. So I'm hoping that all this is constructive and beneficial to the author if you're listening. So please, please don't take, please don't, I'm not, not trying to be harsh, I guess, is the point. They might have. They very well might have. With that, Marsh got up from his chair he was sitting in. Ma'am, if I could have your number for your home phone, just so I can stay in contact with you. She nodded and choked back a sob as she went to the other room of the house before returning with a piece of paper with her number written on it. I'll try to update you on anything we find, ma'am. I promise. Marsh gave her a reassuring glance as he walked toward the front door. She didn't seem to look as she seemed to stumble her way back to her chair and put her head in her hands and cried. Marsh closed the door and left and looked at the number on the paper. He could only hope Rocco was still alive. It's a fun beginning. That's what I have to say the most about. I really don't have, other than the critiques I made about the flow and the repeating of certain things and stuff like that. I think this author has somewhat of a natural gift for writing dialogue. I did like several of the interactions. They seemed realistic. They seemed very like cop noir-esque, which is really fun for a story, especially a story that's like this, I think, where society's kind of split and some people are technologically advanced and then some people are like living in these ruins from what is maybe our modern day, but to them a time long past. Yeah, and it's not something that like you're sorry, so I just read Rude Dude's comment about rereading and changing and taking out repetition. It's not something that you even need to worry about when you're doing like a rough draft, right? Because you really just want to get out like the beats of the story and what happens and who says what at what time. yeah, the mystery noir elements are really good, but then when you go back and you edit and you refine it on that second or third draft, you can really punch up a story, and you can make what already is a fun premise and a whatever, you can really make it pop by just, cutting out some of the like needless descriptions or the repetitions in dialogue or repetitions and just phrasing of things, and you can really just kind of makes paragraphs pop and end in a flashy kind of pronounced way. And yeah, it's something that you don't need to do like on a rough draft or on a whatever, but as you get better and as you just even write more, it's like you'll kind of see the value in it. And this is a very fun beginning. Now, it's definitely a mystery, and it definitely seems like it could have some pretty strong sci-fi elements. I don't know how like creepy it was, but that's the thing. I don't think this first part was supposed to be that creepy. I think a dude gets kidnapped, and obviously that's scary, and the guy who kidnapped him seems like he might kind of have some like super strength, or he might just be a badass. All that is really cool, and I'm very curious to see this world expanded, and I do want to read the next parts. I'll be honest, I would like to see what happened to Rocco. God damn it, I want to know. But I do think that like in this first part especially, there is some room for improvement, and there is some ways that, and once you kind of refine it and edit it down a little bit, maybe you could go a little farther and kind of end on a cliffhanger. Right now the cliffhanger is that, well, we don't know what happened to Rocco, but that was pretty early on. We get introduced to this detective who seems to be like our main character, but maybe we, with some refining and stuff, you could end on like, maybe the detective discovers something in Rocco's house where it kind of gives him a hint on where this case is gonna go next, and it kind of ends with like this goddamn it moment where the detective's like, I'm gonna have to go into hell if I want to find Rocco, and that's because he's gonna have to go into whatever, the Mercury Company, whatever it's called, or he's gonna have to, deal with the interrogators, whatever that means, and that for the detective is like something that he knows he doesn't want to do, but if he wants to find Rocco, he's gonna have to. And so you could kind of have a little bit, because right now it just ends with, I sure hope Rocco's alive, and it's like, well, no shit, I don't know. I'm like, yeah, Rocco doesn't sound like a horrible guy. It sounds like he's nice to the old lady, so we all hope Rocco's alive, or we at least hope, we get to find out what happens to him. But so in my opinion, the ending could be a little stronger too, and it could lead us off with where the detective's going next. Right now, he doesn't even really have any leads. All he knows is that Rocco was in with some bad people. He got snatched. That's really all our detective knows. And I do feel like, especially in that noir mystery noir element, like, it is best to end on like, but he had a matchbook for the whatever club. And so we know, our next part is going to be at a club in this society, or it's going to be in the technologically advanced part of society where X, Y, or Z happens, with the robots or whatever. Who knows? And so, yeah, those are my critiques about the story. But I love a mystery. Like, I am a complete and utter sucker for a mystery, especially detective mystery, detective fiction. So I am all over this. Like, I totally want to know what happens. I want to see, as the parts go on, I want to see if the writing style gets more refined or changes a little bit. The character, you know, I want to see what other characters come into it. But I'm stoked. I mean, it's a cool beginning to a story. I think it has the potential to be very creepy and scary, but I also, right now, it's just a mystery, and that's okay. Mysteries are fine, and I actually think more creepypastas should incorporate mystery elements, because a lot of the times it seems like nothing is really ever found out. You know, a lot of the times it seems like this creepy thing happened, but we don't really know what it was or why. And I don't like that. I'm much more of the, like, you know, give me a story, give me a person who gets found, or a person who gets died or gets killed and the killer gets found, you know. Give me something like that, because to me that is a lot more fulfilling of a story arc to go through than X weird thing happens and no one really knows why or how or whatever, you know. Which is, granted, that is a lot of creepypastas, but you know, I'm a, like I've said in the past, I'm a sucker for propaganda, detective fiction, all of it. I really like it. I think it's fun, and I think it's always cool to have a mystery be uncovered, you know. So that's all. That's pretty much all I have to say about that story. I am gonna keep it in my queue though, because I might read more parts of it in the future. I certainly want to, you know, want to keep that thing on my stuff. So now, I mean, I appreciate whoever's watching. Rude dude, pitiful scream if you're here. I am considering watching some of these Meat Sleep, called Meat Sleep. It's a YouTube channel. It's an analog horror series, I guess, and I'm considering just watching some of these, you know, without any introduction. I don't know what it's about. I don't know. I don't know the order I'm supposed to watch it in. I think maybe this order, because I sorted by oldest. So if I just watch it like this, anyways, I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think? Would you want to maybe start this and watch some of these videos? A lot of them are short, like only 30 seconds or so long. Or should I just read? Should I just get into Boots' story, ckjm? Should I just get into all in your head? Yeah, and obviously that goes without saying to Rude Dude, like, for the last story, like, yes, I want to see the sci-fi expanded on, explained. I want to see the differences between worlds. Right now we've only seen the rundown world. I want to see both, you know. Yeah, I definitely would like to see that expanded. Cause like sci-fi is cool. I mean, fantasy too is cool, and that's the thing that I think maybe a lot of people forget when a lot of people just listen to Creepcast or just focus on horror, is like there's horror elements in a lot of other styles of fiction too. Like detective fiction, obviously horror elements, true crime, you know, so many things have. I've been listening a lot a lot at work to like a lot of literary RPGs or like fantasy. So, and almost all of them I'm finding have like these dope concepts of horror. All right, ckjm it is. I was leaning towards it anyways. I don't even know what the meat sleep whatever horror thing is about. I just know that someone on the Creepcast subreddit really wants Isaiah and them to watch it and do another Creep TV because they're like, this is my 7th day about posting about meat sleep, like. And so I was like, well, maybe I could check it out and just like see what it's about or whatever, because I am interested in doing other stuff than just reading stories on stream, so. Yeah, I figured. Well, that was fun. I was just watching the first part real quick because it was only 20 seconds of the meat sleep. Mainly, I want to know, with analog horror, it seems like so much of it is like they want you to like pause or watch it really slowly and like look for the codes and stuff that's in it. And that does seem fun, but I can't do it right now. Like, I can't. I can click on videos and watch it if a narrative unfolds, but if I have to like turn on subtitles and read and pause and do all this shit, I just feel like there's too much I'm gonna miss and I'm not gonna understand, or I'm gonna focus on the wrong things and it's just gonna go over my head. So, but that first little episode did seem like unsettling, so that's cool. Sorry, I just wanted to eat a couple sunflower seeds real quick. But now I'm getting ready for ckjm, aka Boots, all in your head. Now, trigger warning. This is the main trigger warning I'll give. I try to give them on other parts of my stream. Yeah, if you pause and note them down, it'll say something. Yeah, it does seem like a good thing for Creep TV, absolutely. And that's another thing. It's like, will I enjoy watching it by myself? Yes, but would I much rather just like watch a Creep TV where Isaiah and Hunter already, Isaiah already has the story like mapped out as he kind of understands it, and we just get to watch it and enjoy it. And then if there's anything we miss, he'll tell us about it. I would much rather do that, so. Trigger warning, I think this story, if there's something bad, just assume that it's in this story. from what I remember from like Boots's page or post, Boots has a post about all their stories and has like content warnings for each one. And if I remember, this one had basically all the messed up things like drug abuse, child abuse, SA, you know. And I'm hoping that nothing is going to be too graphic. I mean, I might just skip some parts or read the parts in my head and try to describe them less graphically or something if I feel they are too graphic. But I really wanted to read it because the premise sounded really interesting. And I was just like, if it's got all these trigger warnings and stuff, like, it just seems like it's pretty like raw and kind of kind of like no gloves. The gloves are off. Like, we're really going there, and I think that is just commendable, and it also will be interesting to see what kind of story comes out of it. But yeah, the premise sounded really fun. So let's just get into it. From what I remember, it was like a person, a social worker is, I believe, like trying to find somebody who's murdering their clients, or maybe not murdering, but their clients are like disappearing or something. So if I remember right, that's the story. I think it's called It's All in Your Head Part 1. And I don't think there is the next part, at least on Reddit or on here. Maybe if you sign up to their Ko-Fi, you can read more parts to the story, but we're just going to read part 1. But it seems pretty long, so. Wallowing in Puddles, March 11th. Why aren't you helping me? The fat woman shrieked from her lowly stance on the ground in the middle of the street. She had been rolling in a puddle while heavy wet snowflakes saturated her velvet nightgown further. I am helping you, but I'm not strong enough to pick you up. You have to help too, the other woman responded. Why aren't you helping me? The other woman sighed. This had gone on for roughly 30 minutes without progress. The wallowing woman was normally a simple, predictable mind with extensive mental disability. But on occasion, she'd imbibe in substances other than her antipsychotics, and she'd completely derail her psyche in spectacular self-destruction. The rippled, healed scar across her forearm served as proof of a previous episode. The time she chewed her sutures out from a self-inflicted laceration. She was predictable enough that the staff at an assisted living home knew that it was simply better to walk a few blocks than park at the house where the woman could and would damage a recognized vehicle during one of her fits. She'd consume her poison and spiral into a frenzy, just like today. It was her MO, but arguably it was becoming more frequent. Why aren't you? We could run in circles forever, the other woman thought to herself over the screaming. Perhaps I'm crazy, and perhaps I'm as crazy as she is if I expect her to react differently. She stood in silence, slowly blinking. Do you want to be cold? Yes or no? The other woman finally asked. Furiously, the fat woman sneered. Yes. Okay. The other woman replied flatly, waiting another 5 minutes before repeating the question. Do you want to be cold? No. Finally, the other woman, Andrea, panted. It may have been the same question, but it yielded different results. After all, insanity as a word is defined as extreme foolishness, not is defined as extreme foolishness, not expectation, and it is Webster's dictionary, not Einstein's, for whom the quote is falsely credited. Andrea's shtick involved mental health. A cop, a clinician, she was a unique branch of the community's public health and safety, some sort of obscure hybrid position spawned by a desperate need. She could title, she could arrest, but most often she responded to the sort of vague details. She responded and sorted the vague details of each scenario for the best possible solution. Oh shit. Vague details of each scenario for the best possible solution in the present situation. People could argue all day about the correctness of her job, but it didn't matter. She was doing something when everyone else just threw money at a problem to make it go away. The puddle wallower was a regular, and Andrea knew her outbursts. Outwardly, she was just another alcoholic, but it was much more complicated, coupled with a known diagnosis of schizophrenia and a tendency towards self-harm and the mental faculty of a child. Surely she could be hauled away in cuffs for public indecency, disorderly conduct, or aggravated assault. But for what end? She'd absorb a spot in a cell where a real monster could be housed instead, and her growing list of crimes meant nothing to her. She was a nuisance in her neighborhood, absolutely, but she wasn't a monster. Her world was defined by the structure of the four walls she knew, her home, not the complexities of society. The group home was an answer that granted independence coupled with supervision, but with the caveat of free will, and so the puddle wallower hid fifths of shit whiskey under her long, unrestrained breasts, and she'd drink until she was extremely foolish when no one was looking. There were many just like her, the vulnerable, the chronically misplaced, and it was Andrea's job to juggle them. But with the wallower finally agreeing to emergency care for her weaponized hypothermia, the question remained, who was providing the handicapped woman liquor? It wasn't illegal, but it was ethically cruel. The local shops wouldn't sell it to her, so someone was giving it to her. This is where Andrea's job was frustrating. He liked it better when her purpose was straightforwardly intervening with human trafficking or talking people off ledges. Andrea stooped to pick up the stray sock that had been left behind after the wallower deftly stripped naked and stormed the street in a fleshy fit. Yeah, the puddle wallower is a great fucking name. Great fucking name. Pick up the stray sock that had been left behind after the wallower deftly stripped naked and stormed the street in a fleshy fit. If you have ever seen a bull sea lion commandeer a dock, the situation was genuinely similar to that. She tossed the wet cotton garment when another familiar voice caught her ears. Do you have any food, Andrea? Harvey, a moon-faced man with a graying graying purulent. I don't know that word. With the graying purulent left eye questioned. He'd likely watched most of the episodes from his cover in the nearby trees, but at least he had the decency to wait. I've got some protein bars and a bottle of water and bottled water. Yeah, he said, left eye gawking to some unknown presence, and stretched out a grimy hand to accept the snack. Andrea worried about the infection brewing in his socket. It had been festering for weeks now, but Harvey wasn't a man for conversation or self-preservation. What up, creepypasta guy? What up, yo? But Harvey wasn't a man for conversation or self-preservation. Like most of the individuals Andrea knew, intervention was as much persistence as it was blind luck. A demoralizing contrast. She passed him the meager nutrition and moved on. What's up, Professor Creepin? Now I know who you are. So, howdy. Next on our docket, without a paged response. Oh, okay. Next on our docket, without a paged response to attend, she'd collect gossip at the congregate shelter. There, a small horde of homeless amassed, and it was easy to find information in a group where tea was often the only entertainment. Nothing was ever direct there, of course, but at least it was easy to hear rumors, where someone was last seen, who was dealing dirty drugs, who relapsed methamphetamine, who started methamphetamine, who had beef, and who was in love, which of the pimps had the best dope for his hoes, and on and on. Junkies hated alcoholics, alcoholics hated everyone. Loners found their cliques. Hold on. Alcoholics hated everyone. Loners found their cliques in passing and in staff. And personalities flexed whatever power that they could. Crammed like sardines, the homeless were packed into a large defunct warehouse, a former part of the city's water treatment facility. A portion of the building served as administrative offices, but the primary structure was industrial. Its cold cement floors flowed to vaulted walls, all flecked and poked with various stains and damages. The center beams that supported the structure were painted yellow and heavily chipped with neglected relics. The only reason the building didn't echo was due to the amount of soft bodies present. The floor was divided further by male and female beds. The cots were arranged 9 deep across the floor. The barriers of their meager spaces were marked with yellow paint, just enough for small storage and fleeting sanity. Staff lined up along the wall, dividing a small eating area, observing the floor at all times. Sure did, Professor Creepin, but no worries, brother. There's always the next one. Individuals utilized whatever techniques they could to pass time between the 4 dreary walls of the shelter, and morale fluctuated daily. But one consistency amongst each soul every day was persistent paranoid dread. Usually it was identity theft, poison water, 5Gs, and electrical particles. Whatever it was always a conspiracy, and they were always the underdogs, victims of stolen fortune and pointed vitriol from a higher power. And in usual circumstances, most would readily speak at length about the wrongdoings that they had experienced. However, something was different this time. The whispers of the quiet threat were not readily spoken. Eyes shifted uneasy on the open floor, and if you asked, those same eyes would flare white or jaundice yellow for a moment in panic and immediately avert their gaze. Andrea had her work cut out for her to figure out what was scaring them this time. Public figure looked for one of her regular canaries, Laura. She had been declining. The public figure looked for one of her regular canaries, Laura. She had been declining in recent history. She spent most of her time sleeping nowadays, head propped up on a mound of hoarded filthy blankets and swaddled in just as many layers, complaining of a dull ache and swollen ankles, and claiming that each were worsened from the air conditioning particles or the infiltration of soy. Andrea had tried to convince Laura that her symptoms were caused by heart failure, not conspiracy, to no avail. As she approached Laura, there was a certain lifelessness to her posture that alarmed Andrea. Laura certainly slept like a dead woman on a regular basis, slack-jawed and still. There was always a subtle difference between living skin and dead. Andrea called her name with no response. Andrea shook her lightly, met stiff resistance. Andrea reached for her neck and felt no pulse, only cold tissue. She was dead, all right. She'd been dead a while. Fuck. That's not good when you got homeless people dead in a homeless shelter and people don't know about it. Thanks, man. Thanks for stopping by. I will read it probably on the next one or whatever, but I'll let you know. Thank you. She was dead, all right, and she'd been dead a while. Andrea grimaced. She had a soft spot in her heart for Laura. Across from Laura, her immediate neighbor sat crisscross applesauce on her cot, grinning ear to ear, but Andrea hadn't paid any attention. Elsewhere. Instead of observing the dead woman she'd held dear, she knew this moment fast approached. but she had hoped for a different outcome and certainly didn't expect it today. At least it appeared that she had died in her sleep. Maybe she didn't suffer much. Smiling woman laughed now, a dopey, repetitive honk. Andrea reached for Laura's blankets, planning to expose her briefly to make sure there was no obvious, criminally suspicious cause of death. She expected none, but as she pulled back the blankets, she revealed a gruesome mess inside. A large part of Laura was missing. From below her ribs to just above her femurs was a gap, as if something had reached through the ether and took a bite out of her. There was very little blood and nothing tucked into the blankets. Where her saggy body should have met hips and eventual legs, only the remnant of glistening black guts was present under the curvature of ribs. The furious odor had been mostly contained in the blankets, and what did emanate was overpowered by the countless other smells of the shelter, but now the stink of iron was heavy to Andrea. The honking woman's laugh turned to a wheezing as she choked, and Andrea abruptly turned to acknowledge her, fearing a panic on the floor. "What happened?" Andrea asked sharply, trying to not to raise too much alarm. Already she could see whispers spread across the floor. The woman resumed laughing, drool trailing from her lower lip and from her previous coughing. "He was here," she chortled quietly and pulled her head into her shoulders. "What?" Andrea spoke, dropping to the woman's level. "What did you see? Who was here?" she whispered. He was here. He a mounted man." A pair of police arrived as discreetly as they could, but any gossip spread like wildfire amongst the shelter floor. Ignoring questions, accusations, pleas, and curiosities, they made their way to Laura's cot. The investigator followed a few steps behind with his DSLR ready. Shelter staff had cleared the immediate occupation of beds near Laura's in hopes of easing the process for the officers. They knew any remaining evidence was likely tampered by the time Laura had been found, and the only two ancient security cameras overlooked the floor with wide, pixelated angles. At most, it would show the last time she was blatantly alive, and by blatant, they were hoping it would show something blatantly suspicious, like a person carrying her to the cot. The officers laid their placards and snapped their shots of the scene before exposing what was left of Laura. When they pulled her rancid bedding aside, they stood confused. The investigator scrunched his face and remembered the first time he'd seen a bear scavenge a corpse. Thinking Laura looked so familiar, and while people regularly died unseen in this demographic, bears certainly couldn't execute the same discretion without making a scene in a public setting. "Where's the blood? Where's the rest of her?" finally thought out loud. It was a rhetorical question, and he snapped another picture. The officers continued their documentation before grabbing the black plastic body bag they had brought inside. Two officers pulled at the mound of blankets Laura had collected so that only one covered her and another spanned underneath her. The third officer folded the bag, unzipped it, and placed it for immediate use. Finally, the three men scooped. Kill one. Kitty. Yeah. Third officer unfolded the bag, unzipped it, and placed it for immediate use. Finally, the three men scooped the blankets with what was left of Laura and placed it all unceremoniously into the plastic tomb. Her belongings were quickly collected as evidence, stored and marked in sterilized totes. The investigator surmised that the most logical possibility was that someone had killed Laura off-site and brought her remains inside, propping them up as if she had never woken up in the first place, and that the shelter residents were simply too high to notice or too indifferent to care. The only immediate challenge to his theory was the small, slimy blood smear at the floor of Laura's cot, implying that at least some liquid blood was present and that something had disturbed it on the floor. The security footage could challenge it, certainly, but in all reality it would be marked as poor quality and prove nothing. If that wasn't the case, it was likely to become a cold case anyways, and another homeless man would die, and another homeless woman would die unsung. Cry Wolf prior to March 11th. Interesting. Okay, so now we're jumping back in time here. The officer carried out the last tote. By then, the shelter residents had been allowed to reclaim their beds if they had been temporarily displaced. Phyllis was just far enough away to watch from her cot as the border at the border the entire time. She'd muster her energy for her day's treatment of methadone now that the entertainment, the oddity, was over. Phyllis rolled over, realizing too late that she had wasted the entire day. It wasn't a loss to her, she thought, a wasted day. It didn't matter. She was tired and she was melancholy. At around 7 a.m., one man hollered about the giant wet rat that scurried at wicked speed across the building, waking up the floor, Phyllis included in the process. A few others did the same when it ran past them too, and the others screamed to shut the fuck up at the resulting noise. At noon, the floor stirred with greatest activity as normal. Andrea arrived around 1500, and the other officers left at about 1930. The methadone clinic closed at 1700. Phyllis groaned. Perhaps it did matter a whole lot to her. Phyllis's face scrunched into a mess of wrinkles, and she sobbed lightly. No one paid any attention. However, after 5 minutes, she sat bolt upright and scanned the floor. She was looking for Nubs. He always had alcohol. Often he just had hand sanitizer, but you could still get drunk with that. That could tide her over to the next day when she could get a real fix. She tousled her disheveled hair in an effort to make it look intentionally messy. She reached under her blanket to find her loose, worn-out sneakers, shaking them first upon discovery in case of bed bugs had moved inside. It was more for show than effect. She trotted hands tucked inside the sleeves of her hoodie to Nubs' bed. Thanks, Boots. What's up? I'm really... Sorry, cat hair. It's an unfinished 3-part, but does that mean part 2 is done, or there's 3 parts that are done and there's a 4th coming? I really like this one so far. I mean, obviously you have a lot of experience, like, but this is just very realistic. The representations of homeless people, and I like all the different homeless people. The characterizations, you know what I mean? It's super. I'm riveted right now. I really like it. I like all the different characters in it. You have the puddle wallower, you have, you know, Andrea. Like, it's super good so far. I'm really enjoying it. Are there multiple parts that are on Reddit, or are they all on Ko-Fi? Part 2 is almost done. Third is mapped. This story hits me personally, so I took a break. I can tell it would probably hit you personally, and I'm not surprised that it takes a toll just writing this stuff, because this is you know, I mean, there's a lot of ways that horror can affect you or take a toll, but when it's personal like this, of lived experiences, and it's about the most desperate, most what's the word I'm looking for? The most the most futile, the most like just saddest parts of humanity. I mean, really, you know, just sick people and sickness on top of sickness and all that. So I could see how it could be very, very rough. But you do it justice, and you give these characters, it's very stark the way you portray them. Like, it's very realistic, and it's very honest. It's not like, you know, at least not yet, it doesn't seem to like glorify it in any way, but it also doesn't shy away from it. It's very well done. I have to give you props for that. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. I think it's good to step away, and I think, you know, to even get some physical distance sometimes from a story is beneficial. So, you know, but I am really liking this part, and, you know, I can definitely tell this is a story that I'm probably gonna want to finish at when the other parts do come out. So, but it's great, and like right now with Phyllis missing her methadone, and now she's looking for nubs to get alcohol. You know, as somebody who struggles with addiction, like I can tell you that you know, I may not have been homeless, I may not have been in this situation, but I've certainly done things where I've been like, well, if I can't get this, why don't I just get drunk? You know, it's stuff like that, and it's super realistic and believable, and I'm enjoying it. She trotted, hands tucked inside the sleeves of her hoodie, to Nubs' bed, noticing quickly that he wasn't present, and staff gently chastised her for entering the male side. She moved outside. The shelter's policy was that residents could not bring alcohol on site nor enter while heavily intoxicated, but that didn't stop anyone from drinking outside the building and around the corner. There were regular haunts to get drunk, and one only had to walk straight and avoid looking too obvious once they got inside. Phyllis shuffled through the Park City road guarders and sanding trucks to the alley next to the building used as the shelter. It was a small enough space that the shelter staff didn't worry too much about excessive doings there, but large enough that it still attracted attention as a den for a quick fix of something. Nubs wasn't there, but Harvey was. He sat blissfully pickled with another man, and the two sharing a plastic bottle of R&R. Harvey had been temporarily banned from the shelter after he pulled his pants down in the middle of the floor and pissed into the trash can. He drank himself to sleep where he sat that night. "Give me some," Phyllis spoke curtly, tucking herself in between the two men. The few sips, she could feel the warmth of the liquor swimming in her belly. A few more sips and the warmth grew more familiar to sorrow and distant memories and habits. Phyllis remembered briefly that her parents kicked her out of the home and out of the village as a sort of tough love at 15 years of age, sent her to live with family and structure in the big city, in the big tough city. It'd scare her straight, they thought. At 16, Phyllis had her first child and nothing had changed, only worsened. She dabbled in narcotics toward the end of her pregnancy, and her kid was born addicted, but alive. Her next two kids went about the same way. At 34, she hadn't seen her children grow up, and it had been at least a year since the last time she'd seen, I'm guessing, any of them. At least a year since last time she'd seen any of them. She had tried rehab. After 6 months of sobriety and the clean act, she was allowed to see her youngest, then 5 years old. For the first time since she was taken away shortly after birth, Phyllis wept that night, realizing that her baby didn't recognize who she was. She was a stranger to the kid, and that bitter truth haunted her worse than any of the hangovers she had endured in the past. For a while, it also motivated her. "I won't miss any more time," she told herself. But the more she thought of it, the more the guilt crept in, and the more she realized that she was not getting it back. Nearly 20 years thrown away. That reality scared her more than anything. Slowly, her vices crept back, and when she eventually stuck a needle back into the crease of her arm, she immediately remembered how far and distant it made that lingering and harrowing reality feel. She knew who the father was of her first, some punk who surprisingly got his shit together. He'd seen his kid on holidays, now grown and nearly starting college. Phyllis detested him for that. It was pure jealousy. But the other two, she was unsure. At some point in her downward spiral, Phyllis had found herself at the hands of predators, pinned under the control of a pimp named Peter, a smooth talker with good dope that he used to bait the initial snare. It was never as good after that, unless it was a reward. "I saved the last good shit for you," he'd start. Yeah, no, addiction's horrifying. It's horrifying, and I think what a lot of people don't maybe think about that's so horrifying is it can take a relatively smart, straight-laced person. Like people think that everyone who ends up on the street is already a trashy, whatever, unintelligent, unrefined person. But drugs can literally, drugs and addiction can literally bring anyone down to that point. It's just a matter of, how much that person's willing to suffer and how much they're willing to, where they're gonna find their rock bottom and all that stuff. So it's it literally doesn't matter. And I see these people who talk about homeless people, like, well, that could never be me. And I'm like, bro, most people, I would say, are 1 or 2 bad years away from like being that person on the street who's cracked out, methed out, mentally ill. Maybe they're not even on drugs. Maybe it's mental illness. And it's like, you can't control that. You know, you couldn't control if you, started drinking, lost your job, started drinking so much that you went into psychosis, have some sort of like psychosis brought on by alcoholism or like some sort of schizophrenia, you know what I mean? You just don't know. And, it can happen to anyone. Not that everyone's an addict, they're not, but my point is that it's like, it literally is a monster that is just can take anyone down. It's not, no one's immune. It doesn't matter how much money you have or how much love and support you have even. Of course, sure, that stuff helps, but like, yeah, it's very scary, and it's so insidious. It's so insidious. Like, I would say like mind-boggling insidious. Like this whole point about how Phyllis is talking about how she I won't miss any more time. At first it motivated her, but the more she thought about it, the more the guilt crept in, and the more she realized that she was not getting that time back. Nearly 20 years thrown away. That reality scared her more than anything. And then that's the scary part about addiction too, is that the more you get stuck in it, where you're like, I've already fucked up 20 years of my life. I'm not getting that back. So addiction sounds like the better to live in your disease, to live into addiction sounds like the better alternative. You're like, well, I could rather try to get sober and whatever, and I might have 30 good years left, but I've already wasted 20 of the best years of my life or whatever it is. And so they're like, do I really want to just be miserable for the last 30 years of my life? And people say, well, wouldn't they be miserable if they were addicted? And the answer is yes, but they would be miserable and living on the streets or whatever. They'd be miserable, but they'd be miserable, and they'd have their drug, they'd have their friend with them. And that is how drugs make you feel, and that is how addiction makes you feel. As you say, it's this whole like, well, I can be miserable and have to deal with all the shittiest, and have to deal with life. I can be miserable and have to deal with life, or I can be miserable and be addicted, and then I get breaks. I at least get moments where the noise stops and I'm just whatever, lost in the drugs or whatever you want to call it, in that bliss of addiction. And so it's horrible, man. It's so fucked up. Sorry. The rest of it on the street is garbage, but this one hit smooth, he'd promise, and she fell for it every time. He made an ungodly profit off of each woman he'd moved, especially if they were at least halfway pretty, which Phyllis arguably was before her body grew tired and gaunt. Years on the market as a junkie had taken their toll, and when Phyllis' belly started to swell during the first pregnancy in the trafficking ring, Peter withheld the good drugs. He didn't care about the ethics of a strung-out pregnant woman, but any port in a storm only went so far. He was a salesman, after all, and his morality was readily trumped by business. A pregnant junkie just didn't attract clients willing to spend top dollar, and she was using more product than she earned. It was a rough pregnancy, and it wasn't a surprise to anyone that it was born prematurely and also addicted. But if nothing else, her offspring were tenacious. It survived, and it was placed with a family far away. Phyllis signed away her parental rights immediately, hoping for a quicker high, and Peter eventually roped her back into his grasp with the good dope once again. This repeated twice more, resulting in the 5 year that old shook her today. And a 5-year-old that shook her today, and a stillborn preemie at 6 months. If it wasn't the guilt of those lost years, both her own and her children's, it was fear. Every day in Peter's circle was a gauntlet of slinging drugs, dodging bullets, and enduring force. Like every beaten dog learns to wag its tail and cow its head, so too did Phyllis. But the fear was always there. It wasn't as scary though. If she was high, nothing mattered in that cold embrace. There's worse things out there than me, Peter hissed at Phyllis in a decrepit motel, one of his irregular haunts. One night when she felt emboldened to snap back, "I'll cut you off from everyone you know, everyone that even remotely gives a shit about your miserable life, and from any hit you could ever get, until you're left begging to suck some rotten cheesy dick for a taste of a shit high. Is that what you want, Phyllis? Syphilis? It's got your name in it." That's so fucked up, but honestly, like, I don't want to say funny because it's not funny, but it's like, it is clever, right? And it's funny how many like criminals and fucked up people are clever. Like, people say shit like this, you know what I mean? And so it's just, again, it's just good writing. It's good writing, but it's also like very it's hauntingly fucking raw in its like in its subtle humor, and then like disgusting depravity. It's fucked. He shoved her. She tried to run. He moved with alarming speed and grabbed her shoulders, spinning her around and squeezing her jaw between his fingers in a vice while he pressed her to the wall. He increased his grasp until she stilled and tears streamed from her eyes. "You're lucky that you have me, Phyllis." He held his hand close to hers. His breath smelled of Listerine and cigarettes. "You know what's out there. It's hiding in the shadows." He dragged her by the jaw to the window overlooking the dark alley. "Look out there, Phyllis. What do you see?" She reluctantly stepped forward to look. He shook her head, muttering nothing in response. He impatiently opened the window and shoved her face out, slamming the window against her back and pinning her outside. She screamed. She squirmed for the longest time, struggling against him to no avail. His left arm stoutly secured on the window on top of her, and his right arm firmly pressed against her back. "Shut up and look, whore." She obeyed. Her sobs faded into quiet sniffles, and she surveyed the dark before her. There were figures in the dimly lit alley, 1 or 2, maybe even 3, curled into balls against the furthest wall on the shadow line. They'd stir from time to time, pass a bottle. One even laughed to see her plight, but overall they were indifferent to the scuffle they'd just seen and heard. Beyond them was the darkness itself. Phyllis stared into it and swore that it moved like water. She was inexplicably terrified of it. When she looked back to the drunks, they were gone, vanished in front of her. Had they willingly left, or had they been taken by the shadows? Did some dark tendril grope from the impossible wall of black water and pull them inside? She stared again at the dark, swearing she could hear it whisper angrily. And just out of earshot, and a voice mumbled through mucus. The drone of its indiscernible cadence increased, and its water-like rhythm rose to something more like a typhoon, until she couldn't stand it any longer, and writhed once again against Peter and begged for his forgiveness so she could be released before the invisible water rose and got her too. Abruptly, he pulled her back in. She wept deeply and openly. He shoved her to the bed and watched silently while she babbled apologies. He was afraid too. He wouldn't admit it, but for a fleeting second, the same fear that oozed from Phyllis was visible in his eyes too. The street was its own ecosystem, and its pecking order existed in constant flux. While he may have been near the top, he knew there were always bigger teeth waiting. But what he couldn't explain was his brutish mind. What he couldn't explain in his brutish mind was that hierarchies were linear, and that the apex of any food chain wasn't necessarily the biggest predator. If you stirred the detritus in any stagnant water, some of the most sinister creatures were readily hidden. Amoebas, worms, scavengers. What scared Peter so much in his simple mind was a threat that effortlessly outsmarted him at his own game. The panic glimmer in his eyes faded as quickly as it had appeared, and he smirked at his query now. "Remember this, Phyllis," he spoke surely while he removed his belt. "Next time you feel mouthy, remember how grateful you are to have me." Phyllis was now heavily intoxicated along with their comrades. Her eyes fluttered open and shut as she cried off and on. Harvey pawed at her, drunk himself, putrid eye pressed against her chest and head unintentionally keeping hers from rolling too far forward. Harvey was far from a gentleman, and while a sliver of him cared about her well-being in her intoxicated state, he mostly cared about his own pleasures. In his equally pickled state, he thought that maybe affection would be calming. But the more he touched her, the more agitated she became, until she bellowed like a forlorn heifer calling its calf. Andrea had released 2 individuals that had been fighting from cuffs and brief investigation. When she heard a familiar wail in the distance, Phyllis regularly fell to shambles, and her cries reached profound noise levels when she really got going. Andrea jogged to the source, finding Harvey groping the hardly conscious woman. Her cries had since developed to whimpers, the last of her energy spent. Grabbing him by the nape of his neck, she pulled Harvey and threw him back. "Harvey, you idiot! Crying is not consent!" "We fuck all the time, you bitch," Harvey slurred. Andrea's shoulders tensed and she stopped the desire to kick him in the face, remembering the ever-watchful eye of her body cam. Your girlfriend can barely keep her head up. I was checking that. Andrea immediately turned away from him, feeling her anger boil. Phyllis was a challenging person to help. She was certainly a victim of horrible crimes, but she never pressed charges and never followed a timeline. Oftentimes she'd get high or drunk or both and she'd remember how all the sorrow she had felt and felt it as if it were present while she cried to a God that ignored her. It was hard to help her when it was regularly impossible to narrow whether the immediate help she needed was medical, psychiatric, or judicial intervention. The windows to help her were small, and her vices only complicated it farther. Andrea knew that, realistically, Phyllis wouldn't press charges on Harvey. She wouldn't want to talk about the event itself or what stewed in her memory, and it would repeat again in a week or less, with the same or worse results. It always did. Andrea also knew that assumption and complacency could cost someone their life, but that was the only hard, factual, immediate threat was Phyllis's inability to not aspirate her vomit, and Andrea requested an ambulance over the radio to handle the problem. Phyllis briefly stirred. There's something out there. There's something out in the black, in the water. The Masquerade, March 30th. Damn, bro. Pause. That was a horrific scene. That was several horrific scenes layered on top of each other. There's something called re-victimization that a lot of people don't believe or understand very well. And it's that not only do predators have a sense for victim, for people that are victims and are silent victims, they have a sixth sense for it, but also people get caught, like people like this that suffer from addiction, so they get caught in these cycles of trauma and abuse, and it's just interesting to see it so starkly portrayed and like happening almost simultaneously, and like how in some ways the monster, the black thing in the water, as they say, we'll call it the water or the water monster, as much as that is like a reoccurring thing in Phyllis's like trauma, and it's something that she returns to when she reaches these moments where she cries out, as it says. It's also like the least horrifying part about what she suffered through, right? It's maybe the most mysterious, but it's the least horrifying. But it could make sense how her mind in this sad state is like, or in this desperate state is like, there's something out there. There's something, and maybe there is a monster out there. You know, that's, the story hasn't leaned hard one way or the other. I actually do believe there's a monster out there, because the one girl got like fucking eaten in half, you know, and that didn't make any sense. So I do believe there's some sort of monster out there. But at the same time, it's like, would you rather focus on the monster in the shadows so you don't have to see the monsters all around you, the monster that you are, maybe? You know, and so it's like, it makes so much sense in the context of the story. And it's just really sad. It's just really fucked up and really sad. But what a really, yeah, what just a great story, man. I can't, you know. I am glad. I was the same way. It seems like Boots, our author, you know, it seemed the same way that you've been like needed to take some time away from this story, and you know, are kind of taking your time writing it. I think a while back, like maybe a month or two ago, I read the quick synopsis that you have where you have all your stories listed, and I was like, ooh, I want to read this one, but I was also like, I gotta wait for the right time. I don't just want to read this story willy-nilly, because I do think and I was right to assume this. I was like, seems like it's gonna be pretty fucked up and pretty hard to, you know, get through. Hard in a good way, hard where it should be hard, you know, not like, I'm not saying it's a slog, because it's not a slog, and it's not all hopeless. It's actually like, it's very interesting, and it's very emotional, and I feel for each of these characters, and I feel for Andrea and her like clinical detachment, but also empathy that she feels towards the people, and how being like, well, I know she's not going to press charges, I know she's not going to do this. The main threat to her life right now is her aspirating or vomit, you know. So I'm going to solve the problem that I can right now, or I'm going to help her in this way that I know that is the most danger to her right now. It's super, yeah, it's just super, it's really interesting. I think it's such just a exquisite horror story, but also, you know, I feel like people who, whatever, want to be social workers or want to be, you know, want to work with like the homeless or what, I feel like they should read this story, because I feel like it would be a good like litmus test about just like, these are some of the things you might see, or the, you know, I feel like in some ways this story is peeling back a part of society that, you know, like we don't ever really see, or people that go, well, you know, we don't really know about what the people who deal with the homeless, we don't really know what they go through, you know. And it's like, well, we do, it's just, we just don't want to think about it, or we could know, but we just don't, you know. There are documentaries and shit about that. It's just that they're always really fucking a bummer, and, you know, people don't want to like really dive into them. And so I feel like to have a story like this where there is a mystery, there is maybe a creature that's preying on people, but then you also just have it on this backdrop of just pure human misery, is kind of awesome, because it enables a lot of people who otherwise might like turn away to you know, really sink their teeth into, and really look at, starkly see in a real way. So, and this next chapter, I like the name of that, The Masquerade. I'm looking forward to that. So I can't wait to get into this next part, but I do have to go pee, so be right back. Yeah, it's not pulling any punches. You're right about that, rude dude.
He's gonna fucking expose our whole plan for the NII program. If that fucking Nick thinks he's gonna expose Simeon, he's got another thing coming.
Seems like that, if I can stop for a second, it seems like the president, like the great grandson of this president, maybe they've had this knowledge of the mountain for so long that's going through there. But the use of him saying the connectivity seems pretty relevant, especially with like the hieroglyphics, the Greek, all the different stuff down in the thing as well. If there's some kind of like philosophy they follow, maybe via the god that they worship in the mountain or something, or some kind of entity there.
I think it's 100% true that whatever Semiodyne's objective is, it's to the glory, you could say, of whatever's in Mount Greylock, right? Knowingly or unknowingly.
Yeah.
Could be that they just want the power it has or something like that.
Sure.
But yeah, it seems like everything they're doing is just to progress that end.
Well, I'm wondering if they're like pawns in whatever scheme of like them knowing not to go down there, but to send other people down there to excavate it is almost as if it's kind of like, you know, like in Satanist practices or something, or certain kind of like demonic practices, people will worship these entities that are inherently evil, or so they, you know, people say that they're evil for riches now in the mortal plane or whatever. It almost seems like maybe something along those lines of like this entity offering them power or like world control or something, or some kind of grand scheme power to fulfill some kind of prophecy. Or plan. Prophecy is probably a bit bold, but I just mean in terms of interconnectivity of connecting the world.
Some grand objective, yeah.
Sure, sure.
Hey, hon, have you seen the car keys?
Humanity has stood many times at the precipice of extinction. And the only reason we are still here today is because we stood there together. Semiodyne USA is here with you every step of the way.
I like this one.
The program was a trap. They're watching, they're listening. Fuck Lyndon B. Johnson. Fuck Semiodyne. I won't be your lab rat anymore.
Someone's like, they're in the TV. I know they are. So he puts this in front of him.
The Masquerade, March 30th. So this is about, 2-ish. Is that right? Like 21 days, so maybe 3 weeks after our first day. If you died homeless, there wasn't anything to sing about. There'd be no obituary, no funeral, no mourning of substance beyond a few weepy eyes in a close-knit circle. Laura's death was no exception. 19 days into the peculiar crime, she had been preemptively swept to the cold cases. If there even was a crime to begin with, there was certainly something nefarious, but with few details to follow and the only potential leads too paranoid to speak. It was a standstill. Andrea wouldn't forget. But truth be told, she was a single soul against a mountain of desperation. Her energy was best spent on the living, but each day that passed exponentially decreased the likelihood of ever solving how or why Laura was found as a hollow shell underneath a pile of blankets amongst the crowd of people. The vagrants Andrea followed all spoke nervously of a hunter in their ranks. That was certainly true. Just last year, there was a man with an axe slaughtering them. Every day there were pimps and traffickers. However, it was nothing short. This says sort, but I think it's short. It was nothing short of impossible to link an axe murderer or serial killer to something explicitly supernatural. And that's what it felt like. Even if no one wanted to admit it, the videos of the shelter showed Laura walk inside to her cot, but as Andrea suspected, they were considered inconclusive due to the quality. It was a cop-out. In truth, it was as if Laura had been eaten from the inside out. Andrea sat inside her rig, mulling over hypotheticals to half-thought-out questions, when she saw Harvey stumble across the street. As much as she'd often loathed the man, he was still someone she followed and tended to. Oh. He may have been a creep, she thought, but she believed half of his distasteful actions were tied to mental health and low intelligence. Things that were potentially correctable in the right environment with the right support. A hopeless pursuit, realistically, but all she could do was try. Harvey typically ignored everyone that approached him unless he wanted something. Thus, he was easy to bribe for attention if he knew what he wanted. Andrea engaged the man with a small bag of cheese crackers and an off-brand soda pop. "Harvey, how you doing today?" He turned to face Andrea on stilted, unsure limbs. Andrea felt briefly leery of him, but she was unable to identify what instinct had triggered as he had spun around drunkenly to face her. "You really ought to get that eye checked out, Harvey," she spoke sincerely, her own eyes bent into an optical frown. "It looks worse." Harvey didn't react. His pupil had faded further into milky tissue, and the pus that clung to the corner was now an abundant, pale yet noxious green. His face was swollen and his nose dripped, the nasal discharge beginning to resemble the same virulent mess that oozed from his eye. Regardless, as he stared at Andrea through the obviously blinded sensory organ, he couldn't help but feel as though he could actually see her through that rotten tissue. The empathy that marked her face rapidly shifted to awareness, a subtle transition in the wrinkles of her face and the weight of her shoulders that signaled a certain readiness. Again, she couldn't explain the distrust in her gut. Harvey was no less Harvey, no more capable than the opportunistic drunk that he was on any day of the week. "Harvey?" she spoke, feigning confusion to elicit a response. "Yeah," he finally spoke, reaching for the snack she had brought. Andrea handed him the offering. She watched him fumble with his fingers, and again they glanced at each other. No word spoken, only a fleeting millisecond endured. Without further explanation, just as Harvey had appeared, he staggered off once again. Andrew was well versed in gut feelings of working with the demographic that she did. She was equally as skilled in finding the quantifiable facts that supported the instinctual concern she'd feel with someone. Bad vibes weren't something that were readily documentable, nor were they of any use in helping schizophrenics that just felt weird or in proving heinous crimes on heinous people. So when she felt that twinge in her gut, she knew to look a little closer at the details of the person at hand, but it wasn't something she felt often with people she already knew. And when she did, it usually felt like palpable guilt. Not like a primitive evolutionary threat, similarly to the uncanny resemblance of eye spots on giant silk moss. It was unnerving, to say the least. Another suspicious event that had swirled in her busy mind. Perhaps she hadn't felt the gut feeling she should have when she first met Harvey roughly a year ago. Harvey had been ran out of his community at the time, a nondescript and easy way that the locals said, "We're sick of your shit," when one of them pushed the acceptable bounds of the community too far. Typically, banishment was reserved for the violent and the deranged, but the perception of either seemed to vary greatly. Sometimes it depended on the day of the week and who was involved. But as a whole, those communities were typically reasonable in the expectations that they made. It was a dog-eat-dog logic, but in many ways it worked. It just often came across as terribly inhumane from an outside perspective. In reality, it was a degree of accountability and privilege. None of it was documented, of course. It all existed on verbal reputation. In truth, you could be the kindest person alive, but exit quietly and unsung. In that regard, arrogance afforded some degree of self-preservation when rumor stirred. The humble person of low IQ and profound mental illness with a childlike association to others could be accused of grooming, and without the backing and guidance of others would be socially tried as a pedophile, when in truth the only crime was thinking that he was also a child. Andrea dreaded making that accusation. She wanted to help. Whether or not that was Harvey's case was only speculation and rumor. He had been ran out of his village, and it wasn't for a small reason, I think is what it should say. Not that that justified anything Andrea had seen of the man. She was still seething from his parasitic actions the night she threw him off of Phyllis. But it explained him, and she couldn't go and publicly execute him with one hand and a 9mm, despite how good that sounded. That would have been a waste of everything she believed in and fought for. She wasn't the judge, nor the executioner. Something wasn't right about Harvey, that much was true. Whatever it was just speculation, until proven otherwise. She'd see him again, drunk as usual, in the crowd by the electrical box at Walmart in the heart of the city. The homeless clung to that box as a source of warmth on the coldest nights. Each drunk to the stupor, to the point that if one died, no one would notice for a long, long while. In fact, one wheelchair-bound man sat dead for a full 24 hours before another called the police, and the poor Walmart security guard that had been assigned to maintain the scene until police arrived looked like he was nearly ready to remove his badge and find another job rather than stand by the corpse any longer. Andrea hadn't paid Harvey much attention. She was there because the homeless at the box trusted her more than the other cops that were occupied with another murder. Another person had been left torn to shreds, tucked under a sleeping bag, out of sight and stinking. And it was easy to miss a feature of the landscape, and the homeless that lurked there were particularly such. The hope was that Andrea could whittle some sort of lead or information from one of the meeker faces in the wayward crowd. The investigator scowled, partially perplexed to witness another body like Laura so quickly, and partially irritated to be stuck doing so in the heat of the public eye. Looky-loos flocked to the intersection, nearly causing a few fender benders and alternated judging glances between the police at work and the growing mob of homeless. The body of the man was more ravaged than Laura's had been, and while Laura's looked more like the remnants of a cocoon, this one looked like it had been a proper meal. There was no coherency in what had been pulled apart. The only obvious fact was that it was human. Andrea jerked her head to the right at the sound of the squealing tires and a thud. A dark SUV had rear-ended a red commuter, and the occupants of the vehicles flailed inside in obvious frustration. She rolled her eyes, knowing she'd be best utilized helping control that new clusterfuck, when she noticed the crowd of homeless on the other side of the street. There were roughly 15 souls standing and gossiping, but hidden in the back was a familiar, mousy, gray-haired figure, someone that looked identical to Laura. The collision wasn't worth darting across traffic. There was enough of a scene that there was no need to add to it in any other benign circumstance, but Andrea needed to confirm or deny what she had seen. Carefully, she gestured to each driver to wait and darted through the traffic of the 4-lane intersection, and when she crossed the 3rd lane, she looked up to pinpoint the Laura look-alike, only to realize she couldn't see her. The group of vagrants shifted, knowing that Andrea approached them and figured it was best to move and avoid being roped into something that could cost them street security. Andrea was mostly safe in their ranks, but a police sympathizer was still a police sympathizer, so the crowd stirred and Andrea grimaced when she couldn't find the face she was looking for. But she was certain it was Laura. Never failed to amaze Andrea how the homeless seemed to appear everywhere and anywhere at any given time. For the population credited for drunkenness, they moved fast when they wanted to. But Laura, no amount of hasty movement could explain how a dead woman was seen in a crowd 19 days after dying. Was it actually Laura? Andrea was certain. But pinned by quantifiable facts, she couldn't explain it or rely on it. It was only an uneasy gut feeling. The lady in the borough prior to March 2nd. So March 11th was when Laura died, right? And then that was 19... So now we're going back again to before Laura died. Depending on when you asked, Laura solemnly proclaimed that she was an abandoned child or battered woman. Reality likely involves some combination of the two. Laura would mention children of her own, siblings, and several men that she considered to be father figures, but none of them were around or willing to help her in her current plight for reasons unknown. She had been homeless for years and was a regular figure amongst the resources. Was a regular figure amongst the resources. She never asked for much. She was tied to military. She was a scholar. She was a nurse. She was all things but sane. She was all things but sane, yet she was kind. Laura was a source of details on the current affairs of the street. She kept keen eye on the newly addicted, the young, and the women. She wasn't always the most tactful in how she did so, but she was always watching and always willing to ask about it, to talk about it. She existed in some sort of weird enigma between homeless and acceptable society as a result. She was also incredibly paranoid and deluded and apt to believe conspiracies or flat out lies, but regardless, her heart was in the right place. She gave a shit at her own expense, and she knew who to talk to for help. And she knew who to talk to for help for her people, just not how to help herself. If medics were called for an incident and Laura was around, the seasoned ones knew to ask her for what she knew. In her own roundabout way, she would explain that the patient was newly talking with the dirty dealer that spiked his meth with fentanyl, and knew who the dirty dealer was, at least by detailed description. They could pin the deal with that kind of information, and all she ever asked for in exchange were menthol cop drops and an ear from time to time. Perhaps that's why Andrea cared so much about her. Laura was absolutely crazy, but she meant well. One just had to know how to tolerate her or how to translate her Laura-isms. Unbeknownst to anyone that regularly dealt with her, Laura was somewhat truthful in who she claimed to be. Laura had 2 older brothers whom she no longer spoke with, and 4 grown children of equal dismissal. She was a forgotten child whose mother burned through men and dragged young Laura through it. She was a daughter of war. The last man that nurtured her in any paternal degree was a Navy officer. She was a teacher of the 3rd and 4th grades in a rural village. And she was a nurse, at least a nurse's aide, in an equally rural clinic. Laura was dealing with her sorrow in her own regard. She was safe where she lurked mostly and existed peacefully. She had been victimized by enough people that should have helped her and nowadays it was easier to swallow her sorrow as some sort of complicated conspiracy rather than face the truth for what it was. On some summer day, Laura found herself against a Sitka rosebush along the turnpike to the harbor. It was a stout bush, full of ferocious thorns that deterred most invasion, but Laura knew she could carefully dig under those cruel branches and burrow deeper into their sanctuary. And before the city could protest, she had done just that. And from there on out, for the year she claimed it, she was known as the Lady in the Burrow. She was safe there. Anyone who wanted to bother her would be met with an entanglement of ruthless barbs. She had the advantage where she lurked. And while there weren't many rules on the street, some things were just intrinsically respected. Laura's burrow was one. She was safely stowed up in her small kingdom, locked away from anyone that would want to hurt her, but accessible on her own terms. She welcomed visitors that had her blessing. They'd bring her resources and conversation, and she'd stick her face through the opening like a curious marmot. By winter, she had piled snow around the burrow and insulated it. She amassed comforts around the bush and had a routine to safely exit the burrow and utilize what she needed outside the confines of her subterranean haven. Until one day, a 20-something man approached Laura, wanting to set camp in her immediate space. She chastised him and tried to run him off, but ultimately relented, allowing the boy to establish his camp nearby. Not in her burrow, but near it. She pitied him for some reason, but she didn't trust him. She trusted very few people. Laura didn't have a name for him, but she thought that he looked weird, and she figured he'd gone before any closeness could form. At times he was charismatic in how he dealt with her, and other times he seemed to be scripted. He seemed to readily ignore declinations and refusals from her, but never forced her, and simultaneously guarded her as if he knew better for her. Their relationship seemed symbiotic to some extent, and while others wouldn't immediately notice him needling his way in, Laura did. But she couldn't predict his goal nor comprehend exactly what she felt. Were he suspicious, maligned? Was he simply as weird as she was and tied to a familiar kin? Or was it something more like ants guarding a slow-moving aphid for the sugar it produced? Interesting. The longer he stayed, the more she assumed she was stuck with him. Despite that, he played the belief that she was the elder and he was the forlorn son. He felt that he seemed preoccupied to absorb what comfort she had made and what habit she had installed. He wanted every part of her to be his, but still patrolled her safety, well-being. Eventually, she called him the Melted Man. That other girl called him the Melted Man at Laura's body. Eventually, she called him the Melted Man because everything about him seemed like a wax figure that sat just a tad too long by an open flame, cheeks drooping, eyes widening. He was human in most outright principles, but haggard in familiarity. Sometimes he'd move like a marionette tangled on itself, and at the same time, her distrust of him grew to outright paranoia. Laura was nutty, surely, but she knew when she sounded too insane. Run-of-the-mill conspiracies were easy for outsiders to smile and nod, and she utilized that complacency. Oh, Laura is on one of her tangents about 5G again. Get her the cough drops and make sure she has some food. Her resources would often think, but she knew that if she told them, a man made of candle wax thinks that I'm an aphid, would warrant too much attention. She could be institutionalized with talk like that, and that would involve a lot of discussions of how she needed to forgive herself for staying in an abusive relationship all those years, and how it wasn't her fault that her mother abandoned her, and that her kids had autonomy for how much of her they were willing to endure. 5Gs were just easier, but her rants of identity theft now regularly involved the melted man. He stole her daddy's war medals. He stole her bank cards and passport. He stole her everything. He was with the HVAC at the soup kitchen that poured the bad air into the building. But anyone who saw him would always find him alert and waiting stoically, indifferent to whatever cold or glaring sun enveloped him. There was nothing outward that he ever did to raise alarm beyond Laura's incredulous thoughts. Laura's agitation increased, but she was never one to act. She just rant when pressed. She planned an outing from the borough for various resources she needed one day in late winter. And when she returned, she found that the melted man had moved himself inside. Piles of dirt sat by the entrance. He had widened it with just enough space to fit the two. His intrusion was enough to warrant her blatant reaction. She ranted about how she felt he was using her, prepping her. She ranted to anyone that would hear her. But by the time Andrea was called for a mental health welfare check, there was no sign of the melted man. He had disappeared. There was no trace of him at all, in fact. The more Andrea sifted thought, the various agencies that helped Laura and that knew the faces of the street, she found no answers. A few homeless member commented that Laura's shadow. There's a few typos in these sentences, and it's hard. A few homeless member commented that Laura's shadow, the young man, was charismatic but uncanny. Yet they knew nothing more about him, his name, where he went, or where he even came from in the first place. No worries, Boots, no worries. Laura's physical health had declined, and it was assumed that her mental health went with it. She had a dry cough and nagging exhaustion. She just looked sickly and frail when she had previously been somewhat of a cockroach, and she grew sicker. She must have vilified the easiest target and the newest change in her life. She was a creature of habit, after all. At least that's what Andrea and everyone assumed. So the lady in the borough was evicted from her hole and moved to the only shelter she'd agreed to go to. The congregate shelter with the open floor plan where there were plenty of eyes to see her. Quickly, her symptoms worsened, evolving to swollen ankles, abdominal discomfort. She grew weaker and weaker. And despite how many people looked out for her in the shelter, no one suspected to find her dead the way she had died on March 11th, 9 days after she had been relocated. Damn, bro. That was awesome. Clearly we're getting the melted man is our creature, right? The watery stuff that Phyllis saw. And that people saw. We're getting some indication that this melted man, water melted, like, we're getting some some themes where, you know, he's kind of uncanny and stuff like this, but what we're really understanding from this last story of Laura's story, right? That's her name? Yeah. Of Laura's story is that she was targeted, right? The Melted Man was moving in on her. He was feeding off of her the whole time. And then once she kind of got relocated, he couldn't feed off her anymore, so then he just killed her. Or maybe he like infected her. That's another thing, is that, you know, the way that like Slender Man has proxies or whatever, this Melted Man might have a way of sort of infecting the homeless, and that's what's going on with the other dude's eye and stuff too. It's like there's sort of an infection that eats them from the inside out, that hollows them out. And then I'm guessing he either like takes their face or copies their face. But he also kind of eats them from the inside out somehow, you know, some way, somehow. Because we've seen two people now that are just she was like completely hollowed out. I mean, the bottom part of her body was gone, and she like, there was just her organs. She was like hollowed out. So we have Laura being hollowed out. We also have the other guy who was like ripped to shreds and basically just unrecognizable, other than just body parts strewn about. So then we have other guy. We get the ability, because she saw Laura's face afterwards, we're seeing that this Melted Man has some sort of ability to copy people's faces, although it's uncanny. He has the ability to talk and stuff like that too. Again, uncanny, and you know, he moves weird and he twitches or whatever, and he looks like a marionette sometimes. So a lot of this is unfolding really nicely. And it's very interesting, and it does seem like maybe he feeds on like the desperation of the homeless. Maybe he feeds on their illness, on their shattered psyche, on their... This really reminds me of this story. I think it's called The Outsider, but it's a pretty good show. It's on HBO. It's a Stephen King show. But this Melted Man kind of reminds me in that, because in that, the monster, he kind of feeds on grief, is I think the way it's described. And there is something too about how the monster has like maybe a melted face or a saggy face, but essentially what that is from is he is a mimic, or he is something that like, he takes the form of other people. He like copies them and uses them. So he does that, but then he also like he also has like ways of infecting other people, and you know, it leaves like a sore on the back of their neck, and it's an interesting show. It's like just a 1-season show. But this I'm liking even more in terms of, I mean, what's a more... And in that it seemed like it was like, oh, he's feeding on like these like big tragedies, right? And once he kills like one family member, he targets like the other family members. And that's kind of how that show works. But in this one, we're kind of seeing that, like, with this story and with the Melted Man, we're kind of seeing that maybe like it is the desperation and the illness itself, the mental illness itself, that kind of feeds him or something. And Laura wasn't seen as, you know, she was kind of like seen as this street mother to like a lot of kids, or she was seen as like the old lady that that other homeless people like respected, and she always knew like what was going on and stuff. So it's like she wasn't necessarily the most like destitute or desperate person on the streets. So it's also maybe making me wonder, is there some sort of a methodology to how this melted man is killing these homeless people? Like maybe he's killing people who know about him, or people who, you know, have a reputation that then he can like use when he uses their face or whatever, so he can kind of get other people to trust him and like let him in, or you know, listen to him, sort of thing. So I don't know, super interesting, really fun story. I'm definitely going to check back in on the other parts when they are posted. Boots, I hope that you will you know, in your own time, whenever they're ready, but I will hope that you will message me when some of those later parts get posted, if and when they get posted, because I'll definitely be really interested to check them out. But yeah, I mean, this is just an awesome premise, super realistic characters. I love the whole part about like he's an ant and I'm an aphid, and like all this stuff about like him feeding off her and him living with her in the burrow. It's so just unbelievably creepy to think about, like this character just shows up one day that like won't take no for an answer, but is like kind of manipulative and like seems to be protective, and like all this stuff, to where it's such an interesting way to start into this, or to end this story, but to like end with like her and the melted man, and how Laura really came to know the melted man more than anyone else. Like, you know, maybe what was her name, the other girl, Phyllis. Maybe Phyllis has seen like glimpses of him in the distance, or you know. Nice. That's awesome. Well, I'm certainly It's All in Your Head has been one of my favorites thus far. So I don't know if I've read the other two, Boots, but you know, maybe I'll have to check out those ones next, and then you know, then I can speak on those other two too. But I really love this one, and I love this idea of like you know, Phyllis kind of saw the melted man from afar, was scared of him. You know, maybe some other people have seen some you know, water in the dark, but Laura's experience with the melted man is like so personal, and I love that in this last part we really get to see kind of the thing that was ultimately like that last catalyst that caused her to move into the homeless shelter and all that stuff. It was that thing that kind of, you know, that whatever rising action, that like defining thing. And it really was the melted man all along, and he really was kind of pulling the strings and manipulating her, and maybe was just using her the whole time she was in the burrow, until eventually he was either just getting to a point where he had used her all up, or he was getting to a point where you know, maybe he like feeds on a cycle, and it was just nearing the end of that cycle. So the fact that she went to the homeless shelter, it was just the end of that cycle anyways. And then he was like you know, that was when he was like, whatever, I'll just eat her. And you know, if he can change faces or whatever, it's like he probably could have just got into the homeless shelter. Or maybe he, you know, maybe he moves through dimensions, or maybe he is just in the dark shadows, and anytime you see a dark shadow that like looks like it's liquid or whatever, he's in that. And so maybe he just like in the darkness of the night, he just went into her bed and like fucking killed her from the inside, and then, you know, left her there. Super cool, super creepy, great raw realistic depictions of the horror of, you know, in the realities of just being homeless and you know, being like destitute and living on the streets. And I loved it. I will take more of that all day long. I want to finish the story. I want to see. I want our Andrea. I want to see Andrea confront the melted man. I want to see her catch the melted man. Maybe kill the melted man. We'll see. Because she's a great narrator, or not a narrator necessarily, but she's a great protagonist and a great main character. And I would like to see her get to the bottom of this and help this population that doesn't seem to have anyone else that really cares about her, or is trying to, you know, help her or help them, I mean. So it's like, I would love to see her be that protector, and even if she can't save them from all their mental illnesses and their addictions and their issues, and save them from the horrors of being on the streets, maybe she can in some way protect them or save them from the melted man. And I just want to see where it goes. So I'm really stoked. I'm really excited. It's a great story. Dare I say, like a masterpiece when it comes to just its depictions of homeless people and stuff like that. Super realistic, not gratuitous, but doesn't pull any punches either. Isn't like, and then this icky thing happened, or like, and then he pinned her down, but it went black. She didn't remember. Like, it doesn't fade to black on any of the horrific, gruesome parts, and I really respect it for that. It unapologetically just tells you what has happened without being too like gratuitous or just grotesque. So I loved it. Shout out to ckjm, aka Boots. Thank you for letting me read it. All right, folks, and I think that's going to do it for my stream. I mean, it was a good, long birthday stream. I appreciate everybody stopping by. There are a few other stories. Like, I do want to reach out to this author and maybe read this Order of the Unseen Rejected Penthouse letter. I'd like to check out this story. Yeah, of course, Boots, of course. I'd also like to maybe check out Meat Sleep more. Maybe I'll watch it on my own, or I'll see, you know. I don't know how I want to do, especially, like, I'll watch horror short films or stuff on stream. I feel like those are pretty simple, but when it comes to analog horror, it's like, I just don't know. I think a lot of it requires you to kind of know something going in, or to kind of watch in a slow manner where you're like piecing things together very slowly. And I don't know, that might be fun to do on stream, but I don't know if it's like, you know, I don't know if it's what people want. I don't know if it's what I want to do. I don't know how good I am at it. You know, I don't know how much I can in these visual mediums like this. I don't know how good I'm gonna be at like figuring out the plot, you know, because I feel like if I can't really figure out the plot, then there's kind of no point in watching it. Even if there's just some creepy visuals and stuff, it's like I want to know what's actually happening. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with that. But thank you to everybody who stopped by, everybody who let me read their story, everybody who submitted stories, you know, stuff like that. I always need more stories. I hope that, you know, I'm gonna start, I think, reaching out on Deep Night Society and Creepcast submissions, and I'm gonna just start being like, yo, I stream, so, you know, I stream like once a week about or whatever. If you have a story that you posted somewhere that you want me to read, just please send me a link. And I think I'm going to start trying to post, because I can't post in the main Creepcast subreddit. They won't let me because they're like, this isn't about Creepcast. Even though I'm trying to read the stories that are on there. So yeah, thank you. I definitely did, and I will continue to have the best birthday. But yeah, I'm hoping that I can start like posting on some subreddits, and I do it in the Discords too, and just like get people that maybe haven't even seen my stream to just submit like their stories to me. Not submit them to me, but just send me links to their stories so that I can have more and a wider variety, of authors and stuff to read from. Cause yeah, it's super fun, man. And I feel like on this stream in particular, we had a really good variety of stories, and that's just what I love. I don't like reading a lot of stories that are in the same vein. I need some that are very like character driven and like very maybe dialogue heavy, and then other stories I'm fine if they're all like ethereal from one person's point of view and they all happen like within their mind, or you know, whatever. Like I'm fine with that sometimes, but I don't like when every single story I read only has like one character in it. Like to me that's not fun or not nearly as interesting. So I'm looking for a wide variety, and yeah, I hope that people will support the channel and will send me their stuff and let me read their stuff. Good, Rude Dude. I'm glad you had fun. Boots, thank you for stopping by. I do want to get on a Discord call here soon, like maybe this week sometime. Not on stream, but just on a Discord, like voice chat with a few of you writers that I've been talking to on Discord, and yeah, we can just chat a little bit, so that way maybe in the future you might be a little bit more comfortable like coming on the stream or reading some stories together, or just talking about like horror in general. Talking about movies and stuff that we find interesting, you know. Because yeah, I want to do more of that. I want to get more into the interviewing, even podcast style of streams. And what's nice is that like, if ever we get bored or we're like, you know, we run out of stuff to talk about, it's like, well, then let's just read a story, you know, let's read a story and talk about the story. And that's kind of what I want to do more of. So those are my plans for the channel. That's what I'm getting up to. But thank you everyone for coming to my 30th birthday spooktacular. I enjoy reading the stories, and you know, I just I hope that I get to keep doing it. I hope that my channel grows and that more people, you know, trust me to read their stuff and give my honest opinion on it, because I really enjoy doing it. And I hope that more than anything, people are inspired to write, and people are inspired to improve their writing with the critiques and feedback that I give. You know, I hope that I can encourage and help people improve, and that's really all there is to it, you know. I appreciate y'all, and thank you for stopping by. That's gonna do it for me. I'm RedDeathMask, and I will see you sometime in the future, an undisclosed time in the future. Goodbye.